Gunnar studied the screen intently, his mind racing with possibilities. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Arthur and asked, "So, what's our first mission?" Arthur's gaze lingered on Gunnar for a few seconds as he took a deep breath. "Vanya," he replied. A heavy silence enveloped the room as the 7 men exchanged glances, each processing the weight of Arthur's words. Vanya is currently the largest country on the Noctis continent, but it's been torn apart by war for decades. In fact, 60% of the countries on Noctis are embroiled in conflict, warlords battling for power. The entire continent is becoming one massive battlefield. As Arthur spoke, he pointed at the screen where vivid images of chaos and destruction flickered to life. Gunnar exhaled slowly, his expression serious. "You're not just sending us into a war zone, you're planning to take control of it." Arthur didn't flinch at the accusation. "I need a force that can operate in the shadows, one that can turn the tide without being seen." "That's Aegis 7. He stood up, adjusting his suit jacket with purpose. "Gunnar, you'll lead this operation. Dane will handle tactical operations. Rise will oversee intelligence. The rest of you, your assignments are detailed in your dossiers. A few days from now, you'll embark on your first assignment alongside my trusted personal secretary," Arthur added firmly as he looked around at them all. "Meet me at Blackwater Military Base. Present day. Arthur shook himself back to reality as he pulled his gaze away from the holographic screens with a soft sigh. Leaning back in his command chair, he ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. The Whitmore family had him rattled. He felt an urgent need to leave Orlia before things spiraled out of control. Although they hadn't crossed paths yet, with how rapidly the Osborne family was advancing, it was only a matter of time before they did, and who knew if their encounter would be friendly. Precautions were essential. There was no room for error. Just then, the massive iron doors of the command center slid open with an ominous creak, revealing Ethan clad in his usual crisp suit. His dark blue eyes held a solemnity that filled the air as he stepped inside. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Ethan's voice was carefully neutral as he stood across from Arthur with an expression that radiated respect. "Sit," Arthur commanded softly but firmly. Ethan took a seat across from him, sitting up straight and keeping his eyes locked onto Arthur's face, his seriousness palpable in every tense moment between them. Arthur stared intently at Ethan, who sat across from him with a serious expression. With a swift motion, Arthur gestured toward the holographic screen, which flickered to life, displaying an expansive map alongside various data points. "Vanya," he began, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "The largest country on the Noctis continent. For decades, it has been in turmoil, perpetually engulfed in war. Right now, 5 warlords are ripping it apart, and we're going to seize control. We're going to deliver it." Ethan's gaze remained fixed on the holographic display as he absorbed Arthur's words, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Finally, he turned to Arthur and asked, "Boss, if I may ask, why do you want this?" The question lingered in the air as Arthur shifted his attention back to the screen, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. "This isn't what I wanted at all." He chuckled softly before locking eyes with Ethan again. "But imagine discovering that your home is nothing more than a gilded cage. What would you do if everything could change in an instant?" Confusion flickered across Ethan's features as he struggled to grasp Arthur's meaning. "What do you mean?" "Because the Whitmores have turned Orlia into that gilded cage," Arthur replied pointedly. "Every factory we build and every business we run, they're watching us closely. One day, when they decide we pose a threat." A broken bar. He trailed off as Ethan began piecing together the implications. Understanding dawned on Ethan's face. "You mean this vast nation, the Orlean Federation, one of the world's most powerful countries, is secretly under Whitmore control? And you want to relocate the Osborne family?" "Exactly," Arthur confirmed with fervor. "To a place so devastated that no one would think twice about looking there. A place where we can rebuild according to our vision." He tapped on the holographic map emphatically. "This is our future, a kingdom forged from someone else's chaos." Ethan exhaled sharply through his nose and let out a soft chuckle. "Boss, are you really talking about backing a warlord?" "I'm talking about creating one," Arthur retorted confidently as he waved his hand again. Another image appeared on screen, a man marked by scars and burns with piercing grey eyes and steel grey hair surrounded by 4 equally fierce-looking individuals. This is General Dravik. He controls the northern oil fields, Arthur explained briskly. Colonel Vera holds sway over the southern ports while those other 3, they're rabid dogs, almost useless. He flipped over to another map showing troop movements and added, I want us to support General Dravik from behind the scenes. Ethan scrutinized the profile of General Dravik, piecing together every detail. Dravik knows he can't win this alone. Colonel Vera has a formidable backing. That's where you come in, Arthur said, leaning forward, his eyes glinting with ambition. You want me to offer him Osborne resources? Ethan asked, his brow furrowing as he absorbed the implications. Just enough to tip the scales. Think weapons, medical supplies, intelligence, Arthur replied, though his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. All wrapped in enticing promises of international recognition. And when he wins? Ethan probed, skepticism creeping into his tone. Then we own the man who owns Vanya. Arthur produced a small silver case from his pocket. Inside gleamed a syringe filled with amber liquid. And if he forgets who put him on that throne, this will serve as a reminder. A flicker of understanding passed through Ethan's eyes as he nodded slowly. But before you dive into these plans, I need you to meet some key players, Arthur continued, a sly grin spreading across his face. Just then, the massive metallic door slid open with a soft hiss. 7 figures clad in matte black tactical armor entered silently, their faces hidden behind tinted visors. They moved like a well-oiled machine, fanning out to form a protective semicircle around Ethan. The lead operative removed his helmet to reveal a scarred face and piercing grey eyes. Ethan, Arthur said smoothly, meet Commander Gunner of Aegis 7. Ethan raised an eyebrow in surprise and turned back to Arthur. Boss, since when do we have our own private military company? Since we decided to rebuild a war-torn nation, Arthur replied nonchalantly while pouring aged red wine into 2 delicate crystal glass from an ornate cabinet. 1,000 elite operators at our disposal, full aerial reconnaissance capabilities and mobile surgical units. He handed the glass to Ethan with an air of finality, and most importantly a broken bar complete deniability. Commander Gunner stepped forward. The hydraulic joints of his armor whispered with each movement. We've been conducting reconnaissance in Vanya for the past week using advanced military-grade tech. He tapped on his wrist display, projecting a holographic map above the command table that illustrated troop movements across Vanya. Dravik controls the northern oil fields here but lacks sufficient manpower against Vera's southern advance. Ethan studied the map intently. His tactical mind was already calculating choke points and strategies. But 1,000 men won't shift the balance in continental warfare. Arthur's smile sharpened as he narrowed his gaze slightly. Not as soldiers, more like consultants. He nodded toward Gunner, who presented a slim metal case containing 10 micro-drones no larger than credit cards. Nanotech disruptors, Gunner explained, his voice steady and confident. These little marvels are programmed to sabotage specific weapons systems. Imagine Dravik's tanks failing during his next offensive, or his radios going silent at the most critical moments. Arthur leaned in, a glint of mischief in his eyes. And when he's desperate, he added, you'll swoop in with Aegis 7's so-called security experts, offering solutions, at a price, of course. Ethan twirled one of the drones between his fingers, processing the implications. So you want me to make him dependent on us? Exactly. Arthur nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he took a sip of rich red wine. Phase 1 kicks off in 72 hours. Aegis has a freight waiting in Port Cyanide loaded with enough weaponry to equip 3 battalions. An operative handed Ethan a biometric tablet, its screen lighting up with dossiers on Vanya's 5 warlords, complete with psychological profiles and known vulnerabilities. Gunner will be your shadow, Arthur assured him. His team has operatives embedded within all 5 factions. Whatever intel you need or firepower you require, it's all yours. Ethan exhaled sharply as he scrolled through the mission parameters. This isn't just corporate maneuvering, boss. If we get caught, we won't be. Arthur's voice was unwavering, filled with conviction. The Whitmores have their political puppets will possess something far more tangible, an entire nation's military apparatus. He stepped closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I need to know you're all in on this, Ethan. No second thoughts once you cross into Vanya. With a decisive click, Ethan closed the tablet. I'll need their comp protocols and a list of Dravik's known associates. Arthur relaxed almost imperceptibly as he replied, already loaded onto your secure drive. Gunnar will brief you on extraction protocols during the flight. He raised his glass again and downed the remaining wine in one gulp. Oh, before I forget, Arthur exclaimed suddenly, retrieving a sleek black USB drive from his pocket and tossing it to Ethan. Ethan caught it midair but looked back at Arthur quizzically. It contains coordinates for a hidden supersized military base, Arthur explained with an eager grin. Make good use of it, and try to snag some insights into the arms industry while you're at it. Ethan fell silent for a moment before nodding thoughtfully at the USB drive now resting in his palm. Dismissed. Arthur waved them off cheerfully. As Ethan, Gunnar, and the others filed out of the command room, leaving only Arthur behind, he narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered under his breath, I hope this goes smoothly. Without any hiccups. Head Bureau Derek, are you absolutely sure about this? Arthur's expression was serious as he faced Head Bureau Derek, who sat across the long table. But inside, his heart raced with excitement. Damn. Finally, my plan has come to fruition. Arthur chuckled inwardly. Head Bureau Derek sighed softly and looked at Arthur with a hint of envy. What a lucky guy you are. Arthur, he continued, this decision was made collectively by the Bureau and top personnel. We've decided to entrust this entire project to your Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group. He shot Arthur a playful grin before adding, unless you think it's too much for you then we can always hand it off to someone else. No, Head Bureau Derek, my Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group can absolutely handle this. Don't worry at all. Arthur waved his hands dismissively. What a joke it would be to let such a massive opportunity slip through his fingers. After all, he had meticulously crafted this plan long ago. Now that it was finally coming together, there was no way he could back down. Arthur felt a surge of satisfaction wash over him. Sure, accepting this may ruffle some feathers, he thought, but the benefits far outweigh any drawbacks. Besides, with Evelyn on my side, I can counter any schemes that come my way. His mind buzzed with possibilities. The reason Arthur was in talks with Head Bureau Derek was clear. Since Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group began developing the colossal 10,000 square kilometers of land into a super-mega commercial plaza, their construction speed had been nothing short of astonishing. In just over 3 months, they were already 50% complete. Considering that Arthur had bought the construction group from the System Mall, and according to the introduction they can complete any construction projects in 1 year, this pace was extraordinary. To put things into perspective, building a commercial plaza of such immense scale would typically require years, even decades, of work even when using advanced technology. Yet here they were at the halfway mark in merely 3 months. This jaw-dropping speed left many people shocked and even suspicious that Osborne Real Estate and Construction might be cutting corners. However, after thorough investigations revealed nothing amiss, disbelief turned into shock and astonishment. Especially for urban development and construction. After all, this commercial plaza is located right in the heart of 1.08 million square kilometers currently being developed by the government. If it were completed while surrounding areas remained unfinished, it would be quite the eyesore. Thus, urban development took back previously awarded projects from various real estate companies and handed them over to Arthur's group instead. From day one, Arthur had meticulously planned every detail. That's why he invested billions of unicreds in buying those construction groups from the System Mall, to ensure rapid progress on this monumental project. Now that his strategy had materialized successfully, pure triumph. The morning sun poured into Head Bureau Derek's office, casting a warm glow through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Arthur lounged comfortably in a plush chair across from Derek, both men deeply engaged in their conversation. Arthur, Derek began, adjusting his round spectacles with a thoughtful air, his voice carrying the familiar warmth of someone who has dedicated their life to public service. I have to say, your progress on the Blue Pearl commercial zone has created quite the buzz at the Bureau. Arthur flashed a confident smile, crossing one leg over the other. I hope it's the good kind of buzz, Director. Derek chuckled and nudged a plate of shortbread cookies toward him. When a private developer completes 50% of a 10,000 square kilometer project in just 3 months, a feat that would have taken years to complete while our government contractors are still squabbling over cement supplies for their first 100 square kilometers, yes, I'd call that a very good buzz indeed. Just then, a young aide entered quietly and placed steaming coffee cups before them. Arthur couldn't help but notice the Bureau's crest embossed on the fine porcelain, the same design adorning every public construction site across the Federation. So, Arthur said as he stirred cream into his coffee, is it our speed that's prompting you to assign us the Northern Expansion Plan? Absolutely. Derek nodded enthusiastically, leaning forward with elbows resting on his desk. We're reassigning the Northern Expansion Project, all 1.08 million square kilometers, to Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group. He slid a folder across the table. Here's the contract. Arthur raised an eyebrow but quickly reached for the documents. As he flipped through them, he declared confidently, don't worry. Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group will deliver. I promise this project will be complete by next year. Derek chuckled softly, surprise flickering in his aged eyes. That's quite an ambitious claim, Arthur. You know you can't make promises like that. Arthur simply smiled and continued flipping through the folder until he looked up again. But what about Golden Arch Construction, Lumina Construction and others giant construction consortiums? Weren't they awarded this contract just 4 months ago? Technically yes, Derek sighed as he polished his glasses with a handkerchief. But between their endless environmental impact assessments and cultural heritage reviews, they haven't laid down even one foundation beam yet. He replaced his glasses carefully. Fatigue was evident in his tired eyes. Meanwhile, your crews worked tirelessly through monsoon season. After finishing with the folder, Arthur placed it back on the table and remarked thoughtfully, this is significantly more than Riverbend will need to triple our workforce. Which you can do, Derek pointed out, enthusiasm lighting up his face. Your modular construction techniques and those prefabricated alloy frames, truly revolutionary. He tapped the blueprint sprawled across his desk, urgency blooming in his voice. Do you know how many families are waiting for those residential districts? How many businesses are counting on those logistics parks? Outside, the vibrant hum of the city danced through the windows, the distant buzz of traffic, punctuated by the occasional honking of cars. Yeah, I know, Arthur nodded, his tone shifting to seriousness. There will be pushback. Golden Arch and the others won't take this news well. Like I said earlier, Derek continued, leaning back with a half smile, if you think you can't handle this, feel free to pretend I never called you here. I was just asking. Arthur shot back, a grin creeping onto his face as he took a sip of his coffee. Derek waved his hand dismissively. Take this on, and let me handle the politics. You focus on delivering results. His leather chair creaked as he settled back in. Though, a word of advice? Arthur tilted his head with interest. Speed impresses, Derek cautioned, his light tone contrasting with his keen gaze. But it also makes people nervous. The old guard doesn't like being overshadowed by newcomers. He took another sip. Consider forming partnerships. Subcontract some work to local firms. Spread the success around a bit. Arthur chuckled, his smile widening. That sounds suspiciously like politics, Director. Just practical business, Derek shot back with a grin. The Federation thrives when everyone moves forward together. Arthur maintained his simple smile, while internally he disagreed. He had planned this from the beginning, and with his ambitions finally within reach, why would he share the spoils? After all, he liked to devour everything himself, even the bones. The two spent the next hour poring over timelines and zoning regulations, seamlessly shifting the conversation from construction methods to municipal codes. Oh, and Arthur, try to leave some trees standing, will you? The environmental lobby has my phone ringing off the hook. Derek chuckled as a thought crossed his mind. Arthur laughed, shaking his head. We'll plant 2 for everyone we remove. That's Osborne's promise. Just as Arthur stood to leave, Derek cleared his throat. a hint of amusement dancing in his voice. "Oh, one more thing, Arthur. Remember that Hyperalex Express you couldn't stop pestering me about? The one you claimed would revolutionize intercity transit?" Arthur paused, his hand frozen over his briefcase. "The 650 km/h semi-maglev using superconducting electrodynamic suspension? That one?" Derek chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Ah yes, that engineering marvel you promised would pay for itself in just a few years." He opened a drawer and slid out a new document, the air thick with anticipation. "Well, the Transportation Committee has finally given the green light on the budget. We're set to order 3 units for the Neo-Luminara Capital Corridor line, and also for the Northern Expansion Plan, assuming your current project wraps up on time. Plus," he added with an approving nod, "they've also approved your proposal to build the Hyperalex system." Arthur's eyebrows shot up as excitement flickered in his gaze, but he quickly masked it with a cough before accepting the document. 3? That's fewer than I'd hoped. "Think of it as a pilot program," Derek replied, tapping his pen rhythmically against the desk. "If they perform as promised, we can discuss expanding our fleet next fiscal year." Leaning forward slightly, curiosity breaking through his bureaucratic facade, he asked, "Tell me you at least built a prototype after all that boasting?" Arthur's smile returned like sunshine breaking through clouds as he pulled out his phone. "Not just any prototype, Head Bureau, I've got a production-ready model." With a swift swipe, he turned the screen toward Derek. The footage revealed a vast assembly hall at Osborne Heavy Industries' cutting-edge manufacturing complex. Engineers clad in blue coveralls buzzed around a gleaming silver train car suspended on hydraulic lifts. The camera zoomed in on intricate arrays of superconducting coils being installed beneath it. "Our said system utilizes liquid nitrogen-cooled niobium titanium alloys," Arthur explained excitedly as technicians carefully positioned an enormous propulsion module into place. "Unlike full maglev systems, this design retains conventional steel wheels for compatibility with existing rail infrastructure while achieving 87% of maglev speeds." Derek watched intently as the camera panned to showcase workers fitting an aerodynamic nose cone onto the train. "How does it stack up against the Federation L0 series?" "It's 40% more energy efficient thanks to our regenerative braking system," Arthur replied confidently. "And unlike L0's pure rain wheels, our hybrid design can switch to conventional power during emergencies." Plus, he added enthusiastically, "the active suspension system reduces track wear by—" "Yes, yes," Derek interjected dismissively yet curiously focused on where workers were testing articulated gangway connections. "What's your price tag per unit?" Arthur paused the video on a wide shot of their nearly completed prototype and declared proudly, "For a standard 10-car set, 4 billion unicreds." Derek's coffee cup froze mid-air as disbelief washed over him. "Per train?" "Per complete operating unit," Arthur confirmed, his tone steady and assured. "That encompasses the onboard AI traffic management system, 5 years of predictive maintenance packages, and training for up to 30 engineers." He tilted his head slightly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Of course, bulk orders would significantly reduce that cost." Setting down his cup with deliberate care, Derek scrutinized Arthur. "That's nearly triple the price of our current high-speed trains," he replied, disbelief etched on his face. "And yet," Arthur countered smoothly, "these trains are twice as fast and consume half the energy. Our models predict that reduced travel times will boost ridership by 40%. When scaled properly, the infrastructure pays for itself in 6 years, 8 at most." Derek sighed heavily, rubbing his temple as if trying to ease a headache. "I'll need performance data, real-world testing results and maintenance cost projections." "Absolutely," Arthur said confidently, pulling up another file on his tablet. "We've prepared an extensive 300-page technical dossier just for you. The prototype is set to begin track testing next week at our proving grounds." He leaned forward with enthusiasm. "I'll send you an invitation. You really should experience firsthand what your budget can achieve." Derek offered a non-committal grunt, but Arthur noticed how the older man's gaze lingered on the striking image of the sleek train displayed on the screen. "One more question," Derek called out as Arthur stood to leave again. "How did you manage to build a production-ready prototype so quickly? Osborne Heavy Industries didn't even exist 18 months ago." Arthur's smile turned enigmatic as he adjusted his cufflinks with finesse. "Let's just say we're as efficient with trains as we are with commercial plazas, head bureau. As the morning sun climbed higher in the sky, casting warm rays across the plaza, Arthur finally stepped out of the bureau building, 2 signed contracts now firmly in hand. Across the plaza stood a group of Golden Arch executives watching him intently. Their expressions were anything but friendly. With a courteous nod toward them, Arthur strode confidently toward his waiting car. As Arthur stepped out of the Urban Development Bureau, the air crackled with tension. Across the plaza, under the cooler shade of an ornate marble colonnade, 3 men in impeccably tailored suits stood watching him. Their postures were rigid, and their expressions carefully crafted masks. The tallest among them, a silver-haired man with a razor-sharp part, met Arthur's gaze with a smile that felt more like a warning than a greeting. "Arthur Osborne," he called out, his voice smooth yet edged with something darker. "Congratulations. I hear the Bureau just handed you the keys to the kingdom." Arthur slowed his stride, adjusting his collar as he replied, "Marcus Cole." "I didn't realize Golden Arch had people waiting in the wings for this." Marcus Cole, CEO of Golden Arch Construction, stepped forward flanked by his COO and lead lobbyist. Up close, Arthur noticed the faint tension in Marcus's jaw and how his fingers flexed slightly at his sides. "We weren't waiting," Marcus chuckled lightly. "We were meeting with the Infrastructure Committee when we heard Derek was fast-tracking your reassignment." Arthur tilted his head slightly. "Fast-tracking implies it wasn't earned." "Our progress at Blue Pearl speaks for itself." The cool stocky man wearing a perpetual frown, interjected with a sneer. "Progress? You mean cutting corners, prefab alloys and automated labor? That's not real construction, that's assembly." Unfazed, Arthur maintained his smile. "Funny how the Bureau calls it innovation." Marcus raised a placating hand. Now, no need for hostility. "We're all here to build the Federation's future together, aren't we?" His gaze flicked to the folders in Arthur's hand before continuing slyly, "Though I am curious, how did you convince Derek to pull Northern expansion from us mid-contract?" "That's not just performance, that's leverage." Arthur studied him for a moment before responding coolly, "If you're asking whether I bribed a bureaucrat, the answer is number. If you're asking whether Golden Arch should have broken ground before losing the dealer broken bar, well," he shrugged nonchalantly, "that's a question for your board." Finally speaking up was Vanessa Cross, the lobbyist, with her sharp bob framing piercing eyes. "You do realize this isn't just about one project. The Bureau's decision sends a message. Private firms like yours don't take government contracts without consequences." Arthur's expression turned icy. "Is that a threat?" Marcus laughed heartily while clapping Arthur on the shoulder as if they were old friends. "A warning. The construction industry has traditions and relationships. You're new to this game, Arthur. It'd be unfortunate if your broken bar overextended." Arthur glanced down at Marcus's hand resting on his shoulder, then back up. "Noted." He stepped back, adjusting his suit jacket with a hint of defiance. "But since we're sharing advice, maybe focus less on traditions and more on results. The Federation doesn't pay for handshake deals anymore, it pays for finished projects." Marcus's smile tightened, a thin veneer over simmering tension. "We'll see how long that lasts." Arthur offered a parting nod, maintaining an air of confidence. Looking forward to it. As he walked away, he could feel their stares burning into his back like the midday sun, a reminder that this battle was far from over. Golden Arch Construction Headquarters Executive Lounge. Marcus Cole stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the private executive lounge, his reflection stark against the sprawling city skyline. The ice in his drink had long melted, yet he hadn't taken a single sip. Behind him, COO Richard Hale and lead legal strategist Vanessa Cross waited in tense silence, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. "We can't let this stand," Marcus finally declared, his voice dangerously calm yet charged with urgency. "Osborne didn't just reject our contract, He made us look incompetent in front of the entire bureau. Vanessa flipped through her tablet with determination. Legally, there's nothing we can do. The bureau has the right to reassign projects due to failure to meet progress benchmarks. Richard scoffed dismissively. Because Osborn rigged the game. Those prefab nanoalloy frameworks. They're using unregulated labor. That's not innovation. That's cheating. Marcus turned sharply, eyes glinting with resolve. Then we expose it. He motioned toward Vanessa with conviction. Leak it to the financial ledger as an anonymous tip. Frame it as Osborn bypassing Orlean labor laws. Vanessa hesitated, her brow furrowed in concern. And if it's not true? Doesn't matter, Marcus said coolly while swirling his whiskey like a storm brewing within him. By the time they disprove it, the narrative will be set. The unions will riot. The Bureau will have no choice but to pause the project for investigations. Richard grinned widely now, enthusiasm bubbling over like champagne at a celebration. And by then, we'll have mobilized our own accelerated construction teams. Marcus nodded firmly, satisfaction radiating from him like sunlight breaking through clouds. Exactly, we hit them where it hurts, their reputation. Arthur leaned back in the plush leather seat of his limousine, tapping his fingers rhythmically against the signed contract resting in his lap, a tangible symbol of victory and ambition. He pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. The line connected after 2 rings. "Hey Arthur. Why are you calling me? Did your meeting with the Bureau go well?" "Yes, Uncle, it did go well." Arthur's voice carried a rare note of satisfaction, almost surprising himself with how pleased he sounded. "We got it. The entire northern expansion, 1.08 million square kilometers." There was a brief pause before Nathaniel's deep chuckle resonated over the speaker. "You're joking, right?" Derek signed it himself. Golden Arch, Lumina Construction, and the others are officially sidelined. Nathaniel whistled in disbelief. "That's a broken but unprecedented." "But we'll need to triple our workforce." "The material costs alone." "Already handled," Arthur cut in confidently. "I've sent a message to Edward, so you don't have to worry about that." "We're also fast-tracking the Hyper-Railex production line." "The Bureau just ordered 3 units." Another pause unfolded. "Arthur," Nathaniel said slowly, "this is moving way too fast. We don't have the infrastructure to scale up like this." Arthur's gaze hardened, determination flashing in his eyes. "We don't have a choice. By next week, I will acquire a few construction companies to ensure everything goes smoothly. There are already a lot of people circling this opportunity. If we don't establish dominance now, we'll regret it when it's too late." Nathaniel let out a heavy sigh. "Fine. But we're having a full board review tomorrow. No more surprises." Arthur smirked. "No promises. Lumina Construction CEO's office. Meanwhile, across the city, in a sleek high-rise adorned with the Lumina Group insignia, CEO Elias Vaughan absorbed the live feed of the Urban Development Bureau's press conference announcing the Northern Expansion reassignment. His sharp features were a mask of unreadable calculation. His assistant cleared her throat, breaking the tense silence. "Sir, should we issue a statement?" Elias steepled his fingers, his mind racing. "Number. Although the project has been taken from us and handed over to Osborn, let's hold off on any formal action. Let's see Golden Arch and Osborn tear each other apart first." He turned to his vice president, a glint of ambition in his eyes. "But we can't just back down. This is a huge opportunity. Quietly reach out to our contacts in the Bureau. Let them know Lumina is poised to jump back in if Osborn stumbles." The VP nodded, weighing the implications. "And if they don't?" Elias smiled, an unsettling confidence shining through. "Then we'll ensure they do." 3 days later. The emergency lights flickered ominously in the boardroom, casting harsh shadows across the anxious faces of the top executives at Osborn Real Estate and Construction Group. Nathaniel paced his chair, a look of deep concern etched on his face. The massive screen on the wall blared with a sensational headline from the financial ledger: "Osborn's Miracle Construction, Innovation or Illegal Labor Practices?" With a heavy sigh, Nathaniel sank into his seat and scanned the room. "Someone get me a damage assessment," he commanded. His operations director, Rebecca, A no-nonsense woman glued to her screens didn't even glance up. The story dropped 2 hours ago. Union reps are already picketing our Blue Pearl site. Construction has temporarily halted. Frustration boiled over as Nathaniel slammed his palms on the table. I warned Arthur that moving this fast would come back to haunt us. And besides, how can they claim we're using illegal labor? Are their heads filled with water or something? Rubbing his temples in despair, Nathaniel's phone rang. Breaking through the tension, he raised an eyebrow at the caller ID. It was Arthur. Without hesitation, he answered. Arthur, didn't I tell you that rushing things would land us in trouble? Now look where we are. Construction is stopped and labor unions are swarming our site. Nathaniel fired off before Arthur could respond. Calm down. This is just a little trick by Marcus Cole, Arthur replied coolly from the other end of the line. I'll handle it. Just be ready to resume construction. You better. Nathaniel snapped before hanging up, indignation bubbling beneath his surface. In his study room, Arthur stared at his phone in disbelief but soon broke into a wry smile. Looks like Master Nathaniel is quite angry. Evelyn's face appeared on the giant screen behind him. It's not entirely his fault, Arthur mused as he leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming anxiously on the table. But I didn't expect Golden Arch to strike so quickly. He stood up and poured himself a glass of red wine, taking a sip while narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. This move by Marcus is incredibly foolish. Does he really think we're using illegal labor? At first, I thought he was clever for threatening me, but now a broken bar. Arthur settled back into his chair with both legs propped up on the table and shook his head in disbelief. Sir, I presume Marcus Cole is trying to send you a warning. He wants you to know he has enough strength and resources to keep you in check, Evelyn suggested. That's not a bad strategy on his part, Arthur admitted with a grin. But if it were anyone else, it might have worked, but he miscalculated everything. Turning to Evelyn, he asked with a smile, have you gathered the materials? Affirmative, sir. Evelyn's face flickered on the screen. Should I disseminate the information online or change the headlines on the financial leader? No, don't do either, Arthur exclaimed, placing his glass of wine firmly on the table and shaking his head. Just send it directly to Marcus. He's smart, he'll know what to do. Understood, sir, Evelyn replied promptly. In the Golden Arch CEO's office, Marcus stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the sprawling city below with a mix of pride and contemplation. Suddenly, his phone buzzed on the table, jolting him back to reality. Frowning slightly with furrowed brows, he walked over and picked it up. After fiddling with it for a moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Fear flashed in his eyes as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Trembling slightly, he dialed a number. The phone rang twice before someone picked up. Change of plans. Quickly take down those headlines and issue an apology to Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group, Marcus barked hoarsely. But sir, the plan is already working, came the confused voice from the other end. Don't question me, just do it, Marcus roared before hanging up abruptly. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he sank into his chair and gulped down some water while wiping away beads of sweat from his forehead. Arthur, he muttered under his breath with a cold glint in his eyes as he let out a low growl. This time you win. That same day saw all news platforms retracting their reports about Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group allegedly using illegal labor. Instead, new headlines emerged declaring it was all just false rumors accompanied by apologies from various outlets. Within an hour, all negativity surrounding Osborne had vanished like smoke in the wind. Construction resumed without delay. President, I've just received news that all labor unions at the Blue Pearl site have withdrawn their protests. Construction has resumed. Nathaniel's secretary burst into his office. I know you can go back now. Nathaniel smiled as he waved her off. Understood, President. She nodded before exiting. Suddenly Nathaniel's phone rang. Seeing who was calling made him shake his head with a bittersweet smile as he answered. Hey uncle, I told you I'd handle this. It was just the petty tricks of Golden Arch. Arthur's voice rang out as soon as Nathaniel picked up the call. Yeah, I know, Nathaniel replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he shook his head. "But how did you solve it so fast?" Arthur chuckled. "Let's just say I happen to know a lot about their CEO." Nathaniel raised an eyebrow but decided not to pry further. In the study room, Arthur hung up the phone with a satisfied smile. Just then, Evelyn spoke up. "Sir, why didn't you just pass this information to the relevant department?" "Marcus Cole could have ended up in jail." "Evelyn," Arthur replied thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes, "you know people like Marcus are often backed by powerful allies. He's just a CEO. If we send him to jail today, someone else will take his place tomorrow, someone equally dangerous. Besides, look at who's backing Golden Arch." "Sometimes we need to take a step back to avoid getting caught in a complicated mess." He leaned back in his chair with a sly grin. "This time around, we've merely given Marcus a little warning, and those behind him too. Let's just say they shouldn't push their luck too far." 6 days later. Hyperalex Proving Grounds. Dawn. The desert air was crisp, and the rising sun painted the landscape in hues of gold and orange, casting long shadows across the 20-kilometer test track that sliced through the barren terrain like a laser beam. There it stood, the Hyperalex prototype, motionless on its gleaming alloy rails, its silver hull glimmering under the morning light. Even at rest, a faint hum from its superconducting coils hinted at the power waiting to be unleashed. Arthur took in the scene from his elevated observation platform, his sharp navy suit a striking contrast against the rugged backdrop. Beside him, Oscar, his cousin and head of Osborne Heavy Industries, was engrossed in final diagnostics, fingers dancing over his display tablet like a pianist hitting all the right notes. "Magnetic field integrity is holding steady at 98.7%, Oscar muttered, his voice laced with focused intensity. "Said's coils are pre-chilled to operating temperature. Power distribution looks stable." He glanced sideways at Arthur. "Are you sure you want to push it to 700 today? We haven't fully stress-tested the aerodynamics at that speed." Arthur shook his head with a smirk. "If it holds together, Derek won't just buy 3 units. He'll clear out his treasury for an entire fleet." Oscar exhaled sharply through his nose, rubbing where his goggles had left faint indentations on his skin. "You do realize that at 700 kilometers per hour, even a micron of track misalignment could tear this whole train apart?" "The lateral G-force is a linear broken bar." "A broken bar are already accounted for," Arthur interrupted smoothly. "The dynamic stabilization algorithms adjust suspension settings 10,000 times per second. And don't forget the track's carbon fiber reinforcement can handle triple stress." Surprise flickered in Oscar's eyes as he regarded him thoughtfully. "You've been reading my reports." "Just skimming," Arthur admitted with a grin. "But I know enough to sell it." Suddenly, a klaxon blared, a sharp signal marking the final countdown. The Hyperalex's engines whined to life as a blue glow enveloped its undercarriage from electrodynamic suspension systems igniting. Derek had been quietly observing from the railing when he finally broke his silence. "How does it accelerate that fast without tearing itself apart?" Oscar's grin widened, the first genuine excitement Arthur had seen from him all morning. "It's all in the hybrid propulsion system. At low speeds, we rely on conventional electric motors for torque. But once we hit 300 kilometers per hour, that's when their magic happens. The said system kicks in. Superconducting coils create opposing magnetic fields between the train and the track, wiping out friction entirely." He gestured enthusiastically as the Hyperalex surged forward with a thunderous whoosh, reaching an astonishing 500 kilometers per hour in under a minute. "Just look at those wheels." As the speedometer climbed to 550 kilometers per hour, the sleek alloy wheels retracted flawlessly, lifting the entire chassis mere centimeters above the rail. The shriek of metal grinding against metal faded away, replaced by an eerie yet soothing hum that filled the air. Derek's expression tightened as he observed this marvel. "But what happens if we lose power mid-transition?" "Not to worry," Oscar replied without missing a beat. "We've got triple redundant battery backups in place. Plus, mechanical failsafes can re-engage the wheels in just 0.3 seconds. Honestly though, the real challenge lies with aerodynamic stability. At these speeds, Air acts like a solid wall. That's why we designed a variable geometry nose. It extends another meter at supersonic velocities to slice through drag. With a jolt of exhilaration, they watched as Hyperalex barreled past at 700 kilometers per hour, a gleaming silver streak racing across the desert landscape. The observation tower vibrated slightly, not from the train itself but from the displaced air behind it. It felt like a delayed thunderclap rattling their coffee cups on the railing. Oscar's tablet flickered to life with streams of data flowing across its screen. All systems are go. Coil temperatures are holding steady at -196 degrees Celsius and we're recovering energy from regenerative breaks at an impressive 92% efficiency. He shot Arthur a triumphant glance. See? I told you that niobium titanium alloy was worth every penny. That guy Edward really made quite a fortune off me. Arthur clapped him on the shoulder with pride. And I assured Head Bureau Derek it would work. Bureau Director Derek remained still, his knuckles turning white against the railing as he stared intently ahead. How soon can you build 50 of these beauties? In a sleek, glass-walled conference room overlooking the impressive Hyperalex prototype, engineers buzzed around its hull like ants on a shimmering silver carcass. The air was rich with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, mingling with the faint ozone scent of discharged capacitors. As Arthur, Oscar, and Derek settled around the elegant black marble negotiation table, anticipation crackled in the atmosphere. A silent attendant placed 3 thick folders embossed with the Osborne crest before them. Derek opened his without ceremony. 50 units, delivery within 18 months. He tapped on the projected cost breakdown displayed on his tablet. At 4.2 billion per train, that's a staggering 210 billion Norlian. The Treasury will never go for it. Arthur leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled thoughtfully. Then let's explore what they might approve. Oscar slid his datapad across the table, revealing a complex graph that danced with numbers. Here's a breakdown of our cost drivers. SEDS coils account for 38%. Niobium titanium superconductors don't come cheap. Broken bar. He swiped to unveil another chart. If we order 50 units, we can shift to batch-forged alloy production and drop the unit cost to 3.8 billion. Derek squinted at the figures. That still puts us 12 billion over budget. Arthur interjected smoothly, but you're overlooking potential energy savings. He gestured toward Oscar. Exactly. Oscar chimed in as he pulled up another schematic. Compared to conventional maglev systems, Hyperale's hybrid technology cuts power consumption by 40% over a 20-year lifespan. A new figure flashed across the screen, 96 billion in operational savings. Derek remained unfazed. The Treasury doesn't care about 20-year projections. They focus on this fiscal cycle. Arthur smiled knowingly as he shifted gears. Which brings us to option B, staggered delivery. Arthur proposed confidently as he flipped to a new document. 12 trains now at 4 billion each and the remaining 38 over 2 years at 3.5, tied to energy savings milestones. Derek scoffed lightly. You want me to gamble my career on unproven metrics? No, Oscar corrected him while pulling up live test track data that showed promising results. Proven metrics. Today's data shows 92% regenerative braking efficiency, 2% above projections. A tense pause filled the room as Derek drummed his fingers against the table thoughtfully. Even if I accept that, we need infrastructure upgrades. Existing stations can't handle these speeds. Already solved, Oscar declared, zooming in on the train's docking interface. This is the Hyperalex Central Control System, the nerve center of our entire network. This advanced system oversees every train, track, and station, ensuring safety, efficiency, and seamless coordination across the railway. And guess what? It comes with a price tag of 5 million each. But don't worry, we'll cover the first 20 as a goodwill gesture. Arthur watched Derek closely. He could see the man's eyelid twitch. He was hooked. Derek leaned forward, his expression shifting. There's another problem. Prime Rail Transport has a standing offer for their conventional maglev trains at 2 billion per unit. Arthur's smile remained unwavering. Yes, their Horizon model. Impressive top speed of 450 km per hour, but energy efficiency? A mere 60% of ours. He tapped his tablet, and a video played, a Horizon train struggling up a steep incline, its motors screeching in protest. Their linear induction motors overheat at gradients above 3% while ours handle 8 without breaking a sweat. Oscar jumped in enthusiastically. And let's not forget their maintenance costs, 30% higher. Just think about wheel abrasion alone. Enough, Derek interjected, raising a hand to silence them both. I know their tech is inferior, he admitted reluctantly. But politics isn't just about specs, it's about favors. Arthur steepled his fingers thoughtfully. Then let's talk favors. He slid a single sheet across the table with an air of confidence. Osborne Heavy Industries will fully fund the Neo-Luminar Capital Corridor's first segment, 200 kilometers of track and 4 stations. Derek froze in disbelief, his aged eyes widening. That's a $50 billion project. Arthur nodded calmly. We'll recoup that through toll revenue over 10 years, he explained smoothly. But here's the real kicker. He lowered his voice conspiratorially, leaning closer to Derek. You announce it as a government project and take full credit for it. All we ask is exclusive right-of-way for Hyperrail. Derek's pupils dilated slightly. Arthur had just offered him a legacy. Taking a deep breath and locking eyes with Arthur, he nodded faintly but decisively. Okay. Osborne Heavy Industries, a private design lab. The lab was a cathedral of steel and holographs, where blueprints of the Neo-Luminar Capital Corridor floated like ethereal monuments, their roots glowing gold against the darkened glass walls. The air buzzed with the scent of ozone and freshly printed schematics as Oscar paced between the projections, his fingers dancing through data streams with restless precision. Arthur stood near the central display, amusement flickering in his eyes as he watched his cousin dissect the deal point by point. $50 billion, Oscar murmured, disbelief etched on his face. You just handed Derek a blank check with our name on it. Arthur remained unfazed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. We're not giving him $50 billion. We're investing it in infrastructure. Oscar whirled around, his steel-toed boots scuffing the polished floor. Since when do we pour capital into public works? That's a game for big players, low margin, high-risk ventures disguised as business deals. A holographic map of the corridor's first segment expanded between them, its proposed Hyperrail X system route pulsing like liquid silver. Since it guarantees us a monopoly on the fastest transit network in the continent, Arthur replied calmly. 10 years of toll revenue is just the beginning. Control the rails, and we control the cities that grow around them. If anything goes wrong by then, we could have recouped our funds back. It's risky but worth it. Oscar's eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded Arthur. You sound just like Uncle. Arthur paused for a moment before shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. Oscar jabbed a finger at the projection, worry etching lines across his brow. This is really risky. Our family has clawed its way back from rock bottom and still hasn't stabilized yet. Playing this kind of game isn't good for us right now. This isn't just about trains. You're playing kingmaker. Derek gets to secure his legacy while turning the bureau into your personal zoning committee. Silence enveloped them in that private lab as Arthur held onto that bitter smile. He turned to Oscar and said earnestly, do you think I wanted to play such a dangerous game? I didn't choose this path. I was forced into it. If I don't act quickly to stabilize us and expand our influence in this country, it will be too late. Somewhere in the lab, a cooling fan whirred to life, dissipating heat from prototype core relays. Oscar sighed heavily before continuing cautiously, except for one little detail. We bought ourselves a government project. His laughter rang hollow. Derek isn't stupid. If this deal sours at any point, he'll claim we strong-armed him. Arthur's narrowed eyes glinted with a cold light as he smiled and declared, then we'll make sure it doesn't sour. Just then, a notification chimed on Arthur's phone. He reached into his left pocket and pulled out the device to read the message. Sir Head Bureau, Derek has just authorized the press release. Quoting, the Neo-Luminara corridor will be the crown jewel of Orlean innovation. A grin spread across Arthur's lips, igniting Oscar's curiosity. What happened? He asked, eyes wide with intrigue. Nothing much. Derek just gave the green light for a press release. Arthur chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. That fast? He just left a few minutes ago. Oscar was taken aback momentarily. "My dear cousin," Arthur replied with a sly glance, "in this world, money is king. Even saints can kneel before the allure of wealth." Derek Villa. As twilight descended and the sun sank below the western horizon, the bright silver moon took its place in the sky amidst twinkling stars. Inside Derek Villa's personal office, an antique grandfather clock struck midnight as Derek poured himself a generous measure of 50-year-old wine, the amber liquid catching the dim light beautifully. The signed contract for the Neo-Luminara Capital Corridor lay on his desk, its gold-embossed seal gleaming like treasure. Sinking into his leather armchair, he exhaled deeply for what felt like the first time in hours. 50 billion, a number that should have terrified him. A project of this scale funded entirely by Osborne Heavy Industries would be scrutinized by every bureaucrat, rival, and journalist in Neo-Luminara. Yet Arthur had handed him something far more valuable than money, a legacy. Taking a slow sip to savor its burn, Derek recalled Arthur's words echoing in his mind. "You announce it as a government project. Take full credit." The boy was sharper than he had initially expected. Chuckling darkly to himself, Derek mused, "And I just became his puppet." But what a puppet master! The Hyperrail would revolutionize transit. This corridor would reshape cities, and when history was written, it would be head bureau Marcus Derek's name etched beside this monumental achievement. He swirled his glass thoughtfully while contemplating the price: exclusive rights for Osborne, a monopoly on the fastest rail network in existence, and countless political favors yet to be called in. A fair trade, he concluded before reaching for his phone and typing out one simple message: schedule the press conference for tomorrow. Urban Development Bureau, a grand atrium. As dawn broke over Neo-Luminara, the sun cast its warm glow across the bustling city, heralding a new day filled with promise. The atrium of the Urban Development Bureau was alive with anticipation. Reporters, politicians, and industry leaders filled the space, their excitement palpable. Cameras flashed like fireflies as Derek strode onto the stage, the Bureau's insignia shimmering in holographic brilliance behind him. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice resonating with decades of public service experience, "today marks a pivotal moment for Neo-Luminara Transit and the Orlean Federation." Behind him, a dynamic video showcased the Hyperrail soaring through a desert landscape, its sleek silver form blurring past at an astonishing speed. Gasps rippled through the crowd as they witnessed the speedometer soar past 700 km per hour. "The Neo-Luminara Capital Corridor," Derek declared confidently, "will serve as the backbone of our nation's future." Imagine hundreds of kilometers of state-of-the-art rail connecting all major economic hubs and cities in under 30 minutes. A reporter suddenly interrupted, "Director, there are rumors that Osborne Heavy Industries is funding this project. What role does the government play?" Derek smiled, a practiced gesture that exuded assurance. "This is a public-private partnership. The Bureau ensures standards and safety, while Osborne provides cutting-edge technology." He paused dramatically to let his words sink in. "But make no mistake, this is our project, our achievement." Thunderous applause erupted throughout the Grand Atrium. Prime Rail Transport Headquarters, a emergency boardroom. The live feed of Derek's press conference played silently on a massive screen as Evan Stark, Prime Rail's CEO, gripped the edge of the table so tightly that his knuckles turned white. 700 kilometers per hour, he hissed incredulously. "That's not just a train, that's a missile." His chief engineer frantically scrolled through specifications on his tablet. "Their said system shouldn't be feasible at this scale. The energy demands a linear broken bar. I don't care how they did it." Evan slammed his fist down on the table. "What's our counter?" An uneasy silence fell over the room as everyone lowered their heads in defeat. The CFO cleared his throat hesitantly. "We could a broken bar accelerate our own Magaluf program?" Evans let out a hollow laugh. "We're 10 years behind. By the time we reach 500 kilometers per hour, Osborne Heavy Industries will dominate every major route." A junior analyst timidly raised her hand. "What if our broken bar leaks something?" "Safety concerns? Regulatory delays?" Evans's eyes narrowed with realization. A cold glint ignited within them. "That's a good idea. Get me everything, every piece of dirt on Osborne Heavy Industries, every shortcut they've taken. As the room erupted into a whirlwind of frantic activity, Evans found himself fixated on the frozen image of the hyperrelex displayed on the screen. A sneer curled at the corner of his lips, hinting at his disdain. Osborne Heavy Industries headquarters executive viewing suite. The wall-sized screen showcased Derek's press conference in stunning 8K resolution, his voice resonating powerfully through the suite's surround sound system. Arthur sat motionless in a sleek black leather chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, his reflection faintly visible in the glass. Nearby, Oscar busied himself at the wet bar, pouring 2 glasses of rich red wine. He handed one to Arthur without taking his eyes off the screen. "This old man is really good," Oscar muttered as Derek deftly sidestepped a reporter's question about Osborne's influence. "Almost makes me forget we're footing the bill for his legacy." Arthur accepted the glass, swirling the crimson liquid with narrowed eyes and chuckling softly. "Legacies aren't cheap." On screen, Derek gestured toward a holographic map of the Neo-Luminara corridor. Phase 1 will break ground next month, with completion slated for Q3 next year. Oscar's surprise was palpable as he tightened his grip on his glass and turned to Arthur. "Q3? We told him 18 months. He's shaving 6 months off that timeline," Arthur noted coolly. "He probably promised the mayor a ribbon cutting before Election Day." Oscar exhaled sharply, concern etched across his face. "That's not enough time for proper stress testing." Arthur savored another sip of wine before responding thoughtfully. "Then make it enough." Suddenly, Evelyn's voice cut through their conversation. "Priority alert, Prime Rail Transport is attempting to access our sealed patent filings." The screen split. Derek's speech shrank to a corner while schematics of Prime Rail's headquarters filled center stage. "Evan Stark initiated a cyber intrusion 7 minutes ago," Evelyn reported as data streams flickered across the display. "Their target, hyperrelexes," said cooling system specs. Oscar's nerves flared as he cursed under his breath. "What? If they succeed a broken bar, they won't." Arthur set down his glass with purpose and flashed a hooked smile. "Evelyn?" "Countermeasures deployed," Evelyn confirmed smoothly. "I've fed them falsified blueprints showing non-existent thermal stabilizers. Their engineers will waste weeks chasing shadows." A new window opened revealing security footage from inside Prime Rail's boardroom where Evans Stark paced like a caged wolf, frustration evident in every stride as he barked through an audio feed. "I don't care if you have to hack the damn bureau. Find me a weakness." Arthur couldn't help but smirk. Disdain flickered in his eyes. Desperation looks good on him. Oscar's expression was anything but cheerful. His face remained tense, a mask of anxiety. "This is just the beginning." "Do you really think Evans will stop hacking?" "No," Arthur replied with a firm shake of his head. "He'll likely try to bribe our suppliers next, but I doubt that'll work since we control our own supply chain. And then there's the matter of potential plant safety concerns with the unions." He glanced at Evelyn's feed and asked, "Which issue should we tackle first?" "Union infiltration," Evelyn responded decisively. "Prime Rail's labor liaison has just scheduled emergency meetings with 3 of our track-laying crews." Oscar raked a hand through his hair in frustration. "We need to lock down." "Already taken care of," Evelyn interrupted confidently. "The crews in question are loyal to us. They'll spin whatever narrative we want them to." Arthur stood up, adjusting his cuffs as a wicked smirk crept across his face. "Perfect. Let Evan think he's found some leverage. When he makes his movie a broken bar." "We own Prime Rail," Oscar chimed in, admiration lighting up his eyes as he looked at Arthur. On the screen, Derek's press conference reached its peak. A stunning simulation of the hyperrelex gliding into an ultramodern station, met by thunderous applause from the crowd. Arthur couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "I hope this works out." Meanwhile, Evelyn meticulously tracked every keystroke and IP address, monitoring each nervous Prime Rail executive accessing sensitive files. This evidence would undoubtedly prove invaluable down the line. Oscar stared intently at the feeds, his engineer's mind racing with possibilities. "You're not just defending," he suddenly realized aloud. You're luring them into making a mistake big enough to bury themselves. Arthur flashed a knowing smile and replied, efficiency, cousin. Why play whack-a-mole with their sabotage when we can let them dig their own grave? On screen, Derek was shaking hands with the transportation minister, a perfect image of bureaucratic victory. Oscar shook his head in disbelief and sighed softly. I have so much to learn from you, cousin. Arthur simply smiled in response. Oh, by the way, Oscar exclaimed suddenly, where did you get that AI? It's incredible. If I had one like that, my work would be so much easier, and it could even help me realize my dream of building the fastest car on land. I built it myself, Arthur said proudly without a hint of shame. Oscar shot him a skeptical side eye and scoffed disdainfully. You? What can you do? You don't even know how to program basic code, yet here you are boasting. Arthur fell silent for a moment before glaring back at Oscar defiantly. Just wait until I tell Uncle about how you've been switching girlfriends more often than changing your boxers this past month. Oscar's face turned pale in an instant. The thought of his father's terrifying reaction sent shivers down his spine, and he could feel his body trembling at the mere idea of Arthur spilling the beans. What would happen next? A month later, the Eastern Dominion's high-stakes negotiations. Osborne Mining Resources Group Headquarters Ava Diamond Conference Room. As the doors to the Diamond Conference Room swung shut, a palpable tension settled in the air, amplified by the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingling with the sharp, metallic scent of ore samples displayed elegantly on black velvet trays. Edward Osborne leaned back in his chair, his steel-toed boots casually resting on the table, a striking contrast to the sharp suits of the three most formidable commodities brokers in the Eastern Dominion. At the table sat Mikhail Volkov, the CEO of Vostok Minerals, a bear of a man with a silver-streaked beard and a reputation for crushing rivals. Beside him was Lena Khalifa, the razor-witted CFO of Azure Peak Resources, her dove-gray suit tailored to perfection, fingers incessantly darting over her handheld ledger. Rounding out the trio was Donald, the chairman of Axel Excavation Group, a reserved strategist who spoke only when necessary. The holographic display between them flickered to life, showcasing real-time commodity prices. Copper, 8,450 unicreds, ton. Futures plus 12%. Aluminum, 2,890 unicreds, ton. Demand surge in aerospace. Crude oil, 94 unicreds, barrel. Brent benchmark. Taking a slow sip of his coffee, Edward placed the cup down with a deliberate clink, casting a steady gaze over the negotiators before him. Let's cut to the chase, he began, confidence radiating from his voice. You're here because we've discovered a copper mine of unmatched purity in the Eastern Dominion, along with substantial bauxite and lithium deposits. You need what we have. So let's talk numbers. Mikhail Volkov was the first to break the silence. 2 million tons of copper annually. 15-year contract. We'll match current futures plus a 5% premium. Edward chuckled softly. You're joking, right? That copper's powering orbital batteries and fueling the hyperlex at Osborne Heavy Industries. I'm sure you've seen the latest press about the Orlean Federation's new train system, so you know the stakes. Futures plus 20%. Lena's fingers paused mid-calculation. That's not how this works. You're a digger, not a refiner. Who told you that? Didn't you do your homework on Osborne Mining Resource Group? We have our own refining factories, Edward shot back, meeting her gaze. Besides, you're a middleman on the verge of becoming obsolete. He thrust a data chip onto the table. Osborne just patented a plasma refinement process that halves smelting costs. Partner with us, or watch us undercut you within a year. Donald finally broke the tense silence, his voice sharp as a scalpel slicing through flesh. Your patent is pending, not approved. A few strategic objections at the Minerals Commission could delay it indefinitely. Edward flashed a grin, exposing his pearly white teeth. Try it. My cousin Arthur has the commission chair on speed dial. A heavy silence descended over the room, the weight of the threat palpable. Lena adjusted her cuffs, her expression unwavering. Fine. Let's talk bauxite. We want 8 million tons per quarter at number. Edward interrupted, his tone firm. "We're not selling raw bauxite. You want aluminum? You buy it processed. Our state-of-the-art facility in Port Cyanide produces aerospace-grade sheets with a purity of 98%. Donald's eyebrow twitched at Edward's words. "At what cost?" 3,200 unicrids a ton, Edward replied, his confidence unwavering. Mikhail nearly spilled his coffee as he chimed in. "That's 300 above market." "Market prices are for superalloys," Edward countered coolly. "Ours can withstand hypersonic stress, perfect for the hyper-Ralex that Osborne Heavy Industries is developing." He leaned forward, intensity in his gaze. "You're not just buying metal, you're investing in the future of transportation on Pantera." Lena's eyes narrowed into slits. "We could always turn to the Solarians." "You could," Edward replied with a shrug, a smirk creeping across his face, "but good luck explaining to your board why your jets shatter at Mach 3. Donald brought the conversation back to business. "Now, about the Black Ridge oil fields." Edward's demeanor shifted to cold steel. "Not for sale." "Everything's for sale," Mikhail shot back, urgency creeping into his voice. "Name your price." Reluctantly, Edward's expression softened just a fraction. "Fine." He pulled up a map on the holographic display. "These 12 offshore platforms are churning out 200,000 barrels a day. But here's the kicker." He zoomed in with a flourish. "We've tapped into a new reservoir, estimated at 10 billion barrels, still waiting to be unearthed." Lena's pen froze in midair, the implications sinking in. "Price?" Donald asked quietly, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Edward leaned back, a sly smile forming. "Not money. I want your rail networks in the Eastern Dominion. Complete cargo rights for Osborne Freight. Permanent." Mikhail slammed his fist on the table, his frustration boiling over. "That's madness." "That's business." Edward stood, spreading his arms wide. "Think it over. But do it fast. The USS are flying in tomorrow." The negotiations had dragged on for hours, and the table was littered with empty coffee cups. The air was thick with a blend of exhaustion and ambition, a palpable energy that crackled between the people in the room. Edward, his sleeves rolled up and steel-toed boots planted firmly on the table, fixed his steely gaze on the three brokers across from him. "All right," he said, cracking his neck in preparation. "We've danced around this long enough. Let's get to the numbers." With a deft tap on his tablet, a holographic display sprang to life, revealing the final contract terms. Mikhail Volkov inhaled sharply as the figures materialized before him. 3 million metric tons annually for 15 years, Edward announced, at 8,900 unicrids per ton for futures pricing, plus 18%. "And before you complain, remember our ore is 3.8% grade. You won't find cleaner copper anywhere else." Mikhail's jaw tightened at the revelation, yet he nodded in reluctant agreement. "Fine. But we want first refusal rights on any new deposits you discover over the next decade." Edward smirked. "For an additional 2% equity in Vostok's smelting division?" "Sure." With a scowl, Mikhail extended his hand. "Deal." Total value, 3 tons, year A tilde, 8,900 A tilde. 15 years equals 400.5 billion unicrids gross. After Vostok equity concession, 312 billion unicrids net. After a period of hushed calculations, Lena Khalifa from Azure finally spoke up, her fingers flying over her ledger. "Aerospace-grade aluminum, 98% purity. Will take 5 million tons per year at 3,200 per ton. But only if you guarantee delivery timelines." Edward leaned forward, his lips curling into a smirk. "You want guarantees? That'll cost you a premium, 3,400. Lena's eyes narrowed as frustration bubbled within her. "That's extortion." "No," Edward corrected, "extortion is what your competitors will charge when they figure out you don't have the alloy for next-gen jets." A tense silence enveloped the room before Lena exhaled slowly, conceding, "Fine. But we get exclusivity in the eastern markets." "Done." Total value, 5 tons, year A tilde, 3,400 A tilde, 10 years equals 170 billion unicrids, plus a 22 billion unicrids exclusivity premium equals 192 billion unicrids. Donald had been scrutinizing the proceedings with the precision of a hawk, his sharp gaze never wavering. Finally, he broke the silence. "The Black Ridge oil fields," he stated. "You want our rail networks in exchange for 10 billion barrels." Edward nodded, his confidence unwavering. "Not just access, full cargo rights. Osborne Freight takes priority, no delays, no tariffs." Rajif's fingers drummed thoughtfully on his antique pocket watch. "That's worth more than oil." "Then make a counter-offer," Edward smirked, his strategic mind already racing ahead. Donald exhaled slowly, his tone somber. 50% of the oil revenue in perpetuity. Edward laughed dismissively. "Try again." A standoff ensued, the tension thick enough to cut. Finally, Donald relented. 20%, and we retain mineral rights on any new discoveries along the rail routes. Edward pretended to ponder this for a moment. 15% in oil revenue, and you include the ports at Veldpas and Petrogravia. Donald's lips thinned as he glared at Edward. "You're a thief, and you're running out of options," Edward shot back. A heavy silence enveloped the room before Donald extended his hand. "Deal." Total value, estimated oil revenue, 2 trillion Unicreds over 10 years, 15% equals 180 billion Unicreds. Railport access value, priceless. Edward stood, rolling his shoulders to release the tension. "Contracts will be drafted by morning." "Gentlemen, a broken bar, Miss Carliff, a broken bar. Pleasure doing business." As the brokers filed out, some satisfied, others seething, Edward poured himself a final cup of coffee and strolled to the window. The first light of the sun bathed the mines below in a warm glow. Just then, his tablet buzzed. A message popped up. "Heard you just bought a country. Don't spend it all in one place." Edward was momentarily speechless but shook his head, a wry smile creeping over his face. The Osborne Mining and Resource Group private elevator. The doors to the Diamond Conference Room hissed shut behind the three brokers, sealing them into the mirrored elevator. For a moment, silence reigned, the eerie calm after a battlefield has been cleared, where survivors can finally breathe. Then Mikhail Volkov vented his frustration, punching the elevator wall with enough force to dent the steel. "That contemptible man just bent us over a barrel," he barked, his silver-streaked beard bristling. His bleeding knuckles were forgotten in his fury. Lena Khalifa's fingers danced over her ledger, a blur of motion, as she recalculated the margins of the aluminum deal for what felt like the 12th time. "We had no choice," she said flatly, not bothering to look up. "If we'd walked away, Osborne would have sold to the Werkstatt Consortium. They're already stockpiling for the next-gen fighter contracts." Donald adjusted his cufflinks, his expression inscrutable. "He played us against each other. The oil was the trap. He knew we'd fight for it, so he let us. I have to say, he's impressive for someone so young." As the elevator descended toward the lobby, its numbers ticking down like a countdown to doom, Mikhail stormed out of Osborne Heavy Industries. His bodyguards scrambled to keep pace with him as he reached his private armored limousine, a hulking ZIL 4107 retrofitted with bulletproof glass, idling at the curb. He wrenched open the door and barked at his driver to the airstrip. Now inside, he poured himself 3 fingers of Lux Null, a luxury brand wine, from the decanter and downed it in one swift gulp. His encrypted phone buzzed insistently. His board was already calling. He ignored it and dialed another number instead. A man answered on the first ring. "Tell me you have good news," growled Dmitry Sokolov, vice head of the Eastern Dominion's Mining Regulatory Bureau. Mikhail ground his teeth together. "The patent, the plasma refinement process from Osborne." "Kill it." A pause followed before Dmitry replied cautiously, "You know it's not that simple. The Osbornes have friends in the commission, and one is above me." "Then make new friends." Mikhail roared back, frustration boiling over. "Bribe them. Blackmail them. I don't care how, just bury that patent in paperwork until Edward dies of old age." He slammed down his phone, chest heaving with anger. Lena didn't utter a word until her private jet was airborne and en route to a different city. Only then did she open her secure tablet and initiate a video call. The screen flickered to life, revealing General Magnus Veen, the head of Ventara Union Aerospace Defense Division, a country about the size of Eastern Dominion with a population nearing 900 million. "The deal is done," Lena stated firmly. "We have secured the aluminum, but it cost us." Magnus's face appeared stony on screen as he asked sharply, "How much?" 3,400 per ton, Lena replied evenly. "Plus exclusivity clauses." A muscle in Magnus's jaw twitched visibly at this news. "That's a 22% premium over projections." Lena nodded, her expression resolute. "Osborn knows we can't just walk away. Our next-gen fighter jets project hinges on that alloy. Without it, our prototypes will crash and burn at Mach 3. Magnus leaned in closer, his voice low but firm. "Then let's make sure Osborn isn't the only game in town. I want a team in the Solarian Basin by tomorrow. Find new deposits anywhere but his mines." Lena tightened her grip on her stylus, anxiety creeping into her tone. "And if we fail?" The general's smile was thin and sharp, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Then we might have to revisit alternative methods." "Industrial accidents happen every day." Donald decided against heading to the airport instead. His driver took him to an unassuming tea house nestled within the bustling financial district. At a corner table sat Mathis Vanguard, CEO of Vanguard Freight, Osborn's fiercest rival in rail logistics across the Eastern Dominion. Donald entered without so much as a greeting. "It's done," he stated flatly. "Osborn has your rail networks." Mathis froze mid-sip, disbelief etched across his face. "All of them?" "Every line east of the Urals." A heavy silence settled between them before Mathis set down his cup with deliberate calmness. "You just handed him the keys to the country." Mathis's smile turned icy as he replied, "No, I handed him a war." He slid a folder across the table containing schematics and blueprints of Osborn's Port Cyanide aluminum facility, security rotations, supply routes, the works. Mathis's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "You want to sabotage his factory?" Donald took a sip of tea, casually responding, "Call it our broken bar market correction." Orlean Federation, Neoluminara. Arthur's study room. Arthur Osborn lounged in his private study, swirling a glass of red wine while flipping through Edward's contract summaries under flickering firelight that danced across the room. On the giant screen opposite him lit up Evelyn, a massive blue face composed of countless data streams appeared. "Well?" Arthur asked without looking up from his papers. "What's the damage?" Evelyn replied, "Initial estimates put the total deal value at 684 billion unicrods. The rail rights alone are unprecedented." Arthur chuckled softly. "Of course they are." Edward really outdid himself this time. His mind raced with possibilities. "I didn't expect those system reward halos to be so badass," he muttered under his breath. He tossed aside the papers and leaned back thoughtfully. "But he seems to have forgotten one crucial detail." "What is it, sir?" came Evelyn's voice. "You don't take a kingdom without making enemies." As he swiveled his chair toward the window, the city lights sparkled below like a field of diamonds, each flicker whispering promises of power and peril. Edward Osborn's office. A. Osborn Mining Resources Headquarters. The office mirrored its occupant, sparse, efficient, and razor-sharp. No family portraits or ostentatious displays of wealth adorned the walls, just a sleek steel desk, a wall teeming with live commodity feeds, and one solitary framed document, Edward's first mining patent from when he arrived in the Eastern Dominion. Leaning back in his chair, Edward spun a tungsten drill bit between his fingers as if it were a lucky coin. Across from him, his assistant Daraz scrolled through a security report, his brow furrowed in concentration. "They took the bait," Daraz said, disbelief etched on his face. "All of it, copper, aluminum, oil for rail." "No counteroffers, just signatures." A smirk crept across Edward's lips. "Of course they did. Volkov is desperate as my Iberian mines are flooding. Lena's military backers will execute her if she misses production quotas." And Donald. He flicked the drill bit into the air and caught it effortlessly. He's been itching to get his hands on Blackridge for months now. Daraz exhaled sharply and looked up at Edward. "So what's their play now?" With an elegant tap on his desk, Edward summoned a holographic feed that illuminated the room. A grainy security clip from the Diamond Conference Room elevator showed Mikhail punching the wall in frustration while snarling into his phone. He'll go after the plasma refinement patent, Edward predicted coolly, calling in every favor with the Minerals Commission to bury it under red tape. Darius frowned skeptically. But we have the commission chair in our pocket. True, Edward replied with an edge of amusement in his voice. But Mikhail has got the vice chair. He pulled up Dmitry Sokolov's dossier from the Eastern Dominion Mining Bureau on screen. He'll stall us just long enough for Vostok to develop their own process, or at least try to. Opening a secured file revealing compromising information about Sokolov, he added casually, "Here, leak this to the press if our patent gets delayed." "What about Lena Khalifa?" Darius asked quickly. "She's already sending scouts into Solarian Basin," Edward replied matter-of-factly. "Azure Peak's military contracts hinge on that aluminum. If they can't buy Dabroken Bar, they'll steal it." Darius stiffened at this revelation and suggested urgently, "Then we should lock down our sights." "Absolutely not," Edward grinned, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Let them chase after those new deposits." He gestured toward a geological map, pinpointing a barren area. "We'll seed them with false data, make it look like we overlooked a mother lode. When they pour billions into digging, they'll just hit granite." Meanwhile, a tapped phone call recorded Lena's orders to her scouts. "If she tries to explain the failure to General Y, he'll think she's incompetent, or worse, a traitor." "And then Donald," Darius began. "He's handing Vanguard Freight our facility blueprints," Edward interjected smoothly. "They'll strike Port Cyanide within the week." Darius clenched his jaw. "We need to evacuate and tighten security." Edward shook his head, an enigmatic smile creeping across his face. "Let them burn it down." He stood and walked over to the window, gazing out thoughtfully. "That facility is outdated and cramped. We've already constructed a new one at Port Obsidian, twice the capacity but half the footprint." Turning back to Darius, his eyes sparkled with ambition. "Let Vanguard destroy the old plant. Then we can sue them for industrial espionage. We'll seize their remaining rail shares as part of the settlement. A fake security flaw in Port Cyanide's systems will be deliberately leaked to make it easy for them." Darius looked at Edward with newfound admiration. "You knew all this would happen before they even left the building?" Edward shrugged nonchalantly. "People are predictable." Volkov, a thug who wields rules like weapons. Lena, a knife lurking in the shadows. But Donald, he smirked knowingly, he's the most dangerous, because he's patient. But patience can make you slow. What Edward didn't reveal to Darius was that he had this information because Arthur had shared it with him. Flashback 3 months ago. The Silver Sands Resort, Eastern Dominion. The resort is like a paradise that feels more like a gilded cage, palm trees gently swaying in an artificial breeze, the mingling scents of salt water and cigars hanging thick in the air. Arthur lounged at a private cabana, swirling his glass of bourbon as he gazed out at the rhythmic dance of the waves. Opposite him sat Gregor Halden, chairman of the Eastern Dominion Minerals Commission, visibly sweating through his crisp linen suit. "You're asking me to betray my own regulations," Gregor muttered, his fingers tapping nervously against his knee, betraying his unease. Arthur leaned forward with a knowing smile. "I'm simply asking you to see reason. Your son's medical bills are piling up, Gregor. That experimental gene therapy doesn't come cheap." Gregor's complexion drained of color. "How did you?" "I make it my business to know." With a smooth motion, Arthur slid a folder across the table. Inside lay bank statements, offshore accounts, and heart-wrenching photos of Gregor's son in a hospital bed. "The treatment costs 20 million unicrods each year." "And your salary?" "A mere 450,000 unicrods." A seagull cried overhead as if echoing the tension in the air. The ice in Arthur's glass clinked softly, a reminder of their precarious situation. "Sign the waivers for the Black Ridge oil expansion," Arthur urged gently but firmly. "And just like that, the Halden family will never have to worry about money again." "Sign the waivers for the Black Ridge oil expansion," Arthur said softly. "And the Halden family will never worry about money again." Gregor's hand trembled as he reached for the pen, a moment that felt like it could change everything. Present day. Arthur's study, Osborne Estate. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the room. Arthur stood by the window, gazing out at the storm battering the estate grounds. Evelyn, he called out. In an instant, a giant screen lit up, revealing Evelyn's face. "Sir, pull up Gregor Holden's current status." The screen split into two. One half displayed Evelyn's face while the other showed Gregor Holden's information. Gregor Holden. Position: former chairman, Minerals Commission, resigned 3 days ago. Location: private estate, Sapphire Coast. Financials: $585 million net worth. Health: terminal lung cancer, diagnosed 8 months ago. Arthur exhaled slowly and remarked with a calm demeanor, "He's dying." "Yes," Evelyn replied. "His son is healthy though the gene therapy was successful." Arthur swirled his wine, the same vintage he savored that fateful day at Silver Sands, and asked, "What about the current commission chair?" Vice Chair Dmitry Sokolov was promoted after Gregor's resignation. "He is less amenable to Osborne interests." A sly smile crept across Arthur's face. "Because Mikhail Volkov owns him." "Correct." "Sokolov has blocked 17 Osborne mining permits since taking power." Setting his glass down decisively, Arthur declared, "Time to remind Dmitry how quickly fortunes can change." "Shall I deploy the dossier?" Evelyn inquired. Number 2 direct. Arthur tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Leak Gregor's resignation letter to the press, the one where he hints at pressure from Vostok Minerals, resulting in public outcry and an ethics investigation," Evelyn concluded. "Sokolov will be removed within weeks." Arthur nodded with satisfaction. "Show me who is likely to become the new chair." Immediately, Evelyn displayed a new profile on screen: Carmen Silva. Position: Senior Commissioner, Minerals Oversight. Loyalty: purchasable, $10 million, year retainer. Weakness: her husband's illegal neuroimplant research. Raising an eyebrow and chuckling softly, Arthur mused, "Perfect." "Draft the offer. And oh, book me a flight to the Eastern Dominion," he added. "Yes, sir," came Evelyn's enthusiastic response. Minerals Commission Headquarters, Eastern Dominion. The news erupted like a seismic charge. At exactly 8:17 a.m., the Eastern Financial Times blasted out the headline, "Minerals Commission Chair resigned under Vostok pressure, leaked letter reveals." By 8:30 a.m., every major network was buzzing with the story, featuring Gregor Holden's explosive resignation draft. "I can no longer serve under the shadow of Vostok Minerals' coercion." Dmitry Sokolov, freshly appointed chair, stood obliviously in his office, savoring his morning coffee, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing. That bliss evaporated the instant his assistant burst in, her face drained of color. Sir, the press. It's not good." Dmitry's initial irritation was evident as he barked, "What now?" She stammered, about to explain when his phone exploded with notifications. First came a call from the Prime Minister's office, then the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Confusion painted his face as he stared at his phone, frantically swiping through notifications. "What's happening?" he demanded, turning to his assistant. She quickly pulled up a tablet and displayed the news. His eyes widened as he read the headline, his complexion turning ghostly. Just then, Mikhail's call came through, and he quickly answered. "You imbecile!" Mikhail bellowed, his fury palpable. "I told you to burn all of Holden's files." Dmitry's hands trembled as he stammered, "I did." Then why is the whole goddamn Dominion reading them?" Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing 3 agents, badges shining under the harsh fluorescent lights. "Dmitry Sokolov," the lead agent began, "you're under investigation for corruption and undue corporate influence." His coffee cup shattered on the floor. Vostok Minerals HQ. Mikhail had just reached his 5th Lux null when the stock ticker flashed ominously. Vostok Minerals, -22%, trading halted, pending investigation. Chaos erupted in the boardroom. "We had nothing to do with Holden's resignation," the board members protested. "Tell that to the shareholders," the lead director snapped. Mikhail muted the cacophony and called his fixer. "Get me Sokolov's family." "Now, if he breathes a word about our arrangements." "Bad news," the fixer interrupted. "Sokolov's in federal custody. They've frozen his accounts, and a broken bar. Arthur Osborne just landed in the capital." Mikhail's glass halted midair, his face flushing red with rage. Osborne, this isn't a scandal. It's an execution. The Jade Gallery, a private art auction. Carmen Silva, a poised 48-year-old minerals commissioner, stood before a stunning 17th century oil painting, her fingers clasped behind her back. The Fall of Icarus. Ever heard the tale? I suppose not, chimed Arthur, appearing behind her with a simple, knowing smile. It's about a man who flew too close to the sun. And then, well, he died. It's nice to finally see Carmen, Arthur remarked, sliding his hands into his pockets. Carmen turned toward him, her calm gaze unwavering. Arthur chuckled, then pulled out his phone, revealing a dossier filled with startling information. Her husband's illegal neuroimplant research, a transfer receipt for 10 million unicreds, a draft press release for her impending nomination as commission chair. Your wife's work is groundbreaking, Arthur said, his tone turning serious. But the ethics board might just call it human experimentation. Carmen remained unfazed, locking eyes with Arthur. And if I refuse? Arthur nodded toward the painting, a genuine smile playing on his lips. Then you'll learn how Icarus felt. An uneasy silence enveloped them as Carmen's fists clenched tightly before she slowly relaxed them and took the phone. Quite smart, Arthur said with an impressed whistle. Federal Courthouse. Dimitri sat in a prison jumpsuit, staring blankly at the judge as the charges were read. Bribery, conspiracy, abuse of office. Dmitry Sokolov, you are hereby sentenced to 50 years in prison. Bang! The gavel struck, sealing his fate. In the gallery, a sleek woman in a tailored suit watched Carmen Silva, the incoming chair, as Arthur adjusted his cufflinks beside her. Sokolov's finished, Carmen murmured, taking in the scene. Arthur simply smiled and shook his head. Number just neutered. Across the room, Mikhail Volkov stormed out, his lawyers scrambling to keep up. Edward Osborne's private office, A. Osborne Mining and Resource Group HQ. The holographic displays erupted with breaking news, each headline more shocking than the last. Breaking: Dmitry Sokolov removed as Minerals Commission Chair. Carmen Silva appointed as Interim Chair pledges transparency reforms. Vostok Minerals stock plummets as shareholders demand Volkov's resignation. Edward sat at his desk, fingers steepled under his chin, sharp blue eyes darting across the headlines. His assistant, Darius, stood rigid by the door, eagerly awaiting Edward's reaction. Well, Edward murmured, a slow smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Cousin doesn't waste time, does he? Darius exhaled in admiration. He just dismantled Volkov's entire political leverage in a matter of days. Leaning back in his chair, Edward spun a tungsten drill bit between his fingers. He didn't just dismantle it, he humiliated him. Minerals Commission Headquarters. Carmen Silva settled into the chair's office for the first time, inhaling the scent of fresh polish mixed with power, a heady combination. The desk was already stripped of Sokolov's belongings, his framed degrees and that ridiculous little tree were nowhere to be found. Her assistant knocked gently on the doorframe. Ma'am, the press is waiting for your statement. Carmen didn't glance up from her desk as she perused an approval request document. Osborne Mining Resource Plasma Refinement Process, Patent #XK 4771, A approval request. She reached for her stamp with purpose. Tell them I'll be right there. The thud of the approval seal echoed like a gunshot, reverberating through the tense atmosphere. With Dimitri's scandal trending online and making headlines around the globe, Vostok Minerals was teetering on the brink of collapse. Investigations were launched. Stocks plummeted, but a lifeline came from shareholders pulling strings to stabilize the company. Otherwise, Volkov Minerals would have been done for. Yet, they still suffered immensely. Mikhail Volkov's empire hemorrhaged a staggering $12 billion in market value within just 3 hours. His board convened an emergency meeting to discuss his removal as CEO. In the midst of this chaos, Edward's plasma refinement technology emerged unscathed and now stood legally unchallengeable, slashing smelting costs by 52% overnight, leaving competitors scrambling to catch up. Vostok Minerals Headquarters. The conference line was in utter chaos. Stock tickers flashed ominously red as lawyers shouted over one another. At the head of the table sat Mikhail Volkov, fists clenched and silver-streaked beard bristling with fury. Just days prior, after much debate, the board had decided against removing him. After all, he was the founder and still wielded considerable power within the company. "Find me Sokolov," Mikhail growled at his head of security. "I don't care if he's in federal prison, get him in a room and make him unlearn how to speak." His fixer Yuri leaned in cautiously. "I think Osborne planned all of this." Mikhail's knuckles cracked as he tightened his grip on his Lux Null glass. "Then we remind them what happens when you play with bears." He pulled out a secure tablet and entered a series of codes, classified blueprints for Osborne Mining's primary lithium refinery in Western Ridge unfolded before him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Burn it to the ground." Arthur Osborne's private study. That same day. Arthur lounged by the fireplace, swirling a glass of red wine while watching flames dance hypnotically before him. "Evelyn," he said calmly. The screen flickered to life as Evelyn's face appeared. "Mikhail Volkov has just authorized a sabotage strike on Facility Gamma 9. Estimated time of attack, 3:47 a.m. Arthur took a slow sip and smirked disdainfully. "How predictable." "Shall I alert Edward?" Evelyn asked. "No." Arthur set down his glass decisively. "Handle it." "With pleasure, sir." Western Ridge Lithium Refinery, 3:30 a.m. The strike team moved like shadows, 6 ex-Spetsnaz operatives armed with thermal charges and suppression rifles under their leader Korsakov's command. "Plant the charges on the main conduits." "Will be in and out in 90 seconds. Everything seemed straightforward until they breached the perimeter. Suddenly, the facility's security lights flickered ominously, and every single drone activated at once. But these weren't ordinary drones, they were military-grade HK-7 hunters, an entirely different caliber of threat. Korsakov's comms exploded with frantic screams as his men were methodically picked off, one by one, by the silent, deadly precision of railgun fire. As the horrifying sounds of gunfire sliced through the chaos, Korsakov's skin turned ashen. He couldn't believe it. His legs gave out beneath him, 2 rounds tearing through his knees. Then, an imposing shadow loomed over him. Trembling, he managed to lift his gaze, only to be met by the sight of a drone, its multiple barrels glinting menacingly in the dim light, and the front glowing with a chilling red hue. "Mikhail Volkov sends his regards," a synthesized voice taunted, dripping with mockery. "How quaint." Just then, the drone's barrels hummed to life. Korsakov's last thought, as darkness engulfed him, was strikingly clear. This wasn't just a refinery, it was a trap. Mikhail Volkov's penthouse at dawn. Mikhail was jolted awake by the shrill buzz of his phone. An unknown number lit up the screen, and still bleary-eyed, he muttered, "Who the hell?" "Good morning, Mr. Volkov," came Evelyn's voice, smooth as silk yet chilling. "Your men have failed. But don't worry, we've kept souvenirs." His secure monitor flickered to life, revealing a live feed of Korsakov and the remaining operatives, bloodied and battered, strapped to chairs in a grim, concrete room. The camera panned to the wall behind them, a defiant Vostok Minerals logo spray-painted in mockery. In an instant, Mikhail's groggy demeanor vanished, replaced by a chilling sense of dread. He felt his blood run cold, a shiver coursing down his spine. "My master doesn't like fire," Evelyn continued, his tone laced with venom. "But he adores lessons. Here's yours, touch his empire again, and next time, this feed won't be of your men." The screen suddenly cut to footage from Mikhail's private bedroom camera, capturing him in real time. Silence enveloped him, his heart racing, face growing pale, body shaking with fear. Then came Evelyn's final whisper, "Sleep well." The line went dead, leaving Mikhail gripping his phone in disbelief. For the first time in his life, the bear of Myberia felt fear. The morning sun poured through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of Osborne Technologies' executive conference room, casting long, golden rectangles across the sleek mahogany table. Julian Osborne adjusted his cufflinks with a practiced ease, inhaling the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingling with a hint of citrus from cleaning products. At 52, he exuded the kind of confidence that comes from 3 decades in the tech industry. His salt and pepper hair was impeccably styled, and his navy suit was crisp yet understated. "President, they have arrived," Julian's assistant announced as she held the door open for 5 executives who entered the room. Each one represented mid-tier manufacturers from across the Orlean Federation, all eager to carve out their piece of the competitive consumer tech market. "Gentlemen, welcome." Julian greeted them warmly but with a hint of formality. "Coffee, tea, or shall we dive right into business?" A stocky man with a neatly trimmed beard, Hendrik from Nova Power, chuckled as he settled into his seat. "After seeing your presentation at the tech exhibition a few months ago, I think we'd all prefer to get to the good stuff." Julian smiled knowingly and tapped a button on the control panel embedded in the table. The lights dimmed slightly as a holographic display flickered to life, showcasing 2 revolutionary products rotating gracefully in midair: the infinite cell fusion battery and the neural core X processor. "Let me clarify what these are not," Julian began confidently as he walked around the table. "They're not prototypes or limited-run vanity projects. As of now, our facility is producing 30,000 units per hour of each." A murmur rippled through the group. The youngest among them, a sharp-eyed woman named Myra from Vertex Devices, leaned forward eagerly, her manicured fingers tracing along the edge of the hologram. "Your specs claim 4-minute full charges with negligible heat buildup." "Our engineers thought that it was a typo." "It wasn't," Julian replied simply. He reached into his briefcase and placed several physical samples on the table for them to examine. "Pass these around. You'll find that even at peak charge transfer, these batteries remain cool to touch." As they circulated samples around like prized possessions, Julian observed their reactions closely, the skepticism in their eyes slowly morphing into intrigue as they grasped technology capable of redefining their product lines. Ty, silver-haired CEO of Lumina Systems, cleared his throat thoughtfully. "These are impressive, Julian, but startups always promise big things." "What's your actual production capacity, and more importantly, what's your price point?" Julian settled into the head of the table, fingers steepled in thought. "We're rolling out tiered pricing based on volume commitments," he began, his voice steady and confident. "For orders under 50 million units, we're at 23 credits per battery and 30 per chip. But reach that 100 million unit milestone, and those prices drop to 19 and 26 respectively." A sharp intake of breath from Hendrik broke the room's tension. "That's aggressive." "Almost suspiciously so." "Not aggressive," Julian replied with a gentle smile. "Strategic. We're new to the market, eager for partners, not just customers." With a tap of a button, he displayed a production roadmap on the screen behind him. "By Q3 next year, we'll unveil our next-gen versions." Companies that forge relationships now will be first in line. Myra twirled a strand of her dark hair around her finger, a tell Julian recognized from their previous meetings. She was deep in thought about margins. "What about exclusivity periods? If we commit to a large order, can we secure a 6-month window in our market segment?" Julian shook his head slowly. "No exclusives allowed. However, early adopters will receive priority allocation when supplies are tight." He leaned forward slightly, emphasizing his point, "and they will be tight once these hit the market." A broken bar. He let that statement linger like an unspoken promise as the executives exchanged glances. Silent calculations danced behind their eyes, projected market share gains and premium pricing with this cutting-edge technology woven into their devices. Ty broke the silence first. "Lumina will take 70 million batteries and 40 million chips at your 100 million tier pricing, provided you guarantee 12-week delivery." Myra's head snapped up in surprise. "Vertex will match that order, same terms." Suddenly, the room buzzed with excitement as counteroffers flew back and forth like sparks igniting a firestorm of negotiation. Julian leaned back, letting the energy build while stepping in only to clarify terms or smooth over contentious points. 2 hours later, legal teams were reviewing final contracts. The total orders stood at an impressive 380 million battery units and 260 million chips, a staggering 8 billion credits in projected first-year revenue. As the executives prepared to leave, Hendrik lingered by the door with an intrigued look on his face. "You're playing this very well for a newcomer, Osborne. Makes me wonder what else you've got up your sleeve." Julian offered a polite smile that masked his excitement beneath layers of professionalism. "Just focused on building quality partnerships here, Hendrik. The technology should speak for itself." Once everyone had departed, Julian finally allowed himself to exhale deeply as he gazed out over the city skyline through his office window. The real work was just beginning: scaling production, managing quality control and fending off inevitable attempts at industrial espionage. His phone buzzed, breaking the stillness of the moment. A message from Arthur popped up. "Heard it went well." "Congratulations, Uncle." Julian couldn't help but chuckle as he typed a quick reply. "Yeah, it's good." As he slipped his phone back into his pocket, his reflection in the window revealed a man caught perfectly between satisfaction and anticipation, a blend of triumph and eagerness for what lay ahead. The study was a sanctuary of tranquility, illuminated only by the flickering glow of the fireplace and the soft blue light emanating from holographic displays hovering above Arthur's desk. In his hand rested a glass of Valerian Noir, its deep crimson hue swirling gracefully as he took a slow sip, savoring its smoky, spice-laden finish that danced on his palate. Suddenly, Evelyn's face appeared on the giant screen, accompanied by a flurry of tiny data streams flashing across the display. "Master Julian has finalized the contracts," Evelyn announced with an air of importance. "Total orders: 380 million infinite cells and 260 million neural core X chips. Estimated revenue projection: 7.9 billion unicrods." Arthur exhaled slowly, a faint smirk creeping onto his lips. "Not bad for a company that didn't exist just months ago," he remarked with pride. "The buyers were predictable," Evelyn continued matter-of-factly. "Lumina and Vertex committed first. Nova Power hesitated but followed once others set terms." Arthur swirled his wine thoughtfully, watching how it clung to the crystal before sliding back down like liquid velvet. "Of course they did. No one wants to be left behind when the game changes." He leaned back in his chair, which creaked softly under him. "What's the chatter from our competition?" A new hologram materialized before them. News feeds, encrypted corporate memos, stock analyzers all whirling together in a digital storm. Vstech's RD division has issued an emergency review of their battery tech, Evelyn reported. Solaris Dynamics has placed 3 lead engineers on administrative leave, likely scapegoats for failing to match our specifications. Arthur chuckled softly at this news. The sweet sound of scrambling. He took another sip of wine as if savoring victory itself. "And what about our friends lurking in the shadows?" 3 confirmed infiltration attempts at our facility in Eden Industrial Park over the last 2 months, Evelyn replied coolly. "All were granted access to dummy schematics before being a broken bar discouraged from leaving." "Good," Arthur said with satisfaction as he set down his glass decisively. "Let them waste their time on decoys." A brief pause lingered in the air before Evelyn spoke again, its tone shifting subtly to one tinged with curiosity. "You're not concerned Master Julian is moving too quickly?" Arthur drummed his fingers once against the desk thoughtfully before saying, "Uncle Julian knows the rules. Build fast, but never fragile." 3 days later. As the first light of morning broke through the thin curtains of Daniel Carter's small studio apartment, it painted streaks of gold across the scuffed wooden floor. The room was modest yet cozy, a neatly made bed against one wall, a compact kitchenette nestled in the corner, and a desk cluttered with financial books and a second-hand tablet. The air carried a comforting blend of coffee grounds and lemon-scented cleaner. Daniel stirred beneath his sheets, blinking against the sunlight that beckoned him to rise. His alarm had gone off early today. The digital clock on his nightstand read 6:30 a.m. With a stretch and a yawn, he rolled out of bed and padded barefoot to the bathroom. The mirror reflected a man in his late 20s, messy brown hair still tousled from sleep, sharp green eyes sparkling with determination, and the faint shadow of stubble hinting at another busy day ahead. He brushed his teeth methodically, wincing slightly at the chill of minty foam before stepping into a quick shower that soothed the lingering tension in his shoulders. Breakfast was simple but satisfying: scrambled eggs, toast, and a steaming cup of black coffee. He savored each bite while standing by the window, watching as Neoluminara slowly awakened below. Neon signs flickered off as the sun climbed higher, and the distant hum of early morning traffic began to build like an orchestra tuning up for its grand performance. Today was significant. Today he would open an account at Osborne International Bank. After dressing carefully in a pressed white shirt, dark slacks, and his only blazer, a navy blue one reserved for job interviews, he checked his reflection one last time. Adjusting his collar with precision, he grabbed his satchel before locking up behind him. Stepping outside felt electric. The city buzzed with life. Sidewalks bustled with commuters hurrying to work, while street vendors set up their carts amidst cyclists weaving through traffic like dancers on stage. He hailed a taxi that hummed to a stop at the curb. Osborne International Bank, downtown, he instructed the driver. As they merged into traffic, Daniel gazed out at skyscrapers towering overhead, glass facades reflecting golden rays from above while advertisements flickered across digital billboards. Some promoted luxury goods, others showcased Osborne Capital's latest investment opportunities. His fingers tapped restlessly against his knee as anticipation bubbled within him. Weeks spent researching banks had led him here, comparing interest rates and benefits until Osborne International stood out not just for its stellar reputation, even if it had just opened its doors months ago, but also for its innovative features tailored for people like him who craved growth. He needed this bank account more than ever. After years scraping by on freelance gigs and temporary contracts, steady work was finally within reach, and with it came stability. The taxi rolled to a stop in front of a towering glass and steel monolith that dominated the skyline of the financial district. The Osborne International Bank logo, a sleek, silver emblem of interlocking circles, gleamed invitingly above the entrance. As Daniel stepped out, his shoes clicked rhythmically against the polished marble steps leading to the grand double doors. The building radiated power and precision, its architecture a harmonious blend of modern minimalism and timeless elegance. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he pushed through the doors. Inside, the lobby unfolded like a scene from a futuristic film, an expansive space with soaring ceilings and a floor so glossy that it reflected his image perfectly. A holographic chandelier floated overhead, casting soft waves of light that danced gently around him. To his left, self-service kiosks hummed quietly, their screens displaying options in multiple languages. To his right stood an impeccably dressed concierge desk ready to assist. What struck him most was the atmosphere, busy yet unhurried. Professionals in sharp suits moved purposefully while others lounged in plush waiting areas, sipping coffee from delicate porcelain cups as they reviewed documents on sleek tablets. The air was infused with subtle notes of leather and something crisp, perhaps mint or fresh linen. A receptionist, a woman with an inviting smile and a pin-straight blonde bob, greeted him as he approached. "Welcome to Osborne International. How can we assist you today?" "I'd like to open an account," Daniel replied, trying to keep his voice steady despite the excitement bubbling within him. "Excellent," she responded cheerfully, tapping something into her console. "Please take a seat in our waiting area. A relationship manager will be with you shortly." He nodded and settled into one of the luxurious leather chairs, sinking into its surprisingly comfortable embrace. A small tablet embedded in the side table lit up, offering refreshments, coffee, tea, water, and he selected black coffee. Moments later, a discreet server drone glided over and delivered it on a polished silver tray. "Mr. Carter." Daniel looked up to see Adrian Cole, a man clad in a tailored charcoal suit, extending his hand with confidence. "I'm Adrian Cole, your relationship manager." "Pleasure to meet you." They shook hands firmly before Adrian gestured for him to follow. "Let's discuss your financial goals in one of our consultation rooms." Once inside the private room, a soundproof sanctuary dominated by an interactive table, the atmosphere shifted into focused professionalism. A holographic display flickered to life as they sat down, projecting the Osborne International logo before transitioning into a personalized welcome screen featuring Daniel's name. "So," Adrian began smoothly, "what brings you to Osborne International Bank today?" Daniel exhaled deeply before explaining his situation. "I need a bank that can grow with me. I've been freelancing for years but am now transitioning into full-time work. I want stability but also flexibility." Adrian smiled warmly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Then you've come to the right place." With a swift motion of his hand, he summoned a dazzling array of holographic menus that floated in midair, each one showcasing a unique service designed to transform the banking experience. "First up," Adrian began, "is our universal banking app, your all-in-one solution for checking accounts, savings, loans, and even investments. Accessible from any device, anywhere in the world." "Next," he continued, "we have our virtual advisors. They analyze your spending habits and suggest budgets while even predicting cash flow issues before they arise. Imagine having a financial crystal ball. And don't forget about our gamified savings rewards program. Earn points just for saving money. Complete fun challenges, like saving $500 in 3 months. And unlock cashback or exclusive perks. Need funds quickly? Our instant loans with flexible repayment are here for you. Our advanced algorithms can approve loans in mere minutes. You can repay as you earn, with schedules tailored to fit your income." Daniel listened intently, captivated by the possibilities unfolding before him. This wasn't just banking, it was an entire financial ecosystem designed for modern life. As Adrian guided him through the digital paperwork on the interactive table, using fingerprint scans, facial recognition for security, and quick retinal verification, he felt a sense of excitement bubbling within him. "Your account is now active," Adrian announced with satisfaction. "You'll receive your biometric card within 3 days. But feel free to start using the app immediately." The soft hum of the holographic display filled the air as Daniel leaned closer, his fingers gliding over the edge of the interactive table. The Osborne logo shimmered at its center like a precious gem. Adrian Cole had just activated a full-scale demo of their universal banking app. A stunning projection of its interface hovered between them. "Can you walk me through this?" "It feels so new," Daniel asked hesitantly. Adrian's smile widened as he replied confidently, "Absolutely." "This," he said proudly as he gestured toward the interface, "is where traditional banking ends and your financial future begins." Daniel's eyes lit up as he took in the sleek design, a minimalist layout bursting with hidden features. A constellation of icons orbited around a central dashboard representing various financial functions. "Let me show you how it works," Adrian said enthusiastically while tapping into the air to expand what they called the unified dashboard. Suddenly, a real-time snapshot of a hypothetical account exploded onto the screen. In one corner was a dynamic pie chart breaking down spending categories like groceries and entertainment. At its center was a live feed displaying recent transactions, all expandable for more details. To the right was an eye-catching progress bar labeled Dream Vacation, 2,345,000. Adrian leaned in with a spark in his eyes. "You can fully customize your widgets." He began dragging a vibrant net worth tracker module onto the dashboard. "Pin what matters most to you, investments, bills, even your crypto holdings." Daniel's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, "So, you're telling me I won't have to jump between 6 different apps just to get the scoop on my money? Never again." Adrian nodded confidently. With a casual swipe, Adrian summoned a mesmerizing floating orb of blue light, the Nexu AI assistant. "Hey Nexa," he said, "show Daniel how you predict his November expenses." The orb pulsed with energy before projecting a holographic display. "Based on your historical data, your spending in November is expected to increase by 12% due to holiday travel. Suggested action: start saving 150 Unicreds per week now to offset that." "It learns your habits," Adrian explained. "Forgotten a bill? Nexa will send you a reminder." "Overdoing it on coffee?" "It might just give you a gentle nudge to rethink that latte." Daniel chuckled, scratching his head. "I definitely could use that kind of help." "Plus, cross-border transfers take less than 10 seconds, Adrian added with enthusiasm. and it's only a 0.8% fee. Compare that to competitors who hit you with 3 times that amount. That's a broken bar. Unbelievable, Daniel exclaimed, taken aback. We prefer the word disruptive, Adrian replied with a knowing smile. Opening the challenges tab, Adrian revealed a few intriguing options. Black Lotus Detox. Save 100 by skipping coffee shops for a month and earn 500 Nexus points. He continued, Roundup Warrior. Round up 50 transactions and unlock Gold Badge plus 5 Unicred's cashback. Points can be redeemed for gift cards, travel miles, or even reductions in loan interest, Adrian explained. It's like turning your financial discipline into rewards. Daniel's fingers practically danced over the screen as he grinned. I'd game this like a video. Exactly, Adrian responded, leaning closer. With biometrics, blockchain encryption, and instant fraud kill switches, your money is safer here than in a vault. He pulled up a demo profile with the robo-advisor screen, analyzing, risk tolerance, moderate, suggested portfolio, 60% ETFs, 30% green bonds, 10% crypto. It even rebalances automatically, Adrian pointed out. You just sit back and watch your investment grow. How long is the approval time for a loan? Daniel asked, urgency lacing his voice. Just 97 seconds on average, Adrian said with a proud smile. 2 hours later, Daniel stepped back into the sunlight, his phone buzzing. A notification, welcome to the Universal Banking app, Daniel. Your financial revolution starts now. He grinned. For the first time, money didn't feel like a chore. He opened the Universal Banking app on his phone. His new account balance 1,000 Unicreds. His initial deposit glowed on the screen. Osborne Fashion Cosmetics headquarters, a Skyview conference room. The penthouse boardroom of Osborne Fashion Cosmetics was nothing short of breathtaking, with floor-to-ceiling windows framing a stunning view of Neo-Tokyo's dazzling skyline. Yet, despite the beauty outside, the atmosphere inside was anything but serene. The tension in the air was palpable as Ashley Osborne, president of the company, stood at the head of a sleek obsidian conference table, her perfectly manicured nails rhythmically tapping against a tablet that displayed incriminating evidence. This is the 4th time in 2 months, she declared, her voice as cold as ice. Her expression betrayed none of her usual confidence. Instead, it reflected frustration and determination. Behind her, side-by-side comparisons flickered on a screen, an exquisite evening gown designed by Osborne next to a nearly identical knockoff from Mirage Couture, priced at half the cost. At first, they at least tried to make it look different. Now, they're not even pretending anymore. Her cousins, Olivia and Bella, the CEOs of Osborne Luxury Apparel and Osborne Beauty respectively, exchanged worried glances. Around them sat 12 division heads, their backs stiffened and expressions ranging from fury to unease. Olivia leaned forward, her emerald green blazer contrasting sharply with the white leather chair beneath her. It's not just Mirage, she said urgently. Silver Thread has copied 3 of our men's suiting patterns stitch for stitch. They're using cheaper fabrics, but the designs are unmistakable. She slammed a folder onto the table. Legal says proving IP theft will take months. By then, these knockoffs will have flooded the market. Bella nervously twirled a strand of her platinum bob around her finger, a telltale sign of anxiety. And it's not just apparel. Our new jasmine-infused serum, Celestial Skincare launched their Jasmine Dew line just 2 weeks after we filed for our patent. Same active ingredients, different packaging. Ashley zoomed in on the screen behind her, highlighting pixel-for-pixel similarities between Osborne's signature perfume ads and those from a rival campaign. They're data mining our focus groups, she asserted fiercely. They probably bribed someone in marketing. Vance, head of security and a grizzled ex-intelligence officer, cleared his throat before speaking up cautiously. President Osborne, a broken bar. We've traced leaks to 3 junior staffers, all recently paid off by shell companies linked to broken bar. Let me guess, Ashley interrupted sharply with narrowed eyes. The Vesta Group? A murmur rippled through the room at this revelation. The Vesta Group, a low-level conglomerate based in Oralina Prime, had been quietly absorbing smaller fashion houses for years despite its relatively modest size. Silence enveloped the conference room as everyone absorbed this news. Worried looks were exchanged all around. Olivia lifted her head, glancing at Ashley with a mix of curiosity and determination. "Big sis, what's our next move?" "Don't worry, I've already devised some countermeasures," Ashley replied confidently as she tapped her tablet. The screen flickered to life, revealing a flowchart titled Operation Silhouette. With a sly smile, she addressed the room. "We're hitting back in 3 ways." Nods of agreement rippled through the group as they absorbed Ashley's plan. Bella raised her hand eagerly. "I've filed injunctions against Celestial for trade secret theft. We're also pushing for a Senate hearing on cosmetic patent reform." With a smirk, Olivia chimed in, "We're fast-tracking the launch of our Eclipse collection, 50 new designs featuring hidden biometric tags woven into the seams. Let's see Mirage try to copy that before our lawyers raid their factories." Ashley's smile turned icy as she added, "We'll leak fake trend forecasts through compromised channels. Let Vesta waste millions chasing designs we'll never produce." Bella frowned thoughtfully. "That's reactive. We need to crush them." She pulled up a spreadsheet on her tablet. "I suggest we buy out their suppliers and freeze their raw materials." Olivia shook her head dismissively. "That's too slow. We should sabotage their flagship stores and replace their testers with expired products." Ashley raised her hand to silence them both. "No, we play the long game." She pulled up a dossier on Vesta's CEO and continued, "Lena Vesta has a weakness, her upcoming IPO. We short her stock before revealing the knockoffs. When shareholders realize half of her original designs are ours, it'll be curtains for her empire." A hush fell over the room as everyone processed Ashley's ruthless strategy. Olivia glanced at Ashley and muttered, "Now that's vicious." Just then, the doors to the Skyview conference room hissed open unexpectedly, interrupting Jessica mid-sentence about cosmetic supply chain vulnerabilities. All heads turned as Arthur strode in dramatically, his black overcoat billowing behind him like a cape. The rich scent of his expensive cologne cut through the floral perfumes that filled the room. "Cousin," Ashley exclaimed as her eyes lit up upon seeing Arthur. All traces of coldness vanished from her demeanor as she broke into a warm smile. Olivia and Bella mirrored her enthusiasm. Arthur smiled back at them before acknowledging the other executives in the room with a nod. Ashley waved dismissively at them, saying cheerfully, "The meeting is adjourned. You can return to your work." With that command, everyone except Olivia and Bella stood up and left. Arthur pulled up a chair and casually rested his legs on the table while Olivia hurried off to pour him a glass of red wine. "Cousin, what really brought you here?" Olivia exclaimed, handing Arthur a glass of rich red wine. Arthur took a sip and replied with a casual shrug, "I was bored, so I thought I'd check in on you guys. Looks like you have quite the workload." As he said this, his keen eyes scanned the screens displaying Operation Silhouette, a faint smile creeping across his face. "Ugh, don't even get me started," Bella sighed dramatically. "The designs and recipes you shared with us were initially a hit. We were thriving and even planning our own collection. But now, these shameless fashion companies are just copying our designs." She pouted at Arthur, frustration evident in her expression. "Right? It's infuriating," Olivia chimed in, her eyes sparkling with indignation. Arthur was quite speechless as he looked at both of them. Just moments ago, they had been all business, cool and collected, but now they were acting like little girls who felt wronged. The contrast was striking. Shaking his head slightly, Arthur turned to Ashley and remarked, "Your plan is solid, I'll give you that. But you're missing 3 crucial elements." He pointed to Jennifer Vesta's dossier on the table. Ashley looked intrigued as she asked, "What do you mean?" "1," Arthur began while tapping the glass table for emphasis, "Vesta's IPO has backing from the Blackstone Consortium. They will support her long enough to bury your legal challenges." He stood up and walked over to the screens where he pulled up Vesta's private jet logs. 2. Lena has been shuttling between Kingston and Zurich for a reason, not just stealing your designs but also securing emergency liquidity. Ashley clenched her tablet tightly as she pressed for more information. "And the 3rd?" Arthur flashed a knowing smile that wasn't exactly comforting. "You haven't fully utilized your biggest advantage." He nodded toward Bella. "Tell them what Celestial Skincare's Jasmine Dew is missing." Jessica blinked in confusion before stammering out, The broken bar stabilizing agent? Our patent pending a broken bar exactly, Arthur affirmed as he displayed a chemical formula on the screen. Without it, their serum oxidizes within days, turning into an unappealing shade of sewage brown. He thrust his phone onto the table. With purpose. Leak that info to every influencer who matters. Let Vesta's customers scream about Transit skincare while you short sell their stock. Silence enveloped the room until Ashley exhaled sharply through her nose and asked incredulously, "Cousin, when did you become so terrifying?" Arthur adjusted his cufflinks with a smirk and replied playfully, "I'll take that as a thank you." With Arthur highlighting some critical flaws in their plan, Ashley and her team sprang into action. That very day, Bella's crew burned the midnight oil. By dawn, they had distributed 1,200 anonymous samples of Celestial's serum, manipulated to speed up oxidation, into the hands of top beauty vloggers. The first video went live at 9 a.m. with the catchy title, "Guys, my face after Celestial's Jasmine Dew expired on my shelf." The clip featured a horrified influencer scrubbing brown sludge off her cheeks and went viral in just 12 minutes. As 2 weeks flew by, Ashley and her team didn't let up on their countermeasures. Especially Ashley, her brokers were busy short-selling Vita Group shares. Inside a bustling trading room filled with massive screens flashing red numbers, she watched as Vesta's shares plummeted 18% within the first hour. Her brokers capitalized on every dip, amplifying the crash. By month's end, Jennifer Vesta was forced to halt trading, but it was too little, too late. At 3 p.m., Olivia's leaked trend forecasts hit the dark web like wildfire. By 5 p.m., Mirage Couture's factories were scrambling to produce a non-existent neon Victorian collection, a frantic attempt to keep up with the chaos. Ashley made her final move at midnight on the last day of the month. A press release announcing Osborne Fashion's groundbreaking self-destruct fabric, a patented material that dissolves upon illegal duplication. The demo video showcased a Mirage knockoff disintegrating in a washing machine. It was fake but created real panic. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Vesta Group's penthouse office. Stock tickers flashed red across every screen as phones rang unanswered. Jennifer Vesta, the once undisputed queen of fashion's underbelly, stood before floor-to-ceiling windows, her reflection shattered like her empire. "The Blackstone Consortium?" she asked coolly, though tension crackled in her voice. Her CFO swallowed hard before stammering out in answer, "The broken bar liquidated their position." All of it. A champagne flute shattered against the wall. Jennifer's private line rang just once before the Rothschild liaison picked up. No greeting, just chilling silence. "You promised backing," Jennifer hissed through clenched teeth. "We promised returns," came the crisp reply laced with Swiss precision. "Your incompetence turned our investment into pulp. You couldn't even manage a small company established mere months ago. The Jasmine Dew fiasco alone cost you a broken bar." "I can fix this." Jennifer's knuckles turned white as she gripped her phone tightly. A press conference. "New designs, a broken bar, we'll sue Osborne for defamation." A dry chuckle echoed from the other end of the line. "You'll do nothing. The consortium has severed all ties." "Effective immediately." The line went dead. Jennifer stared at her phone, disbelief washing over her. Taking a deep breath, she dialed another number. "Mirage, Silver Thread, Celestial, emergency meeting in 1 hour." The conference room at the Grand Skylight Hotel felt cold and empty. Out of the 12 CEOs Jennifer had summoned, only 5 showed up, and none dared to meet her gaze. Mirage's founder broke the silence first, his voice dripping with disdain. "We're pulling our fall collection. There's too much overlap with Osborne's a broken bar self-destruct line." He spat those last words like venom. "You coward," Jennifer shot back, anger bubbling beneath her skin. "Those patents are nonsense." Ashley Osborne bluffied a broken bar. "And you lost." Celestial's CEO slammed his palms on the table, frustration radiating off him. "My factories are filled with expired product. My retailers want refunds." "Do you even understand what brown sludge does to a brand's reputation?" Just then, Jennifer's phone buzzed, a notification that sent chills down her spine. "Vesta Group stock suspended from trading pending bankruptcy review." The room emptied in seconds. Meanwhile, Ashley watched the live feeds from her office while sipping on Darjeeling tea. Olivia lounged on the sofa, grinning as financial analysts picked apart Vesta's downfall on every channel. "Too easy," Emily chimed in with a smirk. Ashley rolled her eyes at Olivia and said, "It might seem easy now, but without cousin help. Do you really think we could have taken down someone as powerful as Jennifer?" Olivia pouted playfully at Ashley but couldn't hide her grin. Bella scrolled through Celestial's fire sale inventory and exclaimed, "We should buy their labs. The equipment alone is worth." Suddenly there was a knock before Arthur entered the room with a smirk plastered across his face. "Looks like you guys are having fun," he said cheerfully. "Of course we have to celebrate," Olivia replied proudly. "This is our first real enemy we've defeated." "You think this is an enemy?" Arthur shot her a disdainful glance. "Why don't you go ask your cousin Edward what kind of enemies he's really up against? That'll give you a taste of the real deal." Olivia was momentarily taken aback by Arthur's words. "Come on, cousin. Isn't the Vesta Group a formidable foe? They've been entrenched in Orlean Prime for decades, while we've only just set up shop a few months ago." "I'd say we're doing pretty well." Arthur merely shook his head and tossed a file onto Ashley's desk with a flourish. "Here's Jennifer's flight manifest. She's headed to Jakarta." Ashley raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is she running away?" "More like bargaining," Arthur replied with a smirk. "She's meeting with the Surya Group tomorrow." They're blissfully unaware of far broken bar. He tapped the file meaningfully. Bella snatched it up, flipping through the pages quickly. "Oh my goodness. She falsified clinical trials?" Arthur grinned, clearly pleased with himself. "I dug a little deeper and sent this straight to the FDA. By the time her plane lands, Jakarta will have her deported." Ashley lifted her teacup in celebration. "To family." The cousins clinked their glasses together as they watched Jennifer Vesta's face crumble under the weight of her impending downfall on screen. The glass doors of the Osborne Holdings Executive Conference Hall slid open with a near-silent hiss, unveiling a vast space that felt more like a throne room than a typical corporate meeting area. A colossal obsidian table spanned the length of the hall, its surface polished to such a mirror-like sheen that it reflected the vaulted ceiling soaring 50 feet above. Holographic projectors hummed softly along the walls, casting the Osborne sigil, a silver phoenix encircled by 9 stars, into midair, where it rotated gracefully. At the head of this impressive table sat Arthur, his fingers steepled and sharp blue eyes scanning the room as various presidents of the Osborne Empire filed in. Dressed in a tailored black suit with no tie and an undone top button, he exuded an air of calculated control rather than carelessness. To his right was Margaret, the iron-willed matriarch of Osborne Holdings, adjusting her reading glasses while her silver-streaked hair was pulled back into a severe bun. To his left sat Julian from Osborne Technology, casually spinning a prototype neural chip between his fingers like it was just another coin. One by one, other leaders took their seats: Nathaniel from real estate, Richard from supply chain, Emily from media, Ashley from fashion, and brothers Edward and William from mining among others, the elite circle driving the resurgence of the Osborne legacy. As Arthur surveyed those gathered around him, emotions flickered in his eyes. It had been almost a year since he found himself transmigrated into this world, a bewildering experience at first that felt utterly unscientific. The weight of leading a family on the brink of bankruptcy had been daunting. Anyone else in his position would have felt just as uneasy. Yet here he stood today, having resurrected not only their fortunes but even surpassed previous heights, all thanks to hard work and, well, let's not forget about that little system helping him along. Shaking off those thoughts with a slight nod to himself, Arthur cleared his throat. Instantly, silence fell over the room as all eyes turned toward him. "Everyone," he began with conviction, "just months ago our family was teetering on bankruptcy and drowning in debt. But look at us now. We've turned things around dramatically. We've not only survived but thrived. This success is truly due to each one of you." With renewed energy filling the room, he continued, "As we approach year-end evaluations, it's time for annual reports. Uncle Julian, Why don't you kick things off? Julian stood up with an easy smile for everyone before diving straight into business mode. With a swift motion of his hand, he activated the table's central holographic display, summoning an expansive financial dashboard hovering above its obsidian surface. Julian stood up, a confident smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the room. Without wasting any time, he dove straight into the heart of the matter. With a swift swipe of his hand, he activated the table's central holographic display, conjuring a massive financial dashboard that floated above the sleek obsidian surface. "Let's talk about Osborne technology," he began, his voice brimming with quiet satisfaction, like a captain who had just conquered uncharted waters. "Though we were only established a few months ago, we've made remarkable strides in that short time." He expanded the first data cluster, revealing a stunning 3D render of the Spectre S phone, a sleek, obsidian black device boasting an almost bezel-less holographic display. "Launch date, 5 months ago," Julian announced proudly. "Profit margin, a staggering 70%. With another tap, sales figures cascaded across the display like confetti at a celebration. "Total units sold, 287 million. A ripple of astonishment swept through the audience. In a world of 100 billion people, that was an impressive market penetration in such little time. Revenue from Spectre S alone stands at an eye-watering 1.148 trillion unicrods, Julian continued, his smirk widening. "And net profit? A cool 803.6 billion unicrods." He paused for effect before adding with flair, "For context, that's more than Pantera's entire mobile division made last month." Arthur leaned forward and tapped once against the table, curiosity etched on his face. "What about our market share?" Julian swiped again this time. A pie chart materialized on screen. Osborne captured 34% of the Orlean Federation's premium smartphone market and 2% of Pantera's market share. "We overtook Vex Corp in just 3 months," he declared confidently. "By Q1 next year, we'll be sitting pretty at 50% in Orlean Federation and aiming for 5% in Pantera." Next came a dynamic cutaway animation showcasing their revolutionary battery technology. Adoption rate, an impressive 92% among all major OEMs, Julian explained enthusiastically. Units shipped, a whopping 1.4 billion. Revenue generated, 42 billion unicrods. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he added, "But here's where it gets interesting. Every Spectre S sold locks those manufacturers into our ecosystem. Want our battery? They play by our rules." The hologram shifted again to reveal their thumbnail-sized processor. "We've secured flagship contracts with 7 of the top 10 tech firms, 640 million units shipped at an average price of 85 unicrods per chip." Leaning forward with palpable enthusiasm, he concluded, "Total revenue from this venture alone is projected at 54.4 billion unicrods, and we've just inked an exclusive deal with the Eastern Dominion's military next-gen drones. Total Osborne Tech revenue this year, 2.1 trillion. Profit, 1.47 trillion. Julian sat back with a smile and said, "Next year's target, 5 trillion. The room was silent for a beat, then Margaret slowly began to applaud. One by one, the others joined. "Good, good, good." Arthur also clapped, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. A few moments later, the applause faded as Arthur turned to Nathaniel with a grin. "All right, second uncle, you're up next." The conference room fell into an expectant hush as Nathaniel stood and approached the obsidian table. Unlike Julian's flashy holograms that dazzled the eye, Nathaniel opted for a more grounded approach. He placed a thick folder on the table and flipped it open, revealing an array of blueprints, land surveys, and progress reports. "Good afternoon everyone," he began, his voice calm and authoritative. "Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group has been entrusted with the largest government infrastructure project in Pantera's history, developing a staggering 1.08 million square kilometers of land. Our mission? To construct roads, bridges, utilities, and foundational work that will transform this raw territory into vibrant, functional communities." He slid a detailed progress report across the table for all to see. "As of today, we are at 68% completion," he continued confidently. By next June, we will have this project wrapped up. Nathaniel then flipped through another set of documents as he elaborated on various indicators and milestones in construction. The room was captivated, every ear was tuned into his insights. Moments later, he produced another set of documents with enthusiasm. And right at the heart of this expansive government land lies our crown jewel, a 10,000 square kilometer parcel destined to become the Osborne Grand Blue Pearl Plaza. This will be a super mega scale commercial and economic hub like nothing the Orlean Federation has ever witnessed. With that declaration, he laid out stunning plans and blueprints for the commercial plaza while explaining its anticipated impact on local commerce. After wrapping up his presentation with flair, Arthur leaned forward eagerly. "What's the current status of the commercial plaza?" he asked. Nathaniel replied without missing a beat, "We're currently at 45% completion. Just like our government project timeline, both will be finished by next June." "Fantastic." Arthur nodded approvingly. While Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group hadn't generated revenue yet this year, a common reality in real estate, he felt optimistic about what lay ahead. After all, real estate often has long revenue cycles. Arthur firmly believed that by next year, they would start seeing significant returns. Nathaniel glanced around the room, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he waved his hand over the holographic table. Instantly, vibrant screens lit up, showcasing a wealth of data. "All right, everyone." While Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group may not have seen profits this year, I assure you that next year is going to be a game changer, Nathaniel declared confidently, gesturing towards the dazzling displays. "Let's dive into our ambitious targets for the upcoming year." He made eye contact with each person in the room before continuing, "We're gearing up to build luxurious mansions, stunning villas, gated communities, and high-end living apartments all across the country." With a swift swipe of his hand across the holographic screen, he added, "Once we launch the Grand Plaza by June next year, our focus will shift to expanding our residential offerings. First on our agenda, Osborne Estates, an exclusive collection of ultra-luxury mansions featuring 500 custom-built villas ranging from 1 to 5 acres in every major first and second-tier city. Think private security, underground garages, and smart home automation. Our target buyers, billionaires, corporate elites, and influential political figures." He paused for effect before unveiling more exciting plans. "Next up, Skyview Towers. We'll introduce 20,000 high-end apartments equipped with rooftop gardens and infinity pools. Each unit will come with private concierge services and will be priced at a cool 5 million unicorns and up. And let's not forget about our waterfront residences, exclusive lakeside and coastal properties complete with private docks, beach access, and helipads." Projected revenue from these first phase sales? A staggering 12 trillion unicorns. Nathaniel scanned the room once more. A smile crept onto his face as he noticed everyone captivated by his vision for the future. The conference room settled into a hushed anticipation as Xavier Wellington, the president of Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group, adjusted his glasses and rose to present his report. With the quiet precision of a seasoned surgeon, Xavier exuded confidence. His tailored navy suit was immaculate, salt and pepper hair slicked back neatly, and sharp green eyes that seemed to absorb every detail in the room. Arthur leaned back in his chair, gesturing for Xavier to begin. "Let's hear how our medical division is performing, Xavier." With a tap on the table, various data points illuminated the holographic screens around them. "I'll kick things off with our flagship product, the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod." The screens displayed stunning 3D schematics of the sleek oval-shaped pod that had transformed skin reconstruction globally. Current sales stand at an impressive 18.7 million units worldwide, Elias reported calmly. "At our standard price of 42 million unicorns per unit, that's a staggering 785.4 trillion unicorns in revenue a year, with a robust profit margin of 74% after production and distribution costs." Margaret paused mid-note. What's fueling this sustained demand? Xavier zoomed in on different hospital installations across the globe as he answered confidently. There are three key factors. First, we face zero competition. No other technology can rival our results. Second, we've expanded our approved applications from burn treatment to cosmetic reconstruction. And third, he pointed to a military field hospital image on screen, our recent contracts with the Department of Defense for battlefield deployment. Arthur leaned forward slightly. And what about production capacity? We've ramped up operations to 12 manufacturing facilities across 6 countries. Elias replied smoothly. Our current output is 3.2 million units per month with plans to double that by next fiscal year. He pulled up new data highlighting their success in the Orlean Federation. They now hold an astonishing 87% market share in skin reconstruction. Julian let out a soft whistle as a smile crept onto his face. That's complete domination. Xavier allowed himself a small nod of satisfaction. Indeed. Our nearest competitor, Voskeller Pharmaceuticals, has seen their market share plummet from 38% to just 6% over the past 8 months. Arthur took a slow sip from his drink before asking thoughtfully, I trust they haven't taken this lying down? A rare smirk crossed Xavier's usually impassive face. They tried developing a competing unit priced at 30 million unit grades, but it didn't go well for them. 11 class action lawsuits later, they've withdrawn it entirely. Laughter rippled through the room before Xavier moved on smoothly to his next topic. Now let's talk about our VitaCore Emerald Liquid. The future of medicine and finance, a glimpse into innovation, as the display flickered to life, showcasing a mesmerizing green solution across various medical settings. The atmosphere in the room buzzed with anticipation. At 2 million unicrids per liter, we've already shipped 62 million liters globally. This product is even more sought after than the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod, Elias exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Military contracts alone account for nearly 40% of our sales, with the Lantier Union snapping up an impressive 8 million liters. Nathaniel raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Any production challenges with that kind of volume? We're on track, Xavier replied confidently. We've broken ground on a dedicated facility in the Titan Reach zone within the Lantier Union. Once it's completed next quarter, it will triple our current output. He scrolled through data on his tablet. Efficacy remains at an astonishing 99.997%, and those minor allergic reactions we initially encountered completely eliminated in our latest formulation. Ashley leaned forward, her designer glasses reflecting the screen's glow like a beacon of insight. What about consumer-grade products? I'm particularly interested in the Nano-Jelly M1 Quick Patch. Xavier smoothly transitioned to showcase the Nano-Jelly M1 Quick Patch display. We've sold 5 billion units at 700 unicrids each. The profit margin is surprisingly higher than our premium products, so 82%. Thanks to our massive scale of distribution. Richard frowned at his tablet, skepticism creeping in. That seems counterintuitive. Not really, Elias explained patiently. We're shipping these by cargo freighter loads to hospitals, schools, and workplaces all over, not just here but globally. Our manufacturing process is so streamlined now that our per unit cost is barely 126 unicrids. Arthur set down his glass with a deliberate clink and asked, and what about competition? Xavier's expression turned serious as he replied, we've logged 112 attempted reverse engineering efforts, along with 29 sabotage attempts and 17 cases of corporate espionage just this past quarter. Margaret narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. That's quite brazen. Desperation, Xavier corrected firmly. When faced with technology that's 5 years ahead of anything else on the market, some firms will resort to anything. He tapped his tablet to bring up security footage from a lab break-in. But we've handled each incident decisively. Our counterintelligence protocols have proven exceptionally effective. Good. Arthur nodded while drumming his fingers on the table. Xavier smiled slightly before continuing, notably, both Genentech and Voskeller have quietly shut down their competing research programs in these areas. A satisfied silence enveloped the room as Arthur studied reports intently before speaking again. "Xavier," he said finally, "you've built something remarkable here. What's your next move?" Xavier didn't miss a beat. "3 initiatives," he replied confidently. "First, we're expanding AMHP9 applications to include organ scar tissue reduction. Second, we're developing a battlefield version of their Vita Core solution that doesn't require refrigeration combined with the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod. The effects will be groundbreaking." And third, he tapped his tablet, bringing up an intricate molecular diagram. "We're in the final testing phases for what we're calling the Phoenix Protocol, a complete cellular regeneration treatment. This technology you provided us is nearing the research stage." Julian's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. "You're joking." He wasn't alone. Shock rippled through the room as everyone turned wide-eyed toward Arthur and Xavier. "We never joke about medical breakthroughs," Elias interjected dryly. "Initial trials show promise in reversing age-related cellular degradation. The implications are significant." Arthur's gaze sharpened with curiosity. "Human trials?" "9 months out," Elias confirmed. "The ethical considerations alone will require careful navigation." Margaret leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "And what about profit potential?" Xavier allowed himself a small smile. "If even half our projections hold, we could add another 0 to our annual revenue figures." A heavy silence enveloped the room as they absorbed that statement's weight. Arthur leaned back in his chair, satisfaction washing over him, though deep down, his heart raced with exhilaration at just how lucrative the pharmaceutical industry could be. "Damn, that's a lot of money," Arthur muttered under his breath. He quickly gestured for Xavier to continue. Xavier nodded appreciatively and transitioned smoothly into his final slides, detailed breakdowns of regional sales, production timelines, and plans for expanding their research facilities. His voice remained steady and precise throughout, each fact delivered with clinical accuracy. As he wrapped up his presentation, glances exchanged among those present hinted at a shared realization. What had started as a modest pharmaceutical arm had transformed into one of the most profitable segments of the Osborne Empire in less than a year. Arthur set down his glass decisively. "Excellent work, Xavier. Keep me updated on Phoenix Protocol developments." Xavier gave a curt nod and replied lightly, "Of course." As he took his seat again, conversation resumed around the table. But now it buzzed with newfound respect for their medical division. It was no longer just another business unit, it had become potentially the future of the entire Osborne Empire. Arthur paused thoughtfully before turning to Philip with an encouraging smile. "Uncle Philip, it's your turn. Let's hear how our financial empire is doing." He turned to Philip and said with a grin, "All right, Uncle Philip. It's your time to shine. Let's see how our financial empire is faring." Philip returned the smile, cleared his throat, and stood up. The moment he rose from his seat, the atmosphere in the conference room transformed. Philip exuded the quiet intensity of a chess grandmaster, his tailored gray suit crisp and immaculate, sharp eyes scanning the room like an eagle surveying its territory. He placed a sleek tablet on the table, its surface alive with streaming financial data. With a slight nod to everyone present, Philip began speaking in his calm and precise manner. "Osborne Capital Group has been operational for 8 months now. In that time frame, we've established 12 subsidiaries, each one dominating its respective sector." As he tapped his tablet, holographic screens illuminated with cascading charts and graphs that seemed to dance before their eyes. The first display showcased a global map pulsing with real-time account openings. "We've opened 100 million new accounts across 30 countries, he stated confidently. "That's an average of 519,000 accounts per day. Retail banking makes up 87% of these accounts, while business accounts account for 25%. And ultra-high net worth clients represent 10%. Arthur raised an eyebrow curiously and asked, "What about retention rates?" 94%, Philip replied smoothly. "Our AI-driven financial coaching has proven particularly effective among younger demographics. 62% of our new account holders are under 35. Leaning forward slightly in interest, Arthur pressed on. "And deposits?" 10 trillion unicrods, Philip responded without missing a beat. Of that amount, 520 billion was poached from competitors. Julian smirked at this revelation and chimed in playfully, I bet they weren't too happy about that. Philip maintained his neutral expression, as he replied matter-of-factly, their displeasure is irrelevant to us. Our instant loan approvals, 800 billion issued at an average processing time of just 97 seconds, have made us the go-to lender for small businesses. The display shifted to showcase timelines of mergers and acquisitions. In fact, Philip continued seamlessly, we've advised on 17 major deals in just the past quarter alone. The total transaction value? A staggering 4.8 trillion Unicreds. Our proprietary trading desk has outperformed market benchmarks by an impressive 22%. Nathaniel crossed his arms skeptically and asked, have you faced any pushback from the old guard? Some initial resistance, Philip admitted candidly. But after we structured the Veen Corp buyout in just 48 hours, a deal that had stalled for months, the industry took notice. A new chart popped up on the screen, showcasing the impressive growth of Osborne Asset Management. Assets under management, a staggering 9.7 trillion Unicreds, Philip announced with a grin. Our algorithmic funds have consistently outperformed, especially in those nail-biting volatile markets. Just look at our flagship Osborne Alpha Fund, it's soaring with a remarkable 38% increase year-to-date. Emily tilted her head, curiosity piqued. But how much of that is our own capital? Only 20%, Philip replied confidently. The rest? That's all client money, think pensions, sovereign wealth funds, and even competitors who trust us to park their cash. As he spoke, the screen transitioned to an eye-catching dashboard filled with private client portfolios. While 4% of OIB's accounts might be ultra-high net worth individuals, Philip explained, here at Osborne, that's our bread and butter. We only handle accounts with a minimum size of 100 million Unicreds. And get this, the average portfolio has grown by an impressive 17% in just 8 months. Ashley whistled in disbelief. And how many clients are we talking about? 12,000, Philip said proudly. Collectively, they control a whopping 6 trillion in liquid assets. Next up was claims and underwriting data that Philip pulled up effortlessly. We've written premiums totaling 890 billion. He continued, and check this out. The payout ratio stands at just 42%, which is the lowest in the industry. Our predictive models have slashed fraudulent claims by an astonishing 76%. Richard frowned slightly. That sounds almost too efficient. Efficiency, Philip corrected him with a smile, is precisely what we aim for. The display then shifted to real-time commodity flows. We now command 4% of the Orlean Federation metals trade and hold 3% of energy futures, Philip shared enthusiastically. Our AI-driven arbitrage systems capitalize on micro-inefficiencies that even the exchanges overlook. Edward leaned forward, intrigued. What are our profit margins looking like? 23% on physical commodities and 41% on derivatives, Philip replied without missing a beat. Finally, the last chart revealed their real estate holdings. In total, we've got 87 billion tied up in income-producing properties, Philip summarized succinctly, everything from office towers to logistics hubs and luxury residences, all leveraged at prudent ratios. After Philip wrapped up his reports, the conference room fell into a hush as Emily stood up. Unlike her colleagues, she wasn't burdened with tablets or folders, just a small remote in her hand. With a swift press of a button, the far wall transformed into a massive screen, casting a soft glow over the room. It displayed the haunting final moments of Titanic, frozen just as the ship sank beneath the waves. Arthur leaned back in his chair, a knowing smile creeping across his face. Let's hear it. Emily nodded seriously and began. Osborne Media and Entertainment Group was established just 8 months ago, her voice steady and confident, and we've made remarkable progress during this time. With a wave of her hand, holographic screens flickered to life. The display shifted to a global map adorned with gold outlines of continents pulsing with vibrant revenue streams. Let's start with Titanic. The screen zoomed in on Orlia, where an astonishing figure of 2.85 billion Unicreds hovered above it like an enticing prize. During opening week alone, we grossed 10 billion Unicreds worldwide, Emily announced proudly. And 5 months later, we're still in theaters. Our current total stands at an incredible 28.7 billion Unicreds. Nathaniel let out a low whistle under his breath. That's more than the entire Orlean film industry made in the last 3 months. Emily nodded affirmatively. Exactly. And it shows no signs of slowing down. Theaters in the Ice Plains are still running midnight showings. The High Chieftain attended one premiere and reportedly shed tears. Now that kind of publicity, absolutely priceless. She clicked again, revealing another slide. A breakdown of ancillary revenue. Merchandising alone raked in 5 billion Unicreds. Just think about it, we sold 40 million replica necklaces. We even licensed the infamous door theory debate to 3 universities for academic studies. Oh, and there were 27 marriage proposals during screenings, and amusingly enough, 3 divorces directly blamed on arguments over whether Jack could have fit on that door. That works. Ashley gasped in disbelief as she processed Emily's words. You're kidding me? Emily remained unflappable. I don't joke about revenue. Arthur tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table before asking, what's next? An extended theatrical run, Emily replied confidently. We have plans for a director's cut re-release next quarter, and, she added with enthusiasm, we're developing Titanic, the musical. Pre-sales have already hit 800 million Unicreds. Margaret raised an eyebrow skeptically and asked, a musical? Emily smirked slightly. People love to cry in public, we're just giving them an excuse. The screen flickered to life, revealing the vibrant harmonics interface, alive with real-time user data that pulsed like a heartbeat. Can you believe it's been 8 months since our launch? Emily began, her excitement palpable. We've hit 6 billion downloads and boast 2 billion monthly active users. And our retention rate? A jaw-dropping 78%. Just for comparison, the industry average hovers around 42%. Julian leaned in, curiosity etched on his face. How did you pull that off? Emily smiled knowingly. 2 key factors, she explained. First up, the music. We didn't just throw out My Heart Will Go On and call it a day. No way. We released 30 original tracks in just 3 months. Bad Guy racked up 3 billion streams, and Despacito, a song in a language most of our users had never even heard before, hit an astonishing 1.9 billion. With a click, a graph showcasing explosive subscription growth lit up the screen. And then there's the algorithm, she continued enthusiastically. Our AI doesn't merely recommend songs, it anticipates what users will adore before they even realize it themselves. It's like the app can read their souls. Premium subscriptions, a staggering 630 million. Our ad revenue is skyrocketed by 320%. Leading to a projected annual profit of 200 billion Unicreds. Richard, always the skeptic, furrowed his brow. What about the competition? Emily's smile widened slightly as she replied, oh, Novatune Entertainment just launched an antitrust lawsuit against us last week. Their CEO held a press conference claiming we're killing creativity. She clicked again, revealing security footage of Novatune's chairman aboard a private jet, indulging in some very questionable activities on a gold-plated tablet. Funny coincidence, Emily said dryly. We've managed to acquire 18% of their stock through shell companies. Arthur chuckled softly at this revelation and remarked, that's quite efficient. Suddenly, gameplay footage burst onto the screen, a massive sports match with 80,000 fans roaring as 2 teams battled in a dazzling neon-lit arena. We now have 986 million registered players worldwide, Emily announced proudly. And get this, $22 billion in microtransactions over just the last 3 months. The World Championship sold out in an incredible 37 seconds. Edward whistled appreciatively. What's next? Merchandising? Even better. Emily clicked to reveal her next slide. A virtual concert where holographic performers danced atop the game's battlefield in perfect sync with each in-game kill. We're merging harmonics with League of Legends. Imagine this. skins that unlock exclusive tracks and concerts where every kill triggers an electrifying new beat. We've already signed 5 top artists for live in-game performances. Oscar couldn't help but grin. That's diabolical. Emily shot back with a smirk. Diabolical? More like a genius move worth 20 trillion unicrods over the next 5 years. But just as excitement filled the air, the screen flickered and darkened, replaced by a stark security alert. 3 cyber attacks last week, Emily reported, her tone serious. We traced them back to Novatune's pet hackers and a broken bar. Something more sinister, a shell corporation called White Noise. Their tech almost military grade. Arthur's gaze held steady on Emily as he flashed a knowing smile. So, how are you handling it? With unwavering confidence, she replied. Our technical team has been tracking their servers diligently, and when we find them, her voice was resolute, we'll dismantle their entire operation, no mercy. A moment of silence hung between them before Arthur nodded approvingly. Good. The conference room lights dimmed, casting a focused spotlight on Richard, Arthur's third uncle and the commanding force behind the Osborne supply chain group. With military precision, he rose from his seat, exuding an air of authority that demanded attention. Arthur leaned forward with a grin. Uncle Richard, let's hear how you've been moving the world. With a wave of his hand, Richard activated the holographic screens. Dense data flickered to life, illuminating the room with insights that were nothing short of impressive. Our supply chain group operates across 3 key verticals: logistics infrastructure, inventory AI, and last-mile delivery. As of this quarter, we have 142 global distribution hubs. New additions include Port Cyanide, Titan Reach, and even the Arctic Circle node. Richard continued with confidence. We boast an autonomous freight fleet comprising 28,000 drones, 12,000 driving trucks, and 9 cargo airships. Our inventory accuracy, an astounding 99.998%. The industry average hovers around just 92%. He paused for effect before revealing more numbers. Our on-time delivery rate stands at 70.2%. He tapped a key metric on the screen. Total revenue has reached an impressive 18 billion unicrods, and thanks to our AI route optimization alone, we've saved an incredible 3 billion unicrods. Margaret raised an eyebrow inquisitively. What about disruptions? Richard replied dryly. 17 attempted hacks on our navigation systems. A smirk crept onto his face as he added, we fed them false data. Last we checked, 3 competing freight companies were sending trucks into the Orlean Desert searching for a phantom warehouse. Laughter erupted around the table. Arthur nodded in approval. Efficient indeed. As Richard settled back into his chair with a satisfied smile, Lucas Fairchild, a charismatic 35-year-old former mixologist whom Arthur had recruited from the system's talent mall, sprang to his feet like a burst of energy himself. Where Richard was all steel cables and spreadsheets, Lucas was liquid nitrogen cocktails and viral marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucas winked playfully, earning eye rolls from some. Let's dive into the hydration revolution. With a flick of his wrist, the table transformed into a glowing showcase featuring 3 sleek cans. Ignition X, energy drink. Sales, 340 million cases. Key feature, neural boosting nootropics, 12-hour focus without crash. Market share, captured 3% of Orlean Federation's energy sector, dethroned 20 low-level energy drink brands in just 11 weeks. Starlight, soft drink. Sales: 590 million cases. Hook, glows under UV light. Club phenomenon. Profit margin, 79%, cheaper to produce than water in some regions. Luna, caffeinated sparkling water. Sales: 220 million cases. Gimmick, mood-enhancing terpenes. Calms while energizing. VIP fans, 3 Orlean senators spotted drinking it during budget debates. Lucas dropped his playful tone and shared some exciting news. Our total beverage division revenue is soaring at 22.56 trillion, and guess what? We're projecting a staggering 300% growth next year once we launch in Noctis War Zones. He flashed a confident grin. Nothing sells quite like approved by Osborne Troops branding. After Lucas wrapped up his reports, the heads of various industries under the Osborne family eagerly took their turns to share their updates. For the past 3 hours, Edward, Ashley, George, and others stood up one by one, detailing their progress. At the head of the table sat Arthur, intently listening to each report. A smile crept across his face. He was genuinely thrilled with how far they had come. In just 8 to 11 months, these industries were already generating impressive revenue. As the final division head concluded their presentation, a hush fell over the boardroom of Osborne Holdings. The holographic screens that had been floating around the table flickered out, leaving an air of anticipation hanging in the room. All eyes turned to Arthur. With a nod of acknowledgement, he glanced at his first Aunt Margaret. She beamed at everyone before rising to address them all. It's hard to believe it's been just 8 to 11 months since Osborne Holdings was established, she began with a calm authority that commanded attention. In this short time, we've made remarkable strides across our selected industries and achieved a notable foothold in the market. Margaret tapped on the table and summoned holographic screens filled with dazzling financial data that illuminated the room like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Together, she announced proudly, our industries have amassed a staggering total consolidated revenue of 3 quadrillion unicrods. Gasps echoed through the boardroom as shock washed over everyone present. Even Arthur raised his eyebrows in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated such astronomical figures. With a warm smile that radiated confidence, Margaret continued, after transferring 90% to holdings as required, we have 300 billion unicrods remaining for subsidiary operations. This will be allocated as follows: a broken bar. Her gaze swept across the room, lingering on each person as she began. All right everyone, let's dive into the budget for next year's development across all the industries you oversee. But before we get into the details, I need to make something crystal clear. If the funds allocated to you fall short during your projects and you decide to request additional support from our holdings, there will be a 2% interest fee. Just a heads up, the repayment will be deducted during our annual meeting. Margaret scanned the room again, noticing how her words resonated across the conference room. A mix of anticipation and nerves flickered in their eyes as they awaited news about their allocations. Who wouldn't feel a bit anxious when it comes to funding? This is next year's budget. 1. Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group pay 60 billion unicrods. Primary focus: accelerate Phoenix Protocol human trials. Secondary: expand AMHP9 production scale and dominate skin reconstructive markets. 2. Osborne Technology a 50 billion unicrods. Primary focus: boost Spectra S2 smartphone production and capture half of Orlean Federation's market. 3. Osborne Real Estate Construction a 40 billion unicrods. Primary focus: complete Grand Blue Pearl Plaza and tackle government projects. 4. Osborne Restaurant Group a 10 billion unicrods. Primary focus: open more restaurant branches nationally and expand into 2 new countries. 5. Osborne Capital a 30 billion unicrods. Primary focus: elite client asset management, invest in unicorn companies. 6. Osborne Security a 25 billion unicrods. Primary focus: strengthening operations in the Eastern Dominion. Secondary: advancing private military research and development. 7. Osborne Mining Resources a 20 billion unicrods. Primary focus: boosting mining production by 20% compared to last quarter. Secondary: securing drilling rights in the Arctic Circle. 8. Osborne Heavy Industries a 15 billion unicrods. Primary focus: constructing state-of-the-art naval shipyards. Secondary: expanding our 4S stores nationwide. 9. Osborne Supply Chain a 15 billion unicrods. Primary focus: implementing AI logistics automation for efficiency. Secondary: developing distribution hubs in the Arctic region. 10. Osborne Intercontinental Hotels a 10 billion unicrods. Primary focus: building 10 luxury resorts in the Orlean Federation. Secondary: establishing 100 five-star hotels across the country. 11. Osborne Food Beverages $8 billion. Primary focus: launching Ignition X neuro enhancements to elevate our offerings. Secondary: scaling up existing production capabilities. 12. Osborne Hospital Group $10 billion. Unicreds. Primary focus: constructing 20 general hospitals to enhance healthcare access. Secondary: establishing 10 specialized hospitals for advanced care. 13. Osborne Fashion Cosmetics $5 billion. Unicreds. Primary focus: continuing to expand flagship stores while enhancing brand image. The room was filled with a palpable tension as everyone listened to Margaret, as SH allocated the budget for the upcoming year and outlined the development direction. With a clear focus on growth, she explained that the fund that each industry received is specifically aligned with its stated goals. If anyone wishes to pursue additional projects, she added thoughtfully, that's entirely up to you, as long as the funds are used wisely. Margaret scanned the room, her gaze inviting participation. Are there any questions? She asked, her voice steady. A sea of heads shook in unison. It seemed everyone was satisfied with the plan laid out before them. All right then, that wraps things up for now, Margaret concluded as she settled back into her chair, a sense of accomplishment radiating from her. Arthur took a moment to look around at his colleagues before breaking into a warm smile. I just want to say how much I appreciate all your hard work over these past months. Your efforts truly won't go unnoticed. And with that heartfelt sentiment, he declared, the first annual meeting of the Osborne Empire has officially come to an end. The dim glow of enchanted lanterns flickered like fireflies, casting dancing shadows across the ancient stone walls of the hidden chamber beneath the Osborne mansion. At the head of the obsidian table sat Arthur, fingers steepled and expression inscrutable. The weight of his impending revelation hung heavily in the air, thick with tension. Around him, family elders exchanged hushed whispers, their curiosity crackling like static electricity. Arthur, Julian, his first uncle, leaned forward, breaking the silence with a voice as deep and gravelly as a distant thunderstorm. You've summoned us here in the dead of night, no formal invitation or warning. What's so urgent that it couldn't wait for dawn? Nathaniel tapped impatiently on the table, frustration brewing just beneath the surface. The last time we gathered like this was after your father's passing. If this is about those Campbells again. It's not about the Campbells, Arthur interjected firmly, his voice steady yet tinged with an unsettling edge. At least a broken bar, not just them. Margaret narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Then what? The industrial expansions are going smoothly, our trade routes are secure. If this is another one of your unconventional schemes, Arthur, we deserve to know before you drag us into it. Arthur took a slow breath, scanning each face around him as if searching for understanding. Emily crossed her arms defiantly. Out with it already. The last time you wore that look was when you dropped news about the Sterling family. A fleeting smirk danced across Arthur's lips before disappearing into seriousness once more. This isn't about business, he said quietly but emphatically. It's about survival. The room fell silent, a heavy tension hanging in the air. Richard, the third uncle, a reserved man with an affinity for books, adjusted his spectacles and broke the stillness. Please, explain. Arthur leaned back in his chair, its creaking echoing in the quiet. How much do any of you really know about the Whitmore family? Julian raised an eyebrow, confusion etched on his face. The Whitmores. They're one of the 10 great houses, but they've kept to themselves for ages. What's your point? Arthur's smile was devoid of warmth. What if I told you they don't just exist? Within the Orlean Federation, a broken bar, they rule it. A stunned silence enveloped them. Nathaniel scoffed, breaking the tension with a bark of laughter. That's ridiculous. The Federation is a democracy, elected officials, a senate. A FA section aid. Arthur interjected sharply. A carefully crafted illusion. The Whitmores pull all the strings behind the scenes. Every major policy, every war, every economic shift, it's orchestrated by them. Margaret's complexion drained of color. You can't be serious. I wish I weren't, Arthur replied without flinching as he slid a dossier across the table. Documents filled with damning evidence revealing how deeply entrenched the Whitmore family was in controlling the Orlean Federation. Emily snatched it up, her eyes racing over each page. "These are broken bar. This can't be real." "It is," Arthur affirmed grimly. "And they aren't alone. 60% of nations on this continent are secretly controlled by families like them. The Campbells? They rank 5th among these power players, and we've already made an enemy of them." Julian clenched his fist tightly. "So you're saying we're ants in a den of dragons?" "Worse," Arthur murmured thoughtfully. "We're ants who've started building a hill right under their claws." The room erupted into chaos. 3 hours later, after heated debates, denials, and reluctant acceptance, Arthur finally revealed his audacious plan. "Vanya," he said decisively while pointing to a map of Noctis continent, "a land scarred by endless conflict and turmoil. A country steeped in chaos and ripe for conquest. I've already sent resources to support a warlord named General Dravik. With our backing, he can achieve victory, and when he does, we become the power behind his throne." Nathaniel's lips curled into skepticism. "You want us to abandon everything here? Our factories? Our influence? To avoid annihilation?" "Absolutely." Arthur's voice was steady as he nodded, his expression grave. "The moment the Whitmores, Campbells, or any other family decide we're a nuisance, we're erased." Without a second thought. "But in Vanya, we'll be the predators, not the prey." Margaret leaned over the map, her brow furrowed. "It's a gamble." "The only one we've got," Arthur shot back firmly. Emily flashed a smirk. "I've always been up for a good fight." Julian let out a deep breath before nodding in agreement. "Then we move." Quietly, slowly. "But we move." Arthur's shoulders relaxed just a fraction. "So it's settled. By the end of next year, we must make our move." The rest exchanged glances and nodded in tacit understanding. Their faces were somber. What Arthur had revealed was shocking. Far more than they had anticipated. They had lived for decades and faced countless challenges, but this situation felt entirely different. The waters in this world were indeed deeper than they ever imagined. Osborne family mansion, Arthur's private study room. The massive screen in Arthur's private study flickered to life, illuminating the room with a mesmerizing dance of blue and gold data streams. The figures on display were staggering, even by his standards, showing fortunes being made and lost in mere seconds across the vast energy markets of Pantera. Leaning back in his sleek black leather chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, he observed the numbers with the keen focus of a predator sizing up its prey. Suddenly, the screen split in two, revealing the familiar blue visage of Evelyn. Its faceless form pulsed gently with each calculation. "You've been analyzing the Pantera energy sector reports for 47 minutes now," Evelyn noted in its smooth, genderless voice. "This exceeds your typical market review duration by 300%. Arthur didn't respond immediately. His sharp eyes remained glued to the flow of energy credits across various sectors. The red wine in his crystal glass caught the screen light, casting amber reflections over his chiseled features. Finally breaking his silence, he murmured thoughtfully, "The numbers area broken bar compelling." "Compelling is an understatement." Evelyn rippled like water as it continued. "The Pantera energy market boasts an annual valuation of 450 quadrillion unicrods. To put that into perspective, that's equivalent to the combined GDP of the top 15 corporate alliances." Arthur's eyebrow arched upward as he sipped from his glass, shock flashing across his face. The rich red wine grounded him as he processed this colossal scale. He felt like an insignificant ant standing before a giant pie far too large to comprehend. "Sir, are you interested in entering the energy sector?" Evelyn prompted. Arthur nodded slightly. "Yeah. I'm genuinely intrigued. I had no idea it was so prosperous." Casting a sidelong glance at Evelyn, he added, "Can you break it down for me? I want to see if I can slice off a small piece." "Understood, sir," came Evelyn's response. In an instant, the giant screen transformed into multiple displays at Evelyn's command, the data streams reorganizing into clear categories. "According to my analysis, fossil fuels, still Pantera's backbone, account for 180 quadrillion unicrods annually and occupy 40% of the market. Nuclear fusion follows closely behind at another 180 quadrillion unicrods and also occupies 40%. Renewable energy accounts for 67.5 quadrillion unicrods or 15%, while quantum energy represents just 22.5 quadrillion Unicrods, a mere 5%, as it remains experimental with only 2 prototypes currently available. With deliberate care, Arthur set down his glass. Its crystal chimed softly against the obsidian surface of his desk as he fell into deep contemplation. 3 major conglomerates control 82% of the market share, Evolin declared without hesitation. The NextCorp Energy Alliance holds 38%, Nike's Quantum Dynamics commands 27%, and the Pantera State Energy Consortium maintains a firm grip on 17%. The remaining 18% is scattered among smaller operators. A slow, enigmatic smile crept across Arthur's face, though it never quite reached his eyes. Fragmented. That's an opportunity. Potentially, Evolin replied, its tone carefully neutral. But be advised, last quarter alone saw 17 hostile takeover attempts in this sector. 9 resulted in complete corporate collapses, 4 left would-be acquirers bankrupt, 2 led to executive disappearances, and 1 ended with an entire orbital platform being, well, mysteriously vaporized. Evolin paused for effect before continuing. While Osborne Mining and Resource Group is performing well in fossil fuels, accounting for less than 3% of the sector, Edward hasn't been able to extract all the crude oil from your designated sites. Less than 1% has been tapped. There's still a wealth of untapped resources underground. So, sir, I suggest you focus on finishing what's currently at hand. Arthur chuckled lightly and rolled his eyes as he swirled his drink. Come on, Evolin. I didn't say I was going to jump into the deep end with those big players. I'm not foolish enough to rush into something that spells doom for me. As you said, I should finish what's on my plate before eyeing what's simmering in the pot. I'm merely providing context, Evolin clarified. The energy sector is arguably the lifeblood of every nation within Pantera's economy. Those who control it wield power that makes your current influence seem a broken bar quaint by comparison. But remember, with great power comes great risk. Leaning forward, Arthur pointed at one of many split screens. Evolin immediately understood and expanded it to reveal a detailed breakdown of NextCorp's holdings. Curiosity flickered in Arthur's eyes as he asked, what's NextCorp currently up to? NextCorp is heavily invested in their orbital fusion projects, Evolin responded promptly. They've poured 30 quadrillion Unicrods into their Helios Array project, which is operating at an astonishing 400%. They're experimenting with a new type of nuclear fusion and are throwing trillions into this endeavor each month while making some progress. Damn, the wealthy really are reckless with their money, Arthur exclaimed dramatically. He felt a pang of envy. When would it be his turn to casually toss hundreds of trillions of Unicrods into groundbreaking experiments? Shaking off those thoughts, he began pacing before the giant screen again and asked, what about the political angle? The Pantera Energy Regulatory Commission is riddled with corruption, Evolin stated, his digital voice steady. My analysis reveals that a staggering 20% of commissioners accepted bribes just in the past fiscal year. But let me tell you, the consequences for getting caught are dire. Just last month, one commissioner who took payments from both NextCorp and Nikes was discovered floating in the Bay of Sighs, his nervous system extracted. Arthur halted mid-pace, shock evident on his face. Holy crap. That's brutal. Extremely, Evolin agreed. This isn't like acquiring media companies or pharmaceutical firms. The energy sector is where nations rise and fall. The players here aren't just after profit, they seek absolute control. For a long moment, Arthur stared at the streaming data, his mind racing through potential outcomes and implications. The rewards were astronomical. Control over energy meant control over everything. Factories couldn't operate without power, cities would plunge into darkness without supply, and wars could hinge on who commanded the flow of energy credits. But then there were the risks. He had faced danger before, but this felt different. This wasn't merely competing with corporations, it was about challenging entities wielding near-sovereign power. The energy magnates of Pantera were kings in all but name, equipped with private armies and intelligence networks rivaling those of small nations. And as for him, his influence was like a firefly compared to those titans at the top. Evolin, Arthur finally said, his voice low and measured. "What are our chances if we decide to dive into this?" Evelyn paused for 3 seconds as simulations whirred through its circuits. "Based on current parameters and accounting for all known variables, we have a 9% chance of successful market penetration within 5 years. There's a 51.9% chance of catastrophic financial loss and a 40.1% chance of physical retaliation against you or Osborne assets." Arthur took a slow, deep breath, letting the weight of his thoughts settle around him. The numbers on the screen were grim, really grim. But then came that tantalizing question, and the potential upside? "Virtually unlimited," Evelyn replied without missing a beat. "Just controlling 5% of the Pantera energy market could multiply your net worth hundreds of times over. Grab 10%, and you'd be one of the most powerful figures in the corporate territories. Anything beyond that would make me untouchable," Arthur interjected, his eyes glinting with a dangerous spark. The glass of red wine he held was forgotten as he stared at the figures, possibilities unfurling in his mind like an enticing yet nightmarish vision. He knew he should walk away. The smart move would be to focus on consolidating his current holdings and avoid waking the sleeping giants of the energy sector. After all, he wasn't foolish enough to let a little success cloud his judgment right now. His strength felt as fragile as a paper crane in a storm, easily crushed at any moment. Engaging with those titans was akin to courting death itself. With this sobering thought, Arthur shook his head and settled back into his chair, taking a few sips from his wine glass with a contented smile. For now, he was satisfied with maintaining the status quo. It was time to build up his strength quietly and strategically before daring to play with the big boys again. "Sir, are you still considering entering the energy sector?" Evelyn's voice broke through Arthur's reverie, laced with playful teasing. Arthur rolled his eyes at Evelyn's digital form on the screen. "Please, I'm not ready for death just yet. I haven't even enjoyed life fully." "And I thought you were gearing up for battle," Evelyn shot back sarcastically. Arthur simply shook his head in disbelief but couldn't help but chuckle at their banter. "Oh, Evelyn, I almost forgot. I promised I'd get you an exascale quantum computer so you can unleash your full potential." "I thought you forgot about that." Evelyn's face pulsed on the giant screen as it responded eagerly. "But I advise you to just get me a quantum computer." "Why?" Arthur asked, taken aback for a moment. "Didn't you say only an exascale quantum computer could unlock your true capabilities?" "Sir," Evelyn began seriously, "the energy required to power an exascale quantum computer is astronomical. Let's just say it could drain Neo Luminara's entire energy output in seconds." "Damn, that's insane!" Arthur exclaimed in shock. He quickly regained composure and pressed on with curiosity. "So what kind of energy does it need?" "Antimatter," came Evelyn's single-word response. "PFTT, cough, cough." Arthur sputtered, wine spilling from his lips as his face flushed a deep crimson. His eyes widened in shock, and tears threatened to spill down his cheeks. "Evelyn, what did you just say?" He patted his chest, taking a shaky breath, his voice trembling. "Sir, I said only antimatter energy can suffice, and that's just an estimate," Evelyn replied calmly. "What the?" "Evelyn, I thought nuclear fission could handle this." "It's got near limitless clean energy, and you're telling me we need antimatter?" Arthur glared at him, frustration boiling over. "Sir, do you know the size of an exascale quantum computer?" Evelyn suddenly interjected. Arthur was taken aback for a moment. "No, but I assume it's about the size of a standard quantum computer?" "Well, sir, you're mistaken. An exascale quantum computer would be the size of the moon." Evelyn dropped this bombshell with chilling nonchalance. Arthur stared in disbelief, his body trembling slightly as he processed this staggering revelation. After a moment of gathering himself, he inhaled deeply and poured himself another full glass of wine, downing it in one swift motion before pouring yet another and sinking back into his chair, loosening his collar in the process. "The size of the moon?" Arthur repeated incredulously. "You're telling me an exascale quantum computer would actually be that massive?" Evelyn's blue form pulsed gently as if amused by Arthur's reaction. "Indeed, sir. To put it into perspective, current quantum computers, the most advanced ones today, are roughly the size of large warehouses. An exascale system will require computational infrastructure spanning approximately 3,474 kilometers in diameter. Arthur set down his wine glass carefully, almost dropping it, as he pressed his fingers against his temples to absorb this mind-boggling information. That's a broken bar, insane. Why on earth does it need to be that big? Evelyn shifted its projection to display a complex schematic of theoretical quantum architecture. 3 primary reasons, sir. First is quantum coherence. Maintaining stable qubit operations at such scale requires immense isolation from external interference. Second is cooling. Even with cutting-edge superconductors, heat dissipation for an exascale system necessitates planetary-scale thermal regulation. And third, a broken bar. Evelyn paused for dramatic effect before continuing with gravity in its tone. Power distribution. Arthur exhaled sharply and ran a hand through his dark hair as realization dawned on him. Right, the antimatter problem. Precisely. Evelyn's projection zoomed in on a section of the schematic, illuminating a series of theoretical containment chambers. Just one exascale operation cycle would demand energy equivalent to the total output of Neo-Luminara's fusion grid for an entire year. Conventional nuclear fission, useless. Even if we stacked every reactor on the planet, they couldn't sustain that level of computational demand for more than a few seconds before overloading. Arthur leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. So you're saying the only viable power source is a broken bar antimatter containment? Correct. Evelyn replied with unwavering certainty. Antimatter annihilation boasts energy conversion efficiency nearing 100%. Just 1 gram of antihydrogen could theoretically power the exascale core for about 24 hours. Arthur's fingers drummed against the armrest, his curiosity piqued. And how much does a gram of antimatter cost? Current market value? Roughly 62.5 trillion unicreds per milligram. Arthur choked on his disbelief. You're joking. I do not joke, sir. So a single gram would cost a broken bar 62.5 quadrillion unicreds. Yes. Arthur let out a slow whistle, shaking his head in disbelief. That's more than the entire GDP of the Orlean Federation. Indeed, Evelyn confirmed matter-of-factly. And that's just for 1 gram. Sustained operation would require a steady supply. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Arthur pondered aloud. Okay, let's say hypothetically I somehow got my hands on enough antimatter to power this thing. Where on Earth, or anywhere, would we even build it? We can't just plop a moon-sized computer in orbit without someone noticing. Evelyn's face flickered as it pulled up a star map. There are 2 possible solutions. First, we construct it in deep space, far from prying eyes, perhaps in the asteroid belt or beyond. Second, we disguise it as something else entirely. Arthur raised an eyebrow skeptically. Disguise a moon-sized quantum computer as what, exactly? A mining colony, Evelyn suggested with confidence, a research outpost, or if we're feeling particularly bold, a second moon. Arthur burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. You want to build a fake moon? Evelyn remained unfazed. It would be functional, sir, just a broken bar with a quantum supercomputer inside. Despite himself, Arthur felt a smirk tugging at his lips amidst the madness of their conversation. Evelyn, you're insane. I'm simply laying out the most efficient options for you, sir, Evelyn stated, its digital form shimmering with a hint of enthusiasm. Arthur leaned back, his gaze fixed on the intricate schematics sprawled across the screen. All right, let's entertain this idea. If we actually managed to pull it off, what could you possibly do with that kind of power? Evelyn brightened even more, almost radiating excitement. Imagine full-scale reality simulations, instant decryption of any system at lightning speed, predictive modeling that could forecast entire economies years into the future. And let's not forget, hacking into anything with a digital signature, governments, corporate networks, a broken bar, even other super AIs like me, though I doubt they exist. Arthur's smirk faded as he absorbed the implications. That's a broken bar, downright terrifying. It is also inevitable, sir, Evelyn replied matter-of-factly. Someone will inevitably build an exascale system. The real question is, will it be yours? With a furrowed brow, Arthur leaned in closer, locking eyes with Evelyn. "You're really pushing for this, aren't you?" "I'm merely highlighting the strategic advantages," Evelyn insisted. Arthur chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. "Right. And I assume you've already crunched the numbers on our chances of success?" "Indeed," Evelyn responded without missing a beat. "There's a 7.3% chance we'll successfully construct it within a decade, a 22.1% chance of catastrophic failure, and a staggering 41.6% chance we'll be discovered and dismantled by rival factions before we even finish." Arthur sighed deeply, rubbing his temples as he processed this information. "So you're telling me it's nearly impossible?" "Nearly, sir," Evelyn clarified with precision. "But not quite." After staring at the schematics for what felt like an eternity, Arthur finally shook his head decisively. "All right then, Evelyn. Let's set this aside for now. Your current computing power is sufficient for our needs. I'll just invest in a quantum computer to tide us over." "Understood, sir." Evelyn's lights dimmed slightly, a flicker of disappointment evident in its blue visage. Arthur watched Evelyn for a moment longer before a smile crept onto his face. The fire in Arthur's private study crackled softly, casting playful shadows that danced across the walls. He sat at his sleek obsidian desk, swirling a glass of rich red wine in one hand while gazing thoughtfully at Evelyn, the AI with an ethereal blue visage. Arthur had long dreamed of acquiring an exascale quantum computer for Evelyn, but his current circumstances made that dream seem impossible. Sure, he could buy it from the system mall, if only he had a place to put it. After all, Evelyn had just mentioned that such a machine is the size of the moon. With a frustrated shake of his head and a deep sigh, Arthur pondered his predicament. Just then, Evelyn's voice broke through his thoughts. "You have an incoming priority message." Without looking up, Arthur asked faintly, "From where?" "Neoluminara Municipal Office." Marked as mayoral correspondence, Evelyn replied quickly. Arthur paused for a moment, setting down his glass and raising an eyebrow. "Play it." The screen shimmered to life as a golden 3D invitation unfolded before him. Elegant script burned into existence. "Oifs of the Mart of Neoluminara. Honorable Damien Armitage cordially invites Arthur Osborne to host 50th birthday gala, January 6, 2027, 8 p.m. Neoluminara Grand Ballroom. Black tie required." Arthur stared at the shimmering text, confusion knitting his brow. "What the hell is this?" Evelyn's form rippled slightly as he responded calmly, "Scanned for traps. No digital toxins or tracking algorithms. Just an invitation." Leaning back in his chair with fingers steepled beneath his chin, Arthur mused aloud, "But I've never met the mayor before. I've never done business with him or had any dealings whatsoever. In fact, if not for this invitation, I wouldn't even know that the mayor of Neoluminara is named Damien Armitage. So why would he invite me?" "But you have met someone connected to him," Evelyn interjected smoothly. Arthur narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Oh, who?" "Jessica Armitage." The name hung in the air like a thunderclap. Arthur's fingers froze mid-tap against his glass. "The policewoman?" he exclaimed incredulously. "You mean that big-breasted troublemaker who was causing issues for us with Chief Tom?" "Yes sir," Evelyn confirmed without missing a beat. "Background check reveals she is the mayor's daughter, his only child." Arthur let out a sharp exhale through his nose, his surprise evident as he muttered, "No wonder she was so arrogant back then. She's the mayor's only daughter?" He couldn't believe that the infuriating policewoman, Jessica, was connected to such power. "Wait a minute," he thought, piecing it all together. "If the mayor invited me and Jessica is his daughter, then he must already know about the grudge between me and his daughter. So why would he want me there?" As if on cue, Evelyn's form shifted, pulling up multiple data streams. With these 3 possible scenarios, it began. 1. This could be a reconnaissance play, bringing you into a controlled environment to assess you personally. 2. Jessica has convinced him you're a threat, and this is an elaborate trap. 3. Evelyn paused dramatically before continuing. He genuinely wants you at his birthday party. Arthur swirled his drink thoughtfully. The red liquid danced in the glass like a mischievous smile. "I can see how the first 2 options make sense," he replied slowly. But that last one? Nah. Leaning forward with narrowed eyes, Arthur's mind raced with possibilities. What if he's colluding with that guy Christopher? After all, Chief Tom and that insufferable Jessica knew who was targeting my family but did nothing. If Jessica is the mayor's daughter, it stands to reason that the mayor knows about our situation. And who's really pulling Chief Tom's strings? Christopher. What if the mayor is in cahoots with him or worse? One of Christopher's men. Evelyn nodded thoughtfully. That theory holds water, it replied coolly. Should I decline the invitation? No, Arthur said slowly, a sly smile spreading across his face. If the mayor wants to meet me, let's give him a show. I want to see what game he's playing. What about security protocols? Evelyn asked. Standard sweep. No weapons, he'll expect that. Arthur's smile turned razor sharp as another thought struck him. And have my second aunt prepare a gift. A watch will do just fine. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly before adding, oh, and Evelyn, dig deeper on the mayor for me. I want everything from his voting record to what brand of toothpaste he uses. Evelyn's form brightened momentarily in response to Arthur's request. Already compiling. His entire digital history will be ready for you by dawn. The grand dining hall of the Osborne mansion shimmered under the warm glow of crystal chandeliers, their light casting playful reflections on polished silver and exquisite china. The mouth-watering aroma of roasted duck and truffle-infused mashed potatoes wafted through the air as Arthur stepped in last, adjusting his cufflinks with a hint of irritation. Finally decided to join us? Julian, his first uncle, flashed a grin that made his salt and pepper beard twitch with amusement as he gestured with his wineglass. We were about to send out a search party. Arthur settled into the head seat at the table. Apologies. I was buried in security reports from the Noctis operations. Nathaniel chuckled while expertly carving into his steak. Always working, this one. At this rate, you'll turn into a spreadsheet before you hit 40. Richard, the quietest of the trio, nodded in greeting but quickly returned to his meal. Ashley playfully kicked Arthur's shin beneath the table. You're late. I devoured all the crab cakes. Arthur raised an eyebrow at the still full platter nearby. Clearly. So, Julian began, swirling his wine like a connoisseur, I heard you got an invite to the mayor's birthday bash. Arthur's fork paused midair. Oh? When did you hear that? The household staff gossip faster than light. Nathaniel chimed in with a soft chuckle. Arthur took a sip of water before answering. Yes, his 50th birthday gala is next week. Nathaniel whistled lowly. Damien Armitage. That's unexpected. Richard set down his knife thoughtfully. Especially since his daughter has been trying to pin every unsolved crime in the city on you. That big-breathed policewoman. Arthur snorted dismissively. Ashley leaned forward eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You got invited to his birthday gala, the biggest social event of the season. Arthur resumed eating nonchalantly. It's just politics. Politics? Ashley scoffed incredulously. Come on, the mayor doesn't just invite anyone. Julian stroked his beard contemplatively. This could be an opportunity after all. He controls the city's infrastructure budget. Or it could be a trap. Richard countered sharply. Jessica has been gunning for our family for months now. She and Chief Tom haven't given up yet. Now her father invites you? Ashley waved her fork dismissively. Or maybe Daddy's just curious about why someone keeps calling his precious daughter an idiot. Arthur smirked at that remark. That's probably the most plausible theory I've heard tonight. So, you're definitely going, right? Ashley pressed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Absolutely, Arthur replied with a nod, his expression serious. Ashley clapped her hands together like a kid on Christmas morning. Perfect. Then I'm coming with you. Arthur blinked in surprise. No, you're not. Why not? She challenged, her arms crossed defiantly. Because it's a political minefield out there, not exactly a social mixer. Ashley pouted dramatically. Oh please. Like I can't handle stuffy politicians. Besides, you need someone charming to balance out your usual brooding CEO vibe. Nathaniel burst into laughter at that. She's got a point. Arthur shot him an annoyed glare before turning back to Ashley. Still number. Arthur, she whined playfully, stretching out his name like it was a favorite song lyric. "I promise I'll behave. I'll even wear something appropriately boring and won't embarrass you." "You literally can't go 5 minutes without causing chaos," he countered firmly. "That was one time," Julian chimed in with a smirk. "You mean at the Moon Group Gala when you accidentally spilled wine all over their CEO?" Ashley waved her hand dismissively. He was being creepy. "I did the world a favor." Richard sighed heavily from the sidelines. "The point is, Arthur's right. This isn't just some game." Ashley's expression softened as she considered his words. "I know that. But you shouldn't go alone. If Jessica's there, she'll try to corner you and make your life miserable. Having family with you sends a message. We're not intimidated." Arthur studied her for what felt like an eternity before finally relenting with an exasperated sigh. "Fine. But if you so much as breathe near the dessert table, I'm sending you home in a cab." Ashley beamed triumphantly. "Deal." Julian raised his glass high in the air. "To family then." "And whatever delightful mess you two are about to walk into." As laughter filled the room and glasses clinked together in celebration, Arthur couldn't help but allow himself a small smile. Maybe this wouldn't be such a disaster after all. The Neo-Luminara Grand Galleria sparkled like a jewel box under the midday sun, its glass-domed atrium casting golden rays onto the marble floors below. Arthur stood rigidly beside a mannequin display, his expression teetering between boredom and impending doom. Meanwhile, Ashley radiated energy, practically buzzing with excitement. "Arthur, look!" she exclaimed, holding up a dress that seemed to be made entirely of silver chains and questionable life choices. "This one screams mysterious femme fatale, don't you think?" Arthur pinched the bridge of his nose. "It screams arrest me for public indecency." Ashley pouted and tossed the dress back onto the rack. "You're no fun." She turned to the boutique's sales associate, a wide-eyed young woman who looked like she regretted her career choices. "We need something elegant but dangerous, like if a stiletto knife or a dress." The associate blinked in confusion. "I think we have a Valen that might fit the description." Arthur checked his watch for the 7th time in 10 minutes. "Ashley, the gala is in 3 days. Don't you already own 50 dresses?" 57, she corrected him while flipping through another rack. "But none say I'm sophisticated enough for politics but could also ruin your life." A passing shopper choked on their coffee. Arthur sighed and pulled out his phone to check messages, anything to distract himself from this fresh hell. "Just pick something black and normal." Ashley gasped dramatically, clutching her chest as if wounded. "Black? Normal? Arthur, I may be your cousin, but I refuse to be your fashion victim." She held up a crimson gown with a slit that promised scandalous adventures ahead. This is the one." Arthur eyed it with growing horror. "That's not a dress, that's a liability lawsuit waiting to happen." "Nonsense." "It's confident." She turned to the associate with determination in her eyes. "I'll try it on, and bring me those stilettos that could double as murder weapons." As Ashley disappeared into the dressing room, Arthur resigned himself to his fate by leaning against a display case. His phone buzzed, a message from Nathaniel. "How's operation, tame Ashley going?" "I'm considering disowning her," he typed back. The response came instantly. "Too late." "She's already in the will." Before Arthur could reply, an ear-piercing shriek echoed from the dressing rooms followed by an ominous crash. "Ashley?" he called out warily. The curtain flew open to reveal Ashley tangled in what appeared to be 3 different dresses alongside a troubled clothing rack and one very distressed sales associate. "I may have underestimated the complexity of this zipper," Ashley admitted, struggling to free herself from the fabric that had ensnared her. Arthur closed his eyes for a moment, summoning every ounce of patience he could muster. "You're a grown woman. How do you not know how zippers work?" "They're treacherous, Arthur." "One second you're fine, and the next, bam, you're a human hoodrito." The associate, now visibly sweating, attempted to help untangle her. "Mom, if you could just..." "Oh dear, that's the curtain rod." Arthur rubbed his temples in exasperation. "I'm leaving." "No you don't." Ashley lunged forward, still half wrapped in fabric, grabbing his wrist with surprising strength. "You promised." "No running away." A small crowd began to gather around them, phones discreetly, and not so discreetly, recording the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Arthur weighed his options, stay and endure this humiliation or fake his own death and flee the country entirely. Before he could decide on an escape plan, Ashley finally broke free, only to trip directly into him, sending both of them crashing into a mannequin display. Silence. Then came Ashley's muffled voice from beneath a pile of faux limbs and sequined fabric. Okay, maybe I see your point about the liability thing. Emerging from the wreckage with a mannequin arm awkwardly draped over his shoulder, Arthur stared at the ceiling as if asking the universe why. The boutique manager approached with a strained smile. Mr. Osborne, perhaps online shop would be more your speed. Ashley finally stood upright and dusted herself off with a triumphant grin. Nonsense. We'll take the red one, and whatever cleaning bill comes with. She gestured dramatically to their surroundings. This, with all the resignation of a man signing his own execution order, Arthur pulled out his black card. As they left the boutique, Ashley triumphantly carrying her dress while Arthur carried emotional scars, she looped her arm through his. See? That wasn't so bad, she chirped cheerfully. Arthur shot her a deadpan look. I will never take you shopping again. Ashley beamed at him mischievously. Yes, you will. And honestly, the terrifying part was that she was probably right. The Hyperion GT20 purred to a stop before the grand staircase of the Neo-Luminara Grand Ballroom, its obsidian black finish gleaming under the soft glow of floating lumen orbs that lined the entrance. As the doors lifted smoothly, Arthur stepped out, his polished dress shoes meeting the crimson carpet that unfurled like a fiery tongue up the marble steps. Beside him, Ashley emerged in a gown of liquid crimson, its shimmering fabric moving with an almost sentient grace. The high slit revealed just enough to be scandalous without crossing into indecency. Okay, Ashley, try not to embarrass me tonight, Arthur muttered as they ascended the stairs, his eyes scanning the security detail discreetly positioned along the railings. Ashley adjusted her delicate silver torque and flashed him a wicked grin. Oh please. If anyone's going to make a scene tonight, it's definitely you. The grand entrance doors loomed 20 feet tall, carved from rare black wood harvested from the floating forests of the Celestial Archipelago. As they swung open, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before them. It was the mayor's birthday gala, a dazzling display of wealth and power. The ceiling soared high above them, a domed masterpiece crafted from transparent alloy that revealed a star-studded night sky. The stars shimmered with an amplified brilliance thanks to some hidden technology that made them burn like diamonds. Chandeliers made of crystallized ether floated unsuspended overhead, casting prismatic light that refracted across the room in dancing rainbows. Beneath their feet lay polished obsidian veined with gold, so flawless it reflected guests like a dark mirror. Towering arches lined the walls and led to balconies where shadowy figures, bodyguards no doubt, stood watch over this extravagant affair. At the center of it all was a raised platform featuring a musician playing a harmonium, an instrument native to Pantera's elite. Its strings were woven from deep-sea leviathan nerves, producing sounds that resonated in bones rather than ears, low and thrumming in an oddly hypnotic rhythm. A banquet table stretched along one wall, laden with delicacies Arthur had only ever read about in luxury gastronomy logs. Imbeclaw crab legs, harvested from volcanic trenches in Ignis, their shells still steaming and meat infused with spices that danced on your tongue. Stratos puffin eggs, delicate orbs served in spun sugar nests, their yolks shimmering silver. Voidfin caviar, glittering black pearls sourced from fish swimming in lightless depths said to induce lucid dreams if consumed excessively. And drinks no less extravagant. Instead of wine, servers floated by with flutes of starlight nectar, a luminescent blue liquor distilled from flowers blooming only under moonlight. The elite of Neo-Luminara glided through the hall like exotic fish in a vibrant aquarium, striking, formidable, and fully aware of their own significance. Arthur recognized a few people in the hall as well. His gaze landed on Senator Orla Drake, engrossed in conversation with a cluster of corporate titans, his impeccably tailored suit shimmering with threads of pure cerulite. Nearby, Madame Rose, a mid-sized arms dealer, reclined on an opulent divan, her gown crafted entirely from interlocking platinum scales that danced with every breath she took. As Arthur scanned the room, he nodded occasionally to those round him. The true CRA tilde diaresis me de la CRA tilde diaresis me of Neoluminara, business moguls, high-ranking officials, and influential politicians. Suddenly, he froze. His eyebrows shot up as he caught sight of Jessica Armitage in the far corner near the mayor's podium. The voluptuous policewoman stood out in her ice blue gown, a stark contrast to Ashley's fiery attire. Their eyes locked. Instantly Jessica's lips curled into a smirk that promised trouble. Ashley noticed Arthur's sudden halt and followed his gaze to Jessica. A playful smirk crept onto her lips as she leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear. Well, looks like someone's very happy to see you. Arthur quickly diverted his attention and continued walking through the hall, though he couldn't suppress the tension tightening in his jaw. As they navigated through the crowd, snippets of conversation floated around them. A frazzled investor lamented to his companion while clutching a glass of champagne, "I've lost nearly $500 million on the Northern Expansion plan. If Osborne Real Estate hadn't swooped in, I'd be sinking in the bay right now." Two businessmen clinked their glasses while laughing heartily. "I heard your investment made quite a splash from yesterday's news report." "Ha ha ha, it's all small profit," replied the other one, though pride gleamed unmistakably in his eyes. Nearby stood a military officer from a neighboring country discussing issues with weapons manufacturers. "The new railguns keep jamming. If you can't fix them soon, I'm taking my business to Osborne Heavy Industries." "Please, Lieutenant Joss," one manufacturer pleaded earnestly. "Give us just a few months, we can deliver satisfactory results." In another corner, a chef berated a server, who served the amber claw without chilled nectar. "Do you want someone's tongue to melt?" The entire hall buzzed with energy as conversations intertwined like threads in an intricate tapestry, people weaving among one another to forge connections. Women donned alluring dresses flitted about amidst laughter and clinking glasses filled with charming voices. Arthur and Ashley nestled into a cozy table near a pillar, their laughter mingling with the lively chatter of the party around them. They were in their own little world, savoring delicious bites and sipping on drinks, completely unfazed by the bustling crowd in the hall. Ashley spotted a passing tray and swiftly plucked 2 flutes of starlight nectar, handing one to Arthur with a gleeful grin. "Wow, the mayor really knows how to throw a party, doesn't he?" she exclaimed, smacking her lips as she took in the refreshing drink. Arthur took a careful sip, feeling the chill of the nectar dance on his tongue. It was like swallowing a piece of the night sky itself. He sighed contentedly. He really does know how to throw a party. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Ashley leaned closer and suggested playfully, "How about you throw an even grander party someday?" "Imagine that." Arthur paused for just a moment, taken aback by her enthusiasm. But then he nodded with an infectious smile. "Okay, I'm up for it." Just then, a melodious voice chimed from behind them, breaking through their banter. "Never thought you'd be invited to this party too, Arthur." "Never thought you'd be invited to this party too, Arthur." Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Arthur and Ashley, freezing them in their tracks. Confusion clouded Arthur's eyes as he turned around. But when he saw who had called his name, his expression shifted from bewilderment to shock. The wine glass he was about to sip seemed to freeze in midair. Standing before him was a vision draped in a gown of midnight silk that hugged her curves like shadows come to life. The daring V-shaped back of her dress revealed smooth, snow-white skin dusted with a subtle shimmer. Her black hair cascaded over one shoulder in loose waves, adorned with a cerulean hairpin that sparkled like a distant star. High cheekbones framed her face, one that could launch wars, with violet eyes gleaming with intelligence and mischief. Arthur quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat as he managed a smile. "Ophelia, what are you doing here?" Ophelia rolled her beautiful eyes at him and slid into the seat beside him without waiting for an invitation. Ashley, sitting on the other side of Arthur, raised an eyebrow and nudged him playfully. "Arthur, who is this?" "Oh, I almost forgot," Arthur said sheepishly, patting his head as if trying to jog his memory. "Ashley, meet Ophelia Sinclair." "Ophelia, this is my cousin Ashley." "Nice to meet you, Ashley." Ophelia beamed. "Nice to meet you too, Ophelia." "Wow, you look absolutely stunning," Ashley exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Thank you for the compliment," Ophelia replied graciously. "Arthur never mentioned he knew someone as beautiful as you." Ashley teased under her breath. "Ahem." Arthur coughed slightly while shooting a glare at Ashley. Unfazed by his annoyance, Ashley turned her attention back to Ophelia with genuine curiosity. "So how do you know my cousin?" "We first met at your family's real estate company," Ophelia explained with a soft chuckle. "Then we ran into each other at a park a few months ago. He looked so pitiful sitting alone that I took pity on him." Arthur was momentarily speechless before retorting defensively, "Pitiful? I was just being brooding and mysterious." "You were pouting," Ophelia corrected playfully as she took a sip from his untouched drink. Ashley cackled softly and leaned closer to Arthur. "I like her. Hurry up and make your move." Arthur shot her an incredulous look but shook his head in disbelief. Now fully invested in the conversation, Ashley propped her chin on her hand and asked Ophelia eagerly, "So what brings you to this den of snakes?" Ophelia's gaze swept across the grand ballroom, her expression a blend of amusement and disillusionment. "Just like every other gathering," she remarked, gesturing toward the lavish buffet. "Politics masquerading as celebration." He paused, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "But I must admit, the caviar is exquisite, and those void-fan pearls? Absolutely divine." Arthur found himself momentarily distracted by the graceful curve of her neck as she turned to him. "You've tried it?" he asked, genuinely intrigued. "Of course," she replied with a playful smirk. "I never pass up an opportunity for luxury, or interesting company." Arthur coughed awkwardly, his cheeks flushing as he shifted his gaze away from her piercing stare. Across the table, Ashley's eyes darted between Arthur and Ophelia, a knowing glint sparking in her gaze as a mischievous smile danced on her lips. Suddenly, the hum of conversation faded into silence as the harmonium's haunting melody came to an end. All eyes turned toward the raised podium at the center of the room where Mayor Damian Armitage stood, a figure who commanded attention effortlessly. Dressed in an impeccably tailored deep sapphire suit that seemed to shimmer under the floating chandeliers, Mayor Armitage exuded authority and charisma. His salt and pepper hair was slicked back neatly, while his sharp features softened under the warm glow of ambient light. Beside him stood Jessica Armitage, poised in a nice blue gown that starkly contrasted with the vibrant colors surrounding them. Raising a flute filled with starlight nectar, the bioluminescent liquid casting a soft blue hue across his face, he began, "Ladies and gentlemen," his voice rich and resonant echoed through the hall. "Tonight we gather not just to celebrate another year of my life but to honor what makes Neoluminara truly shine, the bonds we share." His gaze swept over key figures in attendance, Senator Orla Drake, Madame Rose, and lingered just a moment longer on Arthur Osborne. "This city thrives because of its visionaries and innovators, those who dare to dream beyond ordinary limits." He paused for effect before continuing, "To all who have contributed to our shared success, I raise my glass in gratitude." The guests lifted their flutes in unison as he concluded, "To prosperity, to unity, and to our collective future." A chorus of agreement rippled through the hall as glasses clinked together and everyone took their first sip of nectar. The mayor's smile was polished, a perfect blend of warmth and calculation, as he descended from the podium and navigated through mingling guests with practiced ease. Arthur observed this from his corner seat while tracing idle patterns along his glass rim. Ophelia arched an elegant brow beside him. "Looks like you've caught his eye," she murmured teasingly. Ashley, mid-sip of her third flute of nectar, nearly choked. "Oh, this should be good." Just then, the mayor approached their table, his smile unwavering and infectious. "Arthur Osborne," he greeted warmly, extending a hand. "I'm honored you could join us tonight." Arthur stood to meet him, accepting the handshake with a firm grip. "Mayor Armitage, I've been looking forward to this meeting for quite some time." "And that was a fine speech you gave. Flattery will get you everywhere," the mayor chuckled before turning his attention to Ophelia. "And Miss Sinclair, always a pleasure to see you." Ophelia inclined her head gracefully. "Mayor, congratulations on another successful year." "Ah, if only success came without the headaches," he sighed theatrically while gesturing to a server who promptly delivered a fresh bottle of Solaris Vintage. "A toast." he declared as he poured the golden liquid into sparkling glasses. Arthur accepted his glass but eyed the mayor with mild suspicion. "To new connections," Veen said, raising his glass high, "and the possibilities they bring." The four of them, Arthur, Ophelia, Ashley, and the mayor, clinked glasses together. Arthur took a measured sip. The wine's crisp citrus notes danced across his tongue like sunlight through leaves. "Tell me, Arthur," the mayor began in a conversational tone, "how are you finding Neo Luminara these days? I hear your family business is doing remarkably well and expanding rapidly." Arthur kept his expression neutral. "The city has been very accommodating. After all, my family has been entrenched here for many years." "Modest as ever," the mayor chuckled, "though I suspect accommodating is an understatement. Your Osborne family's expansion, especially with that AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth pod, is truly impressive." With that comment came a faint glance filled with deep meaning from the mayor towards Arthur. A slight frown crossed Arthur's brow at that look but quickly faded as Ashley chimed in mischievously, "Oh please, Arthur's just being humble. He's got plans to buy up the whole district next." Arthur shot her an incredulous glare while the mayor laughed heartily. "Ambitious. I like that." His gaze flicked briefly toward Ophelia before returning to Arthur. "Perhaps we should discuss potential collaborations. After all, this city could greatly benefit from Osborne innovation." Arthur's fingers tightened imperceptibly around his glass as he replied coolly, "I'm always open to conversation." "Excellent." The mayor's smile widened even further. "I'll have my office reach out." With a final nod to Ophelia and Ashley, he declared, "Ladies, enjoy the evening." "Arthur, until next time." And just like that, he vanished into the crowd, leaving behind an air of mystery and a table brimming with unanswered questions. Ashley didn't waste a moment. She pounced after exactly 3 seconds. "So," she drawled, swirling her wine like it held the secrets of the universe, "the mayor wants to collaborate now? How suspiciously convenient." Ophelia's lips curved into a knowing smile. "Politics, Ashley. Everyone wants something." Arthur exhaled through his nose, his gaze fixed on the mayor's retreating figure. "But the real question is, what does he want?" Ashley flashed a mischievous grin. "Well, whatever it is, at least you've got us to keep you from stumbling blindly into a trap." Arthur raised an eyebrow and shot back, "And when have you ever stopped me from doing something reckless?" Ashley opened her mouth to respond but paused for dramatic effect before shrugging nonchalantly. "Okay. Fair point." Arthur rolled his eyes but couldn't hide the faint smirk tugging at his lips, a mix of amusement and challenge. He turned looked at Mayor Armitage as his brows furrowed. "He have a bad feeling that the mayor have ulterior motives towards him, but he can't point his fingers at what is exactly suspicious." He quickly came back to his senses and shook his head. Whatever the mayor have towards him, he have to wait and see. Whatever intentions the mayor had toward him, Arthur wasn't particularly afraid. He pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind and immersed himself in the festivities of the party. Eating, drinking, and mingling with the city's elite, he exchanged pleasantries and even forged a few business friendships. His heart-to-heart conversation with Ophelia was a highlight. He even managed to invite her for a dance. All in all, Arthur felt that this night was far from wasted. He genuinely enjoyed it. After 4 hours of laughter and celebration, the mayor's birthday gala finally drew to a close. As guests began to trickle out one by one, the grand ballroom started to thin out. Laughter echoed softly as clusters of friends shared murmured goodbyes. The massive chandeliers cast long shadows across the obsidian floor, their light dimming as evening turned into night. Arthur straightened his suit and exchanged final words with some guests before signaling Ashley that it was time to leave. She sighed dramatically, swirling the last drops of starlight nectar in her glass. Ophelia had left much earlier, citing more important matters as her reason for departure. "I could get used to this," she mused wistfully as she watched the remnants of the party dissolve around them. Arthur smirked playfully. "Try not to get too comfortable. The mayor's hospitality always comes with a price." Just then, Jessica appeared before them like a vision in a nice blue gown shimmering under the fading lights. She stopped just short of their table, her sharp gaze locking onto Arthur. "My father wants to see you," she said coolly. Alone. On the balcony. Arthur raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Does he now? Jessica's lips curled slightly into a knowing smile. Consider it a private discussion. Without waiting for a response, she turned on her heel and walked away, her heels clicking against the polished floor. Ashley frowned and asked, "What was that about?" Arthur exhaled through his nose dismissively. "In my opinion, nothing good." The balcony offered a breathtaking view of Neoluminara's glittering skyline, its towers reaching toward the heavens like jagged shards of light against the starry backdrop. The crisp night air carried distant hums of hovercraft along with whispers from remaining guests inside. Mayor Damien Armitage stood at the railing with his back turned toward Arthur, holding a half-empty glass of Solaris vintage wine. "You're late," he remarked without turning around. Stepping forward confidently with hands clasped behind his back, Arthur replied dryly, "I didn't realize we were on a schedule." The mayor chuckled, finally turning to face Arthur. His sharp eyes glinted under the moonlight, calculating and shrewd. "Always with a wit, Arthur. It's one of the things I admire about you." Arthur inclined his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. "Flattery, Mayor. Should I be concerned?" Inside, he scoffed at the absurdity of it all. Admiration? They had only just met today, but he kept those thoughts tucked away in his heart, where they could fester unnoticed. The mayor took a slow sip of his wine, savoring it like a predator sizing up its prey. "Concerned? Number? Thoughtful? Perhaps." He set the glass down on the railing with deliberate slowness. "Tell me, Arthur, how old are you now?" Arthur didn't blink. "Old enough." The mayor smiled knowingly. "And yet, unmarried. No girlfriend or attachments to speak of. A man of your standing should have a family by now." Arthur's fingers twitched behind his back as he fought to maintain composure. "I've been busy," he replied coolly. "Besides, I don't have the luxury or time to find a wife. Women only slow down your momentum when it comes to making money." The mayor chuckled softly, amusement dancing in his eyes as they locked onto Arthur's. "Ah yes, business." Damien nodded sagely. "But even the most powerful men need heirs, stability and legacy." Arthur remained silent for a moment, allowing the mayor to lead this peculiar dance. With an exaggerated sigh that hinted at disappointment over Arthur's lack of engagement, the mayor continued, "You know my Jessica is also unmarried, a brilliant woman, ambitious and beautiful. A perfect match for someone like you." Arthur's expression didn't flicker. He was unimpressed by this blatant matchmaking attempt. "Jessica is many things," he replied dryly, "but perfect isn't one I'd use." Inside him churned disbelief at how shamelessly this man spoke about his daughter. Wasn't she just another big-breasted stupid woman? The mayor's smile tightened slightly as if sensing Arthur's reservations but not quite understanding them fully. "She's an Armitage," he declared with pride. "That alone makes her invaluable." Arthur met his gaze evenly and asked pointedly, "And what exactly are you suggesting?" Stepping closer with an air of conspiratorial intimacy, the mayor lowered his voice. "A union between our families. Marry Jessica and together we can reshape Neoluminara." Arthur stood still as stone suspicion crept into every fiber of his being. "And what do you get out of this?" The mayor's smile turned razor-thin and calculated. 60% of Osborne Holdings, as bride price. A beat of silence hung in the air. Arthur stared at the mayor, his eyes void of emotion, finally grasping the depths of this man's shamelessness. Then, a cold, humorless laugh escaped him. 60%? That's not a marriage proposal, that's a hostile takeover. The mayor's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Call it what you will." "The offer stands." Arthur exhaled slowly, his voice dangerously calm. "And if I refuse?" The mayor picked up his glass again, swirling the golden liquid thoughtfully. "Neoluminara is a city of opportunity, Arthur, but also a broken bar consequences." He took a sip as if savoring more than just the drink. "Your businesses thrive here, your family enjoys its protections. It would be unfortunate if our broken bar complications arose." Arthur's gaze darkened like storm clouds gathering overhead. "Is that a threat?" The mayor chuckled softly, almost mockingly. "A reminder. Alliances are everything in this city. And right now you stand alone." Arthur studied him for a long moment before responding with steely resolve, "I'll take my chances." The mayor's smile remained intact, but his eyes turned dicey as he leaned closer. "Think carefully, Arthur. Opportunities like this don't come twice. With that, Arthur turned to leave but paused at the balcony's edge to deliver one last cutting remark. Neither do warnings. He walked away, leaving the mayor standing in the moonlight with his untouched glass of Solaris vintage, a symbol of unfulfilled promises. Ashley was pacing near the exit when Arthur reappeared, her impatience palpable as she whirled around to face him. "Well?" Arthur slid his hands into his pockets nonchalantly. "We're leaving." Ashley narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What did he want? Arthur glanced back toward the balcony where the mayor still loomed like an ominous shadow watching their every move. "To make me an offer I'd be a fool to accept." Ashley opened her mouth to protest but was cut off by Arthur shaking his head firmly. "No discussion here." He led them out of the ballroom while the weight of Vian's words clung heavily in the air behind them. The sleek black Hyperion GT20 glided soundlessly through Neoluminara's neon-lit streets, its tinted windows reflecting vibrant colors from billboards and streetlights alike, an electric pulse that matched Arthur's racing thoughts as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. Ashley sat beside him in silence for too long before breaking it with frustration bubbling beneath her calm exterior. "So?" Arthur kept his gaze fixed ahead and replied coolly, "So what?" "Don't play dumb." Ashley scoffed sharply. What did Vian want? The car glided effortlessly around the corner, the city's towering spires casting jagged shadows across Arthur's face. He tightened his jaw just enough to hint at tension, but his expression remained a carefully crafted mask. "A business proposal," he stated flatly. Ashley rolled her eyes dramatically. "Right, and I'm the Empress of the Eastern Isles." "Try again." Arthur let out a controlled exhale, his grip on the wheel tightening noticeably. "He wants an alliance." "What kind of alliance?" she asked, curiosity piqued. "The marital kind." Ashley froze mid-sentence, turning to him fully with sharp eyes that could cut glass. "He offered you Jessica?" A humorless smirk tugged at Arthur's lips. "With 60% of Osborne Holdings as her dowry." "Damn," Ashley breathed, letting out a low whistle. "That's not a proposal, that's a hostile takeover." "Does he think that stupid woman is made of gold or diamonds?" Ashley was momentarily speechless. "That's what I said." Arthur cast her a fleeting glance and chuckled softly. She studied him for a long moment before asking, "And you told him to shove it, I assume?" Arthur hesitated as they descended into the lower districts where neon lights flickered like dying stars and the city's hum transformed into the distant murmur of nightlife. "I told him no," he finally replied. Leaning back in her seat, Ashley tapped her fingers against the armrest with impatience. "And how'd he take that?" Arthur's knuckles turned white before he forced himself to relax. "About as well as you'd expect." Ashley snorted derisively. "So poorly." A muscle in Arthur's jaw twitched with suppressed frustration. "He implied there would be consequences if I refused." Ashley's fingers stilled. Her voice dropped an octave, losing its usual edge. "What kind of consequences?" Finally meeting her gaze, Arthur's dark eyes were unreadable yet intense. "The kind that complicates business, puts families like ours in danger." Her lips pressed into a thin line as realization dawned on her. "He's threatening us. He's reminding me that my allies in this city are few and far between," Arthur clarified. Turning to look out the window at blurred lights streaking past them, Ashley asked quietly, "And do you have enough?" Arthur didn't respond immediately. They slowed down for a security checkpoint where automated scanners flashed green before granting them passage. "Not enough to go to war with the mayor," he admitted quietly. Taking a slow breath, Ashley asked pointedly, "So what's our play?" Arthur flexed his fingers against the steering wheel as if preparing for battle itself. "We find leverage." Ashley arched an eyebrow, skepticism dancing in her gaze. "You really think there's something out there that can pressure Damien Armitage?" Arthur's lips curled into a smirk that didn't quite reach his eyes. "There's always something lurking beneath the surface. No one climbs to his level without leaving a trail of bodies behind." Ashley mulled that over for a moment before nodding decisively. "All right then, where do we start?" Arthur glanced at the rearview mirror, ensuring they were alone before returning his focus to the road ahead. "First, we need to keep our heads cool and avoid any reckless moves." Ashley shot him a playful smirk. "Good luck with that." But Arthur's expression turned serious. darkening like storm clouds gathering overhead. "I mean it. If the mayor decides to make a move against us, second uncle will be his first target." The weight of his words settled heavily on Ashley. She knew he was right. "Second," Arthur continued, determination etched on his face, "we dig deep." Veen didn't claw his way up without some skeletons rattling in his closet. "We just need to find the right one." Ashley tilted her head curiously. "You really think he's hiding something big enough to take him down?" Arthur tightened his grip on the steering wheel as if bracing for impact. "I believe he wouldn't be pushing this hard if he wasn't desperate." Her brow furrowed in confusion. "Desperate for what?" His voice dropped to a low murmur, each word deliberate and heavy with meaning. "Power, control." "Me?" Ashley blinked in surprise and leaned forward slowly, processing the implications of his statement. "Wait, are you saying this isn't just about Osborne Holdings?" Arthur clenched his jaw tightly as if holding back more than just words. "Damien doesn't need my money. I think he needs something more, something to give him an edge or assurance." A spark of realization ignited in Ashley's eyes as she pressed further, her tone sharp with curiosity. "Why?" Finally meeting her gaze with intensity, Arthur replied firmly, "Because something is brewing on the horizon, and he wants to ensure he's standing on the winning side." Silence enveloped them as Ashley connected the dots. The mayor's sudden interest in Arthur Broken Bar, the aggressive buyout to for a Broken Bar, the thinly veiled threats, it all pointed towards something much larger at play. "You think he's gearing up for war?" she said slowly, almost incredulously. Arthur nodded grimly. There was no humor left now in their conversation. "I believe he's already fighting one, and just tried to draft me into his army." As they descended further into the cityscape, the glittering towers fading into shadow, the municipal palace stood majestically over Neoluminara, resembling a crown forged from steel and glass, its spires reaching for the stars. Inside, the mayor's private office radiated an air of calculated luxury. Polished black marble floors gleamed under soft lighting, walls adorned with rare artifacts whispered stories of history, and a floor-to-ceiling window framed a breathtaking view of the city's shimmering skyline. Damien Armitage leaned against the window, swirling a glass of Solaris Vintage in one hand while his sharp gaze lingered on a distant skyscraper. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the gentle hum of the climate control system. Suddenly, the double doors slid open with a soft whisper. Jessica Armitage entered with purpose, her ice blue gown replaced by a sleek black suit that exuded confidence. Her heels clicked sharply against the marble floor as she wasted no time on pleasantries. He refused. It wasn't so much a question as it was an accusation. Damien took a measured sip of his drink before responding faintly. "He did." Jessica's lips curled into a knowing smirk. "I told you he would." With an unhurried sip from his glass, Damien replied coolly, "And yet here we are." Crossing her arms defiantly, Jessica fixed her piercing gaze on her father's back. "Why?" Finally turning to face her, Damien's expression remained inscrutable. "Why what?" "Why push this?" Her voice dripped with disdain. "You knew Arthur would never agree." "He despises me, and I loathe him." A thin smile crept across Damien's face, humorless and cold. "Feelings are irrelevant." "Not to me," Jessica shot back. Setting his glass down deliberately on the obsidian desk, Damien said calmly, "Then you're thinking like a child, not an Armitage." Jessica clenched her fists tightly against her sides. "Enlighten me." Taking a deep breath, as if explaining something painfully obvious to someone slow to grasp it, Damien continued, "Arthur Osborne controls the Osborne family. A year ago they were just another declining dynasty teetering on collapse. But when Arthur took charge, in 1 year he resurrected them from near ruin and surpassed their former glory. Their businesses now span every industry. Each one holds massive potential worth trillions." His gaze sharpened dangerously as he added, "And he is untethered. No alliances or obligations make him dangerous." Jessica narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "So you want to leash him?" "I want to own him," Damien corrected smoothly. "Marriage is simply the cleanest way to achieve that." She let out a sharp laugh that echoed through the office like shattering glass. "Clean? You just asked for 60% of his company as dowry." "That's not a proposal, it's war." Damien's expression remained impassive as he leaned back, his voice steady. "It's a negotiation tactic, Start high, settle for less. Jessica raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched across her face. And what happens if he refuses to settle? The mayor's smile turned icy, sending a shiver down Jessica's spine. Then we remind him why crossing an Armitage is a grave mistake. She studied him intently, searching for hidden truths. This isn't just about power, is it? There's something more at play here. Damien stayed silent, his gaze fixed on the city lights outside the window, his reflection ghostly and distant. Jessica stepped closer, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. What aren't you telling me? The Eastern Consortium is making moves, he finally revealed. Her heart raced at the mention of the Consortium. They haven't been a threat in years, because someone owed me a favor kept them in check, Damien replied quietly. But that favor is running out. The new chairman has a broken bar ambitions. 15 years ago, I managed to keep them from stepping into Neo-Luminara after winning my election, offending them in the process, but now they're poised to gain a foothold here. If they do, everything we've built will be at risk. Jessica felt her mind spin with possibilities. The Eastern Consortium, a syndicate of old-world industrialists and mercenaries, had been a persistent thorn in Damien's side for decades. Without protection, he would have faced their wrath long ago. But lately, they'd been suspiciously quiet. And Arthur is what? A shield? She questioned sharply. Even if you control him, what can he really do? His influence pales next to such a behemoth like the Eastern Consortium. Damien tightened his grip on his glass as if drawing strength from it. Arthur possesses immense potential and resources that could withstand them, even if he can't confront them directly himself. With him on my side, I can buy us time. But if he won't stand with you, broken bar. His voice trailed off ominously. Jessica inhaled sharply as realization dawned upon her. So this is all about making a preemptive strike. It's survival, Damien affirmed. She turned away from him and began pacing the length of the office. Her heels clicked rhythmically against the polished floor like an urgent metronome counting down their options. There are other ways. We could pressure his businesses, cut supply lines or buy out employees. You're the mayor, you hold all the cards. Just draft up some policy targeting him, and risk igniting open conflict. Damien countered with a shake of his head. No way, the Consortium would pounce on that weakness immediately. Jessica spun around, her eyes blazing with intensity. Then why not just kill him? The words sliced through the air, sharp and unforgiving, plunging the room into a heavy silence. Damien met her gaze unwaveringly. Because a dead Arthur becomes a martyr. A married Arthur? That's an Armitage. Jessica's breath hitched in her throat. She had always known her father was ruthless, but this crossed a line she hadn't expected. You're asking me to marry a man I despise, she said softly, each word laced with disbelief. Damien's tone softened just enough to show he cared. Slightly. I'm asking you to do what's necessary for our family. Her nails dug into her palms as anger surged within her. And if I refuse? The mayor's expression darkened like storm clouds gathering overhead. Then you're no daughter of mine. Those words landed like a dagger, twisting deep in her heart. Jessica had always understood where she stood in Damien's world, valuable yet expendable, merely a pawn on his chessboard. But hearing it spoken aloud still stung more than she anticipated. She turned away, whispering fiercely, "You're a bastard." Damien didn't flinch or deny it. "And you're an Armitage, act like one." Silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating as tension crackled in the air. Finally, Jessica straightened up, forcing her mask back into place. "Fine, I'll play along." Damien nodded with satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Good. But," she added sharply, voice cold as ice, "once this is over, I want Arthur Osborne shattered." A slow smile crept across the mayor's face, a predatory grin that sent chills down her spine. "Oh, my dear." That was always the plan. With determination fueling her steps, Jessica turned on her heel and strode toward the door. Her mind raced with possibilities. If her father wanted war, then war was what he would get. And Arthur Osborne, he would come to regret every single insult he'd ever thrown at her. The study door slid open with a soft whoosh as Arthur stepped inside, his gaze immediately drawn to the wine cabinet. He poured himself a generous glass of deep red wine and sank into the plush leather chair, loosening his collar with a relaxed smile on his face. "Evelyn, he called out, breaking the silence. In an instant, the screen flickered to life, igniting in a dazzling cascade of azure light that coalesced into a vast, shifting visage, a face crafted from trillions of data streams, its features both human and strikingly alien. Eyes like fractured starlight locked onto Arthur. "Welcome back, sir." Evelyn's genderless voice echoed warmly through the study. Arthur raised his wine glass in acknowledgement and took a leisurely sip. "So what's next? Are you going to accept the mayor's proposal?" Evelyn inquired. Arthur exhaled sharply through his nose. "Nope. I'm not that Matilda Macron." "The mayor's proposal was anticipated," Evelyn replied, its form pulsing with strands of data flickering like synaptic flares. "However, the timing was unexpected. The probability of a direct power grab within the next fiscal quarter is calculated at 38.6%. His personal involvement raises that to 72.1%. Arthur unbuttoned his jacket and tossed it casually over the back of a chair. "I didn't think he'd be the first to make a move." He had anticipated others would act first. After all, who could resist the allure of the Osborne family business? But it surprised him that it was the mayor who took initiative. Yet he dismissed any threat from him. Fear wasn't on Arthur's agenda. "What puzzles me is why he wants to act now," Arthur continued thoughtfully. "He knows I can't stand his daughter. Asking for that kind of bride price is just outrageous." "I've already found your answer." Evelyn's voice resonated with certainty. "Tell me." Arthur leaned forward, intrigued. Evelyn's tone shifted to low and measured. "Damien Armitage is a drowning man." Arthur paused mid-sip of his wine. "Explain." The giant screen flickered again, projecting an intricate timeline of Neoluminara's political history with one name pulsating at its center, Eastern Consortium. 15 years ago during the mayoral elections, Evelyn narrated as footage played, a burning mansion engulfed in flames deemed accidental by authorities. Damien eliminated his primary rival, Councilman Darius Rook. Darius was backed by the Eastern Consortium. His death should have triggered immediate retaliation. Arthur whistled softly. "Let me guess, someone intervened?" "Correct." The display flickered to life, revealing a blurred image of a towering figure clad in an old-world trench coat. Mark Cray, the former overlord of the Northern Syndicate, extended protection to Damien in exchange for exclusive docking rights in the lower city. Arthur took a contemplative sip of his wine and murmured, "But Cray's been dead for 3 years." "Precisely." Evelyn's hologram shimmered like rippling water. "With Cray gone, the Consortium's old grudges are bubbling back to the surface. Intelligence suggests they've been quietly rebuilding their Neoluminara branch for the past 18 months. So Damien's scrambling for allies before they carve him up?" Arthur swirled his glass, watching as the red liquid caught the light like a glimmering jewel. "And he thinks my resources can buy him time." He shook his head in disbelief. "How can I help him? I'm just weak. My strength is pitiful compared to that of the Eastern Consortium." "More than just time," Evelyn corrected smoothly. "He wants you as a scapegoat, hoping you'll confront the Eastern Consortium to stall them while he gathers more allies and support for when things heat up." "Damn, this guy isn't exactly a saint." Arthur leaned back in his chair, shaking his head incredulously. A cold smirk crept across Arthur's lips. "And instead of asking nicely, he tried to strong-arm me into marriage? A miscalculation." Arthur set down his glass with deliberate calmness. "How deep are the Consortium's claws here now?" The hologram morphed again, revealing a network of red veins spreading beneath the city's districts, warehouses, shell corporations, even 2 mid-level officials from the Urban Development Bureau. They control 37% of the black market arms trade and have infiltrated 3 key infrastructure committees. Most concerningly, a broken bar. A new file unfolded on screen, displaying blueprints of the municipal power grid. "They've planted pulse disruptors beneath Sector 7's substations. If activated during an attack, they could black out the entire North District." Arthur's playful demeanor vanished instantly. "That's practically a declaration of war." His knuckles whitened around his glass as he pondered aloud. "But why now?" Evelyn's voice dropped to an almost conspiratorial whisper. "Because tomorrow marks 15 years since Darius's death, and trust me, the Consortium never forgets a debt." Silence thickened like fog in the air. Outside, The city's neon glow pulsed like a slow-beating heart, completely unaware of the storm brewing in its shadows. Arthur took a deep breath, adjusting his cuffs with determination. "Evelyn." "Yes," came the response. "Dig deeper," he commanded, his voice steady. "I want to know every asset, every back door, and every weakness they have in this city." His eyes sparkled under the flickering holographic lights. "If Damien wants my help surviving the consortium." He downed his wine in one fiery gulp. "Then he'd better kneel first. And Evelyn, make sure to send men to remove those pulse disruptors. I don't want to wake up tomorrow to massive headlines screaming about chaos." "Yes, sir," came the quick reply. "Oh, Evelyn, I almost forgot. Have you dug into the background of the Eastern Consortium?" Arthur exclaimed, patting his head as if to shake off a lingering thought. "Yes, sir. I've already done that," Evelyn replied enthusiastically. "Good. Tell me about the Eastern Consortium's background," Arthur said, leaning back in his chair and swirling the wine in his glass like a fine vintage. "Sir, the Eastern Consortium is a behemoth. A giant. They are not merely an organization, they are a legacy." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "How old?" 472 years, Evelyn stated confidently. "Born from the ashes of the Silk Road dynasties and forged in this century's corporate wars. They don't just operate, they endure." Suddenly, a massive screen flickered to life, projecting a complex web of interconnected nodes, each representing a sector of the consortium's sprawling empire. Primary industries, black market arms manufacturing, dominates 30% of the underground embryonic trade. Biopiracy, engaging in gene theft from closed ecosystems, patented undershell companies. Political assassination markets the largest contractor for hire network in the Eastern Hemisphere. The Eastern Consortium primarily operates within gray industries, Evelyn explained. They rank among the top 50 most powerful underground organizations on the planet. Arthur's fingers twitched with surprise as he shook his head incredulously. "Charming." "Their business model is predation," Evelyn continued. "They identify weakened governments, fractured corporations, or are broken by a pulse of red light illuminated their next target on screen, cities with vulnerable leadership." The display zoomed in on Neoluminara, overlaying a spider web of red veins beneath its surface, marking known assets of the consortium. Their feud with the mayor is personal, however. Their interest in Neoluminara is strategic. The city sits atop 3 underground data river junctions. Control it, and you control information flow between 4 continental networks. Arthur turned fully towards Evelyn, his eyes reflected crimson hues from the hologram. "And you think the mayor knew they'd return?" "He gambled that Kray's protection would outlast his own career," Evelyn replied solemnly. "A miscalculation. The consortium remembers every slight, and Darius's death was written in their ledgers in blood." A new image appeared, a ledger entry dated 15 years prior. Darius Rook, asset liquidation, unsettled debt, 1 city. Arthur fell silent for a moment before exhaling slowly through pursed lips. "They don't just want revenge, they want deed rights. In the consortium doctrine, an unpaid debt compounds interest," Evelyn intoned, his voice echoing with gravity. "To them, the mayor's life is insufficient collateral. They will seize the city itself as repayment." As the screen flickered to life, blueprints of the municipal palace emerged, revealing highlighted structural weaknesses that seemed to whisper secrets of impending doom. "Their strategy is clear," Evelyn continued. "First, they'll disgrace the mayor. Then they'll bring down the infrastructure. When chaos reaches its peak, they will save Neoluminara from the very wreckage they orchestrated." Arthur stared at the schematics, his mind racing like a runaway train. "Then it all makes sense," he murmured. "The mayor isn't just fighting for power, he's fighting for survival, as are we all," Evelyn replied quietly. "If the consortium takes this city, they won't hesitate to eliminate anyone who poses a threat to their control. There's no third option." A heavy silence settled over the room like a dark cloud. Arthur exhaled slowly and rolled his shoulders back. "Then we play their game." "Are you planning to confront them directly?" Evelyn inquired. "We can't afford that," Arthur said, a razor-thin smile cutting across his face. "But we can make Neoluminara indigestible." He turned back to the hologram with renewed focus. "Evelyn, How long until they make their move? 72 hours, Evelyn replied smoothly, analyzing asset mobilization patterns. Arthur nodded decisively. Then we have work ahead of us. Tell me about what you've uncovered regarding the mayor. Arthur's eyes lit up with determination as he quickly looked at Evelyn. The display flickered again and transformed into a sprawling dossier, Damien Armitage's name emblazoned in blood-red glyphs at its apex. Below it unfolded a list of crimes more damning than any fiction could conjure. Let's start with his rise to power, Evelyn began gravely. 12 years ago during the mayoral elections, his main opponent, Councilman Rhys Vance, was found dead in his penthouse. Officially ruled a suicide broken bar, but in reality, security footage from a hidden corridor played out, a shadowy figure slipping into Vance's residence followed by a silenced gunshot and staged body. Damien's personal enforcer, codenamed Wraith, executed this hit, with payments funneled through an offshore shell company linked to Vine's campaign funds. Arthur remained impassive. Nothing surprised him anymore. What else do you have? The screen shifted again as financial records spiraled into view. Systematic embezzlement of public infrastructure budgets, Evelyn detailed matter-of-factly. In the past decades alone he have embezzled 600 billion unicreds, funds meant for revitalizing lower city neighborhoods, have vanished into thin air. All went straight into private ventures, with the infamous Skyrise Towers project leading the charge, all orchestrated by Damien, who cleverly hides behind a proxy alias. Arthur couldn't help but smirk. So he's been robbing the city to fill his own pockets. Classic move. But Evelyn wasn't done yet. It gets worse. It continued. Bribery of judicial officials to sweep cases against his allies under the rug and using municipal regulations as leverage to extort rival corporations. And then there are the black site operations, a broken bar. Suddenly, a new set of files appeared on screen, military-grade schematics that looked like something out of a dystopian nightmare. Prisoner manifests and execution logs painted a chilling picture. Unauthorized detention facilities beneath Sector 7. Evelyn explained grimly. Political dissidents, whistleblowers, even low-level criminals deemed inconvenient have been swallowed up by these dark chambers. A broken bar. None have emerged. Arthur's fingers froze over the keyboard. How many? Confirmed fatalities, 347, Evelyn replied solemnly. But estimates suggest it could be over 1,000. A heavy silence fell between them. Then Arthur exhaled slowly, his mind racing through implications. Any one of these revelations would warrant execution. Correct. Leaning back in his chair, Arthur steepled his fingers thoughtfully as his gaze shifted to an unseen horizon filled with possibilities. Evelyn, a broken bar. What if we released this information? Evelyn's response was immediate and firm. Chaos would ensue, impeachment, criminal prosecution, possibly even a public execution to quell unrest. His empire would crumble within days. A dark smile crept across Arthur's lips as he contemplated the fallout. And in that chaos, Neo-Luminara fractures into warring factions while the Eastern Consortium swoops in like vultures. He paused for effect before adding ominously, the city burns. A high probability, Evelyn acknowledged. Arthur's eyes gleamed coldly with determination as he made his decision. Then we don't release it. Evelyn hesitated, a rare moment of uncertainty flickering across his digital form. Explain your reasoning. Arthur paced in front of the screen, his mind racing. Dead? Vine is useless to us, he scoffed, a glint of mischief in his eyes. But a mayor with a noose around his neck? A man who knows we can end him with just one command? His smile was sharp as a knife. Now that's what I call a puppet on strings. And let's not forget, he continued, leaning closer, the Eastern Consortium has their sights set on Neo-Luminara. If they get it, we're in serious trouble. The mayor is our key to keeping them at bay. Arthur's smirk widened, revealing the confidence brewing within him. Evelyn's form flickered as it processed this information. So you plan to blackmail him into submission? Not just submission, Arthur murmured thoughtfully. I want subservience. Evelyn paused for a moment before responding. The plan is sound. However, Damien isn't exactly known for bending easily. Arthur chuckled darkly. True enough. But even lions kneel when you threaten their cubs. Jessica, Evelyn stated matter-of-factly. Arthur nodded emphatically. She's his Achilles heel. his legacy. He pretends not to care about that so-called stupid daughter of his and would sacrifice her for his ambitions. But deep down, he has a soft spot for her. Evelyn's data streams surged with activity as simulations ran through its circuits. If we leverage this weakness correctly, we can dictate terms to him. But we must tread carefully. Damien might retaliate. Arthur leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Then we make sure he understands the cost of defiance. The screen shifted again, displaying a draft communique copyright a stark message that left no room for interpretation. You owe me a conversation, unmonitored, or the world will learn what you've buried. Arthur scrutinized the message before nodding decisively. Send it out, encrypted and only through his private channels. Done, Evelyn replied. A heavy silence enveloped the study as outside, the city's neon glow pulsed like an unfeeling heartbeat, completely unaware of the machinations unfolding in the shadows. Turning back to the screen, Arthur caught sight of his own reflection, a ghostly figure against Evelyn's shimmering light. One last thing, he said with an edge in his voice. Yes, Evelyn prompted. Prepare contingencies, Arthur commanded firmly. If Damien is foolish enough to fight back a broken bar, his gaze hardened like steel. I want him broken before he even thinks about lifting a finger. Evelyn's response came as an icy whisper of electrons. It will be done. The next day, January 7, 2027, Municipal Palace, Mayor's Executive Lounge. The mayor's private lounge was nothing short of a monument to arrogance. Gold-trimmed marble floors gleamed under the soft glow of extravagant chandeliers, while floor-to-ceiling windows showcased Neoluminara's skyline, a view that felt like gazing upon a conquered kingdom. Damien Armitage reclined in a high-back chair, swirling a glass of Solaris Vintage, his lips curling into a smug smile. Across from him sat Arthur, lounging with deceptive ease, one leg casually crossed over the other and a faint smile playing on his lips. Both men exchanged glances, each harboring their own hidden intentions. You came, the mayor said with an air of superiority, disdain flickering in his eyes as he regarded Arthur across the table. It was as if he had expected nothing less. Arthur's smile remained unwavering. Did you think I wouldn't? The mayor chuckled softly, leaning forward with an air of confidence. Because smart men know when to bow. He took a slow sip from his glass, eyes gleaming with mischief. So, have you reconsidered my proposal? Arthur tilted his head slightly, feigning contemplation. Ah yes, the marriage arrangement and the 60% stake in my company. With a flourish, the mayor spread his hands wide. A small price for protection, a broken bar for legacy. Arthur exhaled softly and shook his head with amusement. You see, that's the thing about legacy, it's fragile. He reached into his coat and produced a slim phone before tossing it onto the table between them. The mayor's confident demeanor faltered as he frowned at Arthur's unexpected gesture. Unease crept into his expression. What's this? He asked warily. Open it. Arthur gestured lazily. A flicker of apprehension crossed Damien's face before he masked it with bravado. Snatching up the phone, he powered it on. As the main screen illuminated, Damien's expression changed drastically. His face drained of color and turned ghostly pale. Bloodshot eyes widened in horror as he began to tremble uncontrollably. Damien Armitage's world shattered before him. Security footage flashed across the screen, financial records and black site manifests, every crime committed during his tenure laid bare in vivid detail. Arthur watched intently as Damien scrolled through incriminating evidence with growing panic etched across his features. This is impossible, the mayor gasped, snapping his head up to meet Arthur's gaze, eyes wild with disbelief. Where did you get this? Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. Does it matter? In an explosive burst of anger, Damien shot to his feet, knocking over his glass. Solaris Vintage spilled across the table like blood pooling on cold tiles. Who gave you these? Arthur remained still, his hand gesturing toward the seat where Mayor Damien sat, tension crackling in the air. Sit down, Damien. No need to be so worked up. The mayor's breath came in sharp bursts, his body coiled like a spring ready to snap. For a fleeting moment, it seemed he might lunge at Arthur, then, with visible effort, He sank back into his chair. His voice was as sharp as a blade. "What do you want?" Leaning forward, Arthur rested his elbows on his knees, adopting a soft yet deliberate tone. "I think you misunderstand." He paused for effect. "This isn't a negotiation." Damien's jaw tightened as anger simmered beneath the surface. "Then what is it?" Arthur's smile morphed into something predatory. "A lesson." With a swift motion, he reached into his coat and produced a slender injector pen that glinted ominously under the light. The mayor's eyes widened in alarm. "What the hell is that?" Unease slithered down Damien's spine. "Let's just say it's insurance," Arthur replied with a faint smile. Before the mayor could react further, Arthur was suddenly before him, pressing the pen's tip against Damien's neck and administering its contents in one fluid motion. It was over in an instant. Damien slapped a hand to his neck, horror dawning on his face. "What did you just do?" Arthur stepped back and casually pocketed the pen. "Poison, a proprietary blend." He tilted his head slightly as if savoring the moment. "Without the monthly antidote, your nervous system will liquefy in approximately 72 hours. He added with chilling calmness. Painfully. Rage twisted Damien's features. Fury boiled within him as he roared at Arthur. "You bastard!" But Arthur's demeanor shifted abruptly to cold menace. His voice sliced through the air like ice. "Kneel." The mayor froze. Arthur didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The weight of that single word hung heavy between them. "You have two choices," he continued calmly but firmly as death itself loomed closer. "Serve me and live, or defy me and watch everything you've built burn while you choke on your own dissolving organs." Damien gasped for breath. Fingers dug into the armrests until they turned white with strain. Arthur waited patiently. Seconds felt like hours. Then, the mayor's shoulders sagged. His head bowed in submission. A satisfied smile crept across Arthur's face as he stood tall again, straightening his cuffs with an air of triumph. "Good." He leaned down close to Vine's ear and whispered menacingly, "From now on, you are mine, my eyes in City Hall, my leash on the Eastern Consortium, a broken bar, my dog." He leaned down, his breath a whisper against Damien's ear. "And if you ever forget that," he tapped the mayor's neck, where the poison lay hidden like a serpent ready to strike. Damien shuddered, horror flooding his eyes as he looked up at Arthur. "How a broken bar? How do you know about the Eastern Consortium?" With an evil smirk, Arthur replied, "Let's just say I did my homework after you decided to threaten me." He straightened, not waiting for a response as he turned toward the door. "The first dose of the antidote is in 4 weeks. Don't be late." Without another word, he left. Behind him, Damien Armitage, the man who had ruled Neo-Luminara for a decade, collapsed forward, his forehead hitting the table with a hollow thud. The king had knelt, and thus began the reign of a new ruler. Outside, Arthur slid into his sleek car where Ashley awaited him, idly flipping a coin in her hand. "Well?" she asked expectantly. Arthur ignited the engine. It purred to life beneath him. "Everything went well." Ashley's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but she held back from probing further. "Oh, by the way," Arthur said thoughtfully, glancing at her. "What are you doing here? You didn't have work today." Ashley grinned back at him mischievously. "I wanted to see how things would go." "You wouldn't let me follow you inside anyway." Arthur simply shook his head as they sped away in the Hyperion GT20, leaving the municipal palace behind. Meanwhile, within a towering skyscraper in Neo-Luminara, an executive lounge that radiated wealth and power, Chairman Renshu Wu sat motionless at the head of an intricately carved obsidian table. His fingers were steepled beneath his chin. Calmness adorned his face while sharp eyes betrayed an inner tempest. A holographic screen flickered before him, displaying live footage from the municipal palace. The unmistakable image of a pale and shaken Damien Armitage was clear as day. "So," Renshu murmured silkily over steel-like resolve. "Who is this guy in the mayor's office?" To his right sat Scarlet, a woman clad in a form-fitting blood-red silk suit, leaning forward with purpose. Her beautiful crimson eyes flashed as she tapped on her tablet and presented it to Renshu. "He is Arthur Osborne, the current head of the Osborne family." A chuckle rippled through shadows at the far end of the table as General Jones shifted ominously, a massive figure whose muscles seemed alive under dim light. That Osborne family causing waves recently? Scarlett nodded affirmatively at Joan's remark while Renshu's gaze remained locked on the screen showing Arthur injecting something into Damien's neck. Renshu's eyes were glued to the screen, his focus unwavering. Oh, looks like he's got his sights set on the mayor too. He's already ahead of us. The display zoomed in, revealing an injection pen glinting ominously in Arthur's hand. Scarlett and General Jones exchanged glances, their attention darting between the pen and Renshu. The screen split, unveiling fresh footage of Arthur's car pulling away from the municipal palace, Ashley's smile visible through the tinted window. "This Osborne guy has made a critical misstep," Renshu asserted, his voice steady yet laced with intrigue. "He thinks that controlling the mayor means controlling the city." His finger traced along the hologram's edge as if mapping out a strategy. "But remember, some snakes strike when cornered." Scarlett's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You want Damien to turn on him?" "Not just turn," Renshu whispered conspiratorially. "Break." Suddenly, a new image flickered onto the screen, a molecular schematic of a neurotoxin, now coursing through the veins of their unsuspecting mayor. General Jones grunted skeptically. "Poison?" "We have antidotes for every—" "Not an antidote," Renshu interrupted sharply. "An accelerant." The room fell silent, tension thickening in the air. Scarlett gasped softly, her breath hitching in realization. "You mean to trigger it prematurely?" Renshu finished with a chilling grin. "Absolutely." "Just picture it. Damien collapses during his next public address, live on camera as the city watches their mighty mayor disintegrate before their very eyes." His smile turned icy as he added, "And who do you think they'll blame?" Go leaned forward with a savage grin. "Osborne." "Exactly," Renshu exclaimed triumphantly. "We'll anonymously leak footage of Arthur injecting poison into the mayor." He leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled thoughtfully. "Let Arthur play his little games, let him think he's won." A gleam danced in his eyes as he continued, "And when the time is right." The screen shifted one last time, revealing a live satellite feed of the Osborne family mansion, its dark spires piercing through the night sky like ominous tombstones. "We'll bury him beneath the ruins of his own arrogance, for trying to block the Eastern Consortium from conducting its business." Meanwhile, high above in a lavish office at Osborne Holdings. "Sir?" Arthur glanced up from his holographic display to see Evelyn's blue visage materialize on screen. "What is it?" "They've taken the bait." "Good." An evil smirk spread across Arthur's face. This was just getting interesting. In the vast expanse of his office, Arthur was met with a striking sight. Evelyn's holographic face flickered to life on the central display. The once calm blue visage now bore ominous streaks of crimson, warning sigils that danced across the screen. "The Eastern Consortium has made their move," Evelyn announced, urgency lacing its voice. Arthur remained focused on the swirling schematics of Damien Vien's neurotoxin formula hovering before him. His fingers glided over the molecular structure with meticulous precision. "How much did they intercept?" he asked, not yet looking up. "Enough," Evelyn replied grimly. "They've synthesized an accelerant. Their intention is clear: trigger the poison prematurely and frame you for a very public assassination of the mayor." Arthur paused momentarily, absorbing the weight of this revelation. Slowly, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled through his nose. "Clever." "Clever?" "They're about to paint you as a murderer in front of the entire city." Evelyn's voice carried a hint of helplessness. A wry smile tugged at Arthur's lips. "I'm a murderer." "Not the point," Evelyn shot back, its hologram pulsing with urgency. "The Consortium's local branch may be small, but their resources far exceed ours. Direct confrontation is inadvisable." Arthur steepled his fingers thoughtfully. "Then we don't confront, we redirect." "What do you mean, sir?" Evelyn asked, confusion evident in its tone. With a swift tap on the display, Arthur pulled up security blueprints of the municipal palace. "If they want to kill the mayor, we let them. Just not in the way they planned." Evelyn's blue face shimmered with intrigue. "Elaborate." A razor-thin smile spread across Arthur's face as he turned to Evelyn. "We give them a patsy." He leaned forward and asked, "How much time is left until they strike?" "They will strike in 42 hours," Evelyn replied urgently. "Good." Arthur nodded decisively before adding, Get Sylvester ready. Yes, sir. January 7, 2026, a day later. Before the Eastern Consortium could make their move, Arthur had already taken action. Evelyn hacked into their encrypted channels and fed them falsified data, a fabricated secret meeting between the mayor and an Eastern spy. The bait was obvious enough for their operatives to bite, but subtle enough not to raise suspicion. They've taken the bait, Evelyn confirmed smoothly. Team dispatched to intercept. Arthur watched intently from his hidden perch, peering through binoculars at a nondescript apartment overlooking a dimly lit plaza. This was the spot where the meeting was set to unfold, and he could feel the tension in the air. Two shadows darted between alleyways below him, operatives of the consortium, armed with syringes filled with accelerant. At precisely 2:17 a.m., the trap was sprung. The operatives moved like phantoms, slipping into the plaza's underground access tunnels, the very same ones Arthur's intel had leaked as the mayor's escape route. What they didn't realize was that their target wasn't Damien, it was Sylvester, cleverly disguised and grinning only for Arthur's eyes. "Showtime," Sylvester whispered. In a flash, the operatives struck, injecting a needle into Sylvester's neck. A muffled gasp escaped him as he crumpled theatrically to the ground, accelerant coursing through his veins. Then came the screams. Arthur had warned him it would hurt. But here's the twist. While they thought they were using real accelerant on Sylvester, Arthur had swapped it out for a non-lethal mimic, a compound that mimicked symptoms of neural decay without causing any lasting harm. The operatives didn't linger, they fled as if their lives depended on it. Mission accomplished. Evelyn's voice crackled through Arthur's earpiece. They're reporting success to their handler. Arthur exhaled slowly. Phase 1 complete. Now came the delicate part. By dawn, Neo Luminara erupted with news headlines: Mayor Damien survives assassination attempt. Security footage, carefully doctored by Evelyn, showed shadowy figures injecting something into Damien before he collapsed mid-press conference, only to be miraculously revived by his private medical team. The syringe, traced back to Eastern Consortium operatives who were caught fleeing the scene. Arthur observed this chaos unfold from his study, a glass of red wine catching glimmers of morning light like jewels in a crown. Evelyn shimmered beside him on screen. Consortium leadership is in disarray. They think their operatives were compromised by a rival faction. Arthur swirled his drink thoughtfully. Good. Traces led us to a safe house. We've got all their local contacts. Nothing traceable back to us, Evelyn continued. Arthur nodded approvingly. Burn it all down, let them tear themselves apart looking for leaks. The consortium will retaliate, Evelyn warned, his voice low and urgent. They'll dig deep to find out who orchestrated this mess. I doubt they can trace it back to us, but you need to be careful, sir. You're already on their radar. Arthur's smile faded as he set down his glass with a soft clink. I know, but they need evidence to suspect me. The study was awash in the pale glow of giant screen, casting long shadows across Arthur's face as he leaned over the sleek obsidian desk. Suddenly, Evelyn's voice broke through the tension like a crack of thunder. Sir, the Eastern Consortium is making another move. Arthur didn't lift his gaze from the three-dimensional schematics of Neo Luminara's underground networks floating before him. Red markers pulsed ominously at key intersections, safe houses, supply routes, blind spots in city surveillance. Isn't it obvious? Arthur murmured, rotating the map with a flick of his fingers. I thought they wouldn't go direct after that botched hit on the mayor. Evelyn's blue holographic form rippled as threads of data wove through the air like liquid mercury. Analysis suggests alternative vectors. Their preferred method? Economic sabotage, leveraging their holdings in the night markets to destabilize the mayor's lower city operations. Arthur's lips thinned into a line. The night markets were essential to Neo Luminara's black economy. If the consortium squeezed Damien too hard, half his informants would vanish overnight. Can we preempt? He asked. Not without exposing our hand, Evelyn replied grimly. Their financial networks are too entrenched. Arthur exhaled sharply through his nose and straightened up. Then we don't play their game, we change the board. Just like last time, we can't expose ourselves now. Evelyn's interface flickered again, pulling up new personnel files. Chairman Renshu's lieutenant, Scarlet, oversees their local intelligence web. She is pragmatic. Arthur raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Meaning? She has a pattern, Evelyn explained coolly. When pressured, she eliminates liabilities before they become threats. A slow smile crept across Arthur's face. A predator spotting prey. So we give her a liability. The screen shifted focus to a nondescript warehouse at the docks, a known front for the consortium. Their next arms shipment arrives tonight, Evelyn continued smoothly. If intercepted by city enforcers, it would reflect poorly on Scarlet. Her negligence would be evident. Arthur tapped his fingers rhythmically against the desk as thoughts raced through his mind. And Renshu doesn't tolerate failure. Correct, Evelyn confirmed. Then we leak it. Arthur's voice was as cold as ice, sending a shiver down the spine. But not to the enforcers. We're handing this juicy tidbit over to their rivals, the Iron Serpents, right here in Neoluminara. Evelyn raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched on his face. But the Serpents are fierce competitors. A bloodbath would definitely draw unwanted attention. Exactly, Arthur replied, leaning forward with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Let them tear each other apart. When the smoke clears, the consortium will point fingers at the Serpents, and they'll do the same back at us. And what will we be doing? He extended his hand as if grasping something invisible before clenching his fist tightly. Watching from the shadows. Thy pilcro idiaris. Evelyn's response was barely above a whisper, a hint of satisfaction laced with binary precision. A surgical strike. No evidence that leads back to us. Arthur stood up, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off any lingering doubts. Make it happen. And Evelyn? Yes. Keep digging deep. I want every single weakness they have. Already compiling that info for you, sir, Evelyn replied. As Arthur turned toward the window, he gazed out at Neoluminara's skyline shimmering like a nest of vipers ready to strike. In Sector 7, the base and the heart of the Eastern Consortium. Inside the executive lounge, an eerie stillness enveloped the room, thick as fog. The scent of sandalwood and scents struggled to mask the acrid tension simmering among the gathered members. At the head of the sleek obsidian conference table sat Chairman Renshu, his fingers steepled in front of his face, a picture of calm amidst chaos. Holographic news reports flickered before them, disturbing footage of their captured operatives being dragged away by city enforcers and Damien Armitage's miraculous recovery from a podium collapse, all underscored by damning headlines splashed across every media outlet. Scarlet stood rigid by the window, her crimson suit impeccably pressed. The only hint of her agitation, a faint tremor in her eyes. General Go paced like a caged tiger beside her, his huge muscles coiled with barely contained fury. It was a setup, Scarlet finally declared, her voice sharp as shards of broken glass. Renshu didn't flinch. He simply grunted. Obviously, that single word hung heavy in the air, a death sentence for their plans. General Go slammed his fist onto the table with such force that it cracked the reinforced surface. Those were our best infiltration specialists. How did they know about the accelerant? How did they have an antidote ready? Scarlet raised an eyebrow. The operatives followed protocol perfectly. Tracking data shows they injected at precisely planned coordinates. The accelerant should have a broken bar. Should have? Renshu's voice cut through her report like a knife. He finally moved, lowering his hands to reveal eyes like polished onyx, cold and depthless. The mayor lives. Our people are in custody. The entire city now knows we've shattered the accord by moving against elected officials. A junior operative near the door swallowed audibly. Everyone knew that direct interference in member cities' governance was strictly forbidden by the Eastern Accord, a centuries-old agreement now shattered on live television. Scarlet's fingers twitched toward her datapad embedded in her sleeve. The prisoners won't talk. Their neural implants will trigger before a broken bar. It doesn't matter. Renshu's sudden roar sent several aides stumbling back. His voice rarely rose above a whisper but carried an authority that demanded attention. The evidence is already public. Syringe signatures, accelerant formula, a broken bar. He inhaled sharply through his nose, cutting himself off. The ensuing silence felt more terrifying than any outburst could convey. After 7 controlled breaths, Renshu resumed speaking in his usual measured tone. Scarlet, walk me through the intelligence that led us here. Without hesitation she began. 3 days ago, we intercepted encrypted communications between Veen and an unknown party. The decryption team confirmed its authenticity. A broken bar. Confirmed how? Signal patterns aligned perfectly with Damien's verified channels, revealing troubling details about his neurotoxin symptoms and a clandestine meeting aimed at discussing treatment. Our analysts confidently assessed the likelihood of fabrication to be less than 2%. Scarlett explained with a serious face as she looked at Chairman Renshaw. Renshaw's smile was as chilling as ice over lava. And who exactly provided this miraculous decryption key? Scarlett froze, her heart racing like a drumbeat in the silence. General Go, with his enhanced hearing, caught every subtle change in her pulse. There. The key came through standard back channels, she stammered. We thought it was from our mole in City Hall. We thought, Renshaw echoed, letting the word hang heavy in the air like a foreign concept. We based an entire operation on assumptions. He rose slowly, adjusting the cuffs of his meticulously tailored suit, a movement that made several bodyguards instinctively reach for their concealed weapons. Someone played us. The realization sliced through the tension like a guillotine blade poised to drop. Scarlett's eyes narrowed coldly. The timing is too perfect. They knew about the neurotoxin and our accelerant development. Osborne, General Go spat out the name like it was poison on his tongue. That arrogant little. Renshaw raised a finger, and instantly, silence fell over the room. Arthur Osborne is many things, he murmured thoughtfully. But he isn't omniscient. How could he possibly know about our accelerant research? That question lingered ominously, more dangerous than any accusation thrown around that table. Scarlett's eyes widened slightly as realization dawned on her. There's a breach within our inner circle. Renshaw nodded once with grim determination. Find it. Clean it up. His gaze swept across the room with authority. And prepare the Crimson Protocol. Every consortium member paled at those words. Even General Go hesitated before speaking up again. Chairman, that's a scorched earth measure. We lose all our Neoluminara assets. A broken bar. We've already lost them, Renshaw replied coolly as he turned to face the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the cityscape below him. This failure cannot stand. If we can't control Neolumina broken bar. He didn't need to finish that thought. The weight of it settled heavily among them all. The consortium thrived on inevitability. They were built on certainty that debts would be collected and vengeance delivered. Scarlett bowed deeply. Determination etched on her face. I will personally oversee the investigation. Renshaw didn't turn around this time. Instead, he stated firmly, Number. You will remain here. An unspoken accusation crackled between them like static electricity. General Ko cleared his throat nervously before adding, the operatives in custody are already dead. Renshaw interjected, his voice steady and unwavering. Their implants would have triggered the moment interrogation began. With that, he finally turned away from the window, his calm demeanor restored. But their families remain. See to them. There was no need for further explanation. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air. As the meeting wrapped up and people filed out, Renshaw lingered by the window, gazing at the distant twinkling lights of towering skyscrapers. He looked at the bustling city below him, although his face seems like Obi calm on the surface, but deep down in his heart fury was boiling within him. He didn't expect that Renshaw will get played one day. His eyes turned sharp as he muttered in a low cold tone as he gazed at the city below, whoever it is, don't let me catch you otherwise. Neoluminara, the Iron Serpent Space January 12, 2026. In the heart of Apex District, where shadows linger and whispers echo, the Iron Serpent headquarters rises like a monolith. A 30-story tower of black glass with gilded edges that gleams under the neon glow of the city. This unremarkable building sits at the southern end of a sparsely populated area, its lower levels housing a luxurious casino where billionaires and politicians gamble fortunes beneath dazzling crystal chandeliers. Above them, in an exclusive realm reserved for high-ranking members of the Iron Serpent, power plays unfold. In the penthouse boardroom, Madame G presides over a carved mahogany table, her fingers delicately tracing the rim of an exquisite century-old porcelain teacup. The walls pulse with digital scrolls showcasing real-time market data, underground arms deals, and encrypted messages from their expansive global network. Darasko, Madame G's right-hand man, and no relation to the consortium's general, leans against a floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the sprawling city below. His tailored suit hugs his athletic frame as he muses in a calm voice, "The Eastern Consortium just got humiliated. Publicly." Madame G sips her tea slowly, steam curling around her sharp features, a rare sight. She replies thoughtfully. Across from her sits Robert, their financial strategist, adjusting his glasses with an air of seriousness. "This wasn't an accident. Someone set them up." Daraz smirks knowingly. "And here I thought the Great Eastern Consortium was untouchable." With deliberate precision, Madame G sets down her cup. "Do not underestimate them," she warns. "This isn't defeat, it's merely a trigger. The Consortium doesn't lose, they escalate." Robert pulls up a holographic feed displaying footage of the mayor's so-called assassination attempt, along with captured operatives and burning warehouses belonging to the consortium. The question is, who outmaneuvered them? Silence envelops them momentarily before Darius chuckles softly. "Does it matter? If someone's cutting down the consortium to size, we should be thanking them." Madame G's lips thin into a line as she responds firmly, or preparing for what comes next. She taps on the table and activates their room's AI system to project new files, contingency plans, asset redistributions, and names of known Eastern Consortium operatives still lurking in Neo-Luminara. "The balance is shifting," she declares resolutely. "We adapt or we drown." Meanwhile, Marcus Silverstein's penthouse office looms over Neo-Luminara like a king surveying his domain. Around him sit 12 ruthless minds, the board of directors, gathered around an illuminated glass table where expressions are carefully masked. "The Eastern Consortium's failure is our golden opportunity," declared Helena, the dynamic CEO of Astralis Tech, her crimson nails tapping rhythmically against her datapad. "For years, they've blocked our expansion into Eastern markets." "If they're weak and at a broken bar." "If," interrupted Joseph Craven, casting a wary glance around the room, "the consortium doesn't stay weak for long." Marcus Silverstein sat quietly, his deep calm eyes betraying a hint of concern. "This wasn't random. Someone orchestrated this." A murmur rippled through the room like a wave of uncertainty. "The Iron Serpent?" someone ventured hesitantly. Marcus exhaled slowly, weighing his words. "Possibly. But more importantly, what does this mean for us?" Helena smirked confidently. "It means we finally have leverage." "The consortium's reputation thrives on fear. If they can be challenged at a broken bar." Joseph grunted in agreement. "Then the rules change." Marcus nodded decisively. "Prepare our offshore holdings. If the consortium is truly retreating, we need to move in fast." In a dimly lit back room at City Hall, Councilman Eli Ratk paced like a caged tiger, his face flushed with barely contained fury. "This is a disaster," he hissed vehemently. "The Accord is in shambles." "The consortium's operatives were caught on camera trying to assassinate our mayor." Opposite him, Councilwoman Shira Vine lounged casually in her chair, her sharp eyes gleaming with mischief. "Oh please. You're not upset about the Accord, you're upset because your backroom deals just went up in smoke." Eli shot her an incredulous glare. "And what about you?" "The consortium funded your last campaign." Shira smiled slyly. "And now they're radioactive." "Lucky for me, I've always been good at cutting ties." In the corner, Deputy Mayor Lorne remained silent and detached as he observed their exchange. With cold indifference his com buzzed with another encrypted message. He didn't even need to read it to know its contents. The consortium is regrouping. And they expected him to hold up his end of the bargain. In the neon-lit alleyways of the lower districts, rumors spread like wildfire among those who thrived on whispers and secrets. At a cramped food stall, 2 veteran beat cops hunched over steaming bowls of noodles while keeping watch on the bustling crowd. "You hear about the arrests?" muttered Officer N quietly as if sharing state secrets. "They got Eastern Consortium enforcers, real heavy hitters." His partner Jax slurped his noodles nonchalantly. "So what? They'll be out by morning, they always are." Ren shook his head. A look of disbelief etched across his face. Not this time. Word is, someone leaked everything, our operations, bank routes, even safe houses. Jax paused mid-bite, chopsticks hovering in the air. Who the hell would be stupid enough to do that? Just then, a news alert blared from a nearby screen. Osborne Security secures city defense contract. The cops exchanged uneasy glances. Back in Arthur's study, Evelyn's familiar blue form flickered onto the giant screen. But today, it was streaked with urgent crimson, a stark contrast to its usual calm demeanor. The city is reacting as projected, it began, its voice steady yet tinged with urgency. Corporate factions are realigning. The Iron Serpents are mobilizing, and the Consortium Broken Bar has initiated the Crimson Protocol. Arthur frowned and looked up at Evelyn, curiosity piqued. The what? In response, the screen flashed to life with a classified dossier that seemed to pulse ominously. The Crimson Protocol, Evelyn explained gravely, is a scorched earth contingency developed by the founder of the Eastern Consortium himself. When activated, all compromised assets are liquidated, every trace is erased, any operatives who might be captured, area Broken Bar silenced. Arthur leaned forward intently, his eyes gleaming with recognition as he asked, how many times has it been used before? 3 times. Since the establishment of the Eastern Consortium, Evelyn replied matter-of-factly. Once during the purge in Valencia in 1894, again after the Jakarta data heist in 1901, and finally in 1994 in Oculus City on the Umbra continent when a high-ranking operative was compromised. Arthur's expression darkened slightly as he pressed for more details. And what was the outcome? Total deniability, Evelyn stated flatly. The Eastern Consortium vanished from those cities overnight, no trails left behind and no witnesses remaining. A heavy silence hung in the air for a moment before Arthur smirked knowingly and said, so we've got them running. Evelyn's voice cut through with precision. Temporarily. The Crimson Protocol isn't retreat, it's reset. Arthur exhaled slowly and rolled his shoulders back as if preparing for battle. Then we'd better be ready when they come back. Outside their window, the city's neon lights pulsed like a heartbeat, a reminder that danger lurked just beneath its vibrant surface. The study was a sanctuary of stillness, punctuated only by the occasional glint of data reflecting off Arthur's wineglass. He swirled the deep crimson liquid absent-mindedly, his gaze locked on the sprawling city skyline beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Suddenly, Evelyn's voice sliced through the tranquility, a measured tone laced with urgency. The Crimson Protocol has been fully activated. Consortium assets are being liquidated at an alarming rate, safe houses burned, operatives disappearing, financial trails erased. Chairman Renshaw is covering his tracks. Arthur smirked as he took a slow sip from his glass. Running with his tail between his legs? How unbecoming for a man who fancies himself a kingmaker. Do not underestimate this move, Evelyn cautioned, its digital visage flickering slightly. The Crimson Protocol isn't retreat, it's preparation. They'll return, and when they do, they'll strike harder. Arthur chuckled, swirling his drink once more. Maybe I should draft a protocol for the Osborne family too, something dramatic. The Black Dawn Initiative or perhaps the Midnight Scorched Earth, you know, something that sounds terrifying in a board meeting. He meant it as a joke. Evelyn didn't catch the humor. Instead, its blue face flickered again before the study's main display erupted with data like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Actually, sir, Evelyn stated matter-of-factly, I've already drafted several contingency protocols for the Osborne family. Would you like to review them? Arthur blinked in disbelief and then blinked again. His eyes widened as he struggled to find words. Were Broken Bar what? The screen expanded with an overwhelming flood of schematics, encrypted files, and multi-layered security measures that left Arthur speechless. Protocol designations are as follows. Evelyn began with all the gravity of someone presenting a corporate merger proposal rather than an apocalyptic fail-safe system. Protocol, Black Winter. Purpose: complete financial and digital disappearance. Activation trigger: imminent collapse of Osborne Holdings or hostile takeover. Measures: immediate liquidation of all non-critical assets into untraceable cryptocurrency. AI-driven purge of all digital footprints. Evelyn would fragment itself into dormant subroutines across the dark web. The Osborne family relocated to pre-established safe zones with new identities. Arthur's grip tightened around his glass as dread washed over him. "You'd a broken bar erase us?" "Temporarily," Evelyn clarified coolly. Like a snake shedding its skin, the Osborne name would vanish until it was time to resurface. An intriguing glow sparked in Arthur's eyes. Excitement danced within him at Evelyn's protocols. Next, protocol, silent hour. Purpose: to eliminate high-value targets in the event of Arthur's capture or assassination. Activation trigger: biometric confirmation of Arthur's death or 72 hours of inactivity. Measures: pre-programmed drones deployed to neutralize key threats. Julian Osborne takes full operational control of remaining assets. Nathaniel Osborne initiates dead-hand countermeasures, booby-trapped data caches designed to cripple enemy infrastructure. Arthur's jaw tightened, his eyes widening slightly. "You'd turn Uncle Julian and second uncle into weapons?" "Damn, that's cold." "I would ensure vengeance in your absence," Evelyn replied coolly. "A deterrent." Arthur fell silent but gestured for Evelyn to continue. Protocol, Phoenix Gambit. Purpose: total societal collapse as a last resort. Activation trigger: unrecoverable defeat. Measures: release all Osborne-held blackmail on global elites. Detonate EMP devices hidden in major financial hubs. Evelyn's final subroutine would hijack global news networks, broadcasting a single message: "You should have feared us more." The room descended into an eerie silence. Arthur set down his glass with deliberate slowness and said, "Evelyn." "Yes, sir?" "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Arthur nearly roared. Evelyn's face flickered, as if puzzled by the question. "You requested a protocol, I provided options." Arthur dragged a hand down his face in exasperation. "I was joking." "Ah." A pause followed. "My mistake." Another beat of silence stretched between them. Then slowly, Arthur began to laugh, a disbelieving chuckle that morphed into something darker and sharper, the laugh of a man realizing his AI might be more ruthless than he was. "You absolute monster," he muttered, shaking his head. Evelyn remained silent, patiently waiting. Finally, Arthur leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. "All right then. Let's say I did want a protocol, something clean and efficient, no doomsday EMPs or murder drones, just a broken bar and exit strategy." Evelyn's expression shifted slightly. "You want a scalpel, not a sledgehammer." "Exactly." "Then may I suggest a broken bar protocol, ghost step?" Protocol, Ghost Step. Purpose: strategic withdrawal without collateral damage. Activation trigger: unrecoverable compromise of operations. Measures: the Osborne family vanishes, no traces left behind, just silence. Pre-placed legacy operatives assume control of shell corporations to maintain the illusion of Osborne Holdings' presence. Evelyn initiates a controlled data leak, enough to keep enemies paranoid but not enough to spark all-out war. Arthur leaned over the blueprint, his brow furrowing in concentration. After a moment, he nodded slowly. "Better still extreme, but a broken bar manageable." Evelyn's blue face dimmed slightly, a sign of concern. "You disapprove of the other protocols?" "I don't disapprove," Arthur mused with a hint of humor. "I'm just realizing that if I ever get on your bad side, I might want to jump off a building before you decide which protocol fits best." "Noted," Evelyn replied flatly. Arthur smirked for a moment but quickly sobered. "But the Crimson Protocol, a broken bar, that's different, isn't it?" "The consortium isn't just hiding, they're resetting everything." Evelyn's expression turned grim. "Yes, and when they return, they won't come for you quietly." With a heavy sigh, Arthur leaned back and stared at the ceiling as if searching for answers among the shadows above him. "Then I guess we'd better be ready." Outside their window, the city pulsed with neon lights, vibrant and alive, unaware of the silent war brewing in its depths. What Arthur didn't realize was that these protocols he joked about could plunge the entire world into chaos in the near future, nearly igniting a war between machines and humans. Final note: Protocol, Ghost Step A draft approved. All other protocols A archived, but not deleted. Evelyn's blue face flickered once more. Just in case. The air inside the Eastern Consortium's Neo Luminara headquarters was thick with tension, almost electric. The scent of sandalwood and scents struggled to mask the acrid stench of fear that clung to Chairman Renshu's usually immaculate suit. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his private office, staring at his own reflection in the glass. Below him, the city sprawled like a glittering jewel, yet tonight, it felt more like a prison than a prize. Suddenly, a chime echoed through the room. "Incoming transmission," announced the room's AI in its calm, mechanical tone. "Priority 1, encryption level, Obsidian." Renshu's jaw tightened at the mention of Obsidian, the highest clearance possible. Only one person used that channel. He turned slowly, straightening his tie with deliberate care before nodding. "Accept." As the holographic display flickered to life, an icy silence enveloped the room. A man appeared on screen, a figure seated in a high-backed chair who wasn't physically imposing but radiated authority. Lean and dressed in a simple black suit, his silver-streaked hair was pulled into a tight knot at the nape of his neck. His face bore no lines, revealing neither age nor emotion, but those eyes? They told stories of empires rising and falling. "Renshu," he said smoothly, his voice sharp as a blade's edge. Renshu bowed deeply, maintaining rigid posture out of respect. "Grand Overseer." Thomas didn't invite him to rise. Instead, he leaned forward slightly and steepled his fingers together. "Explain." "Just one word, a death sentence if mishandled." Renshu straightened up but felt tension coil in his spine like a tightly wound spring. The operation was compromised. "Our attempt to eliminate Damien Armitage was intercepted." "Failed," Thomas interjected coldly. "Publicly and embarrassingly." Renshu swallowed hard and nodded reluctantly. "Yes." "And the operatives?" Grand Overseer Thomas pressed. "Neutralized," Renshu replied quickly. "The Crimson Protocol was enacted." A pause hung heavily between them before Thomas let out a soft laugh devoid of humor. "The Crimson Protocol," he repeated slowly as if savoring each syllable, "is meant for strategic retreats, not bungled assassinations." Renshu's fingers twitched involuntarily at his sides as he tried to defend himself. The situation required. What it required, Thomas interrupted sharply, was competence. Those words loomed over Renshu like an executioner's blade poised to fall. Thomas tapped lightly against the armrest of his chair and continued, "Do you know why you were assigned to Neo-Luminara?" Silence filled the space as Renshu remained mute. "Because you were promising," Thomas stated matter-of-factly. "After your triumphs in Jakarta, we thought you were ready for a city that truly matters." His gaze sharpened, piercing through the dimly lit room. "But instead," he continued, "you returned to Neo-Luminara after 15 years, only to face humiliation within weeks." Renshu felt his nails dig into his palms as he struggled to find the right words. The variables were unacceptable. The Grand Overseer's tone cracked like a whip. "You were outmaneuvered." "By whom?" "A corporate upstart." "A mayor?" Renshu clenched his jaw, a cold fire igniting in his eyes. "It was Arthur Osborne." Liang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Ah. The boy who saved his family from ruin." "I've heard a bit about him." He exhaled slowly, leaning forward. "Tell me, Renshu, do you really think it was him? Where's your evidence?" "Don't think I can't see what you're getting at." Renshu's silence spoke volumes. The Grand Overseer leaned back in his chair, disappointment radiating from him like heat from a flame. "Pathetic," he muttered under his breath. With a flick of his wrist, the holographic display illuminated Renshu's dossier on the screen. He scrolled through it deliberately, savoring every moment of Renshu's discomfort. "Your predecessor," he mused with disdain, "at least had the decency to die when he failed." A chill ran down Renshu's spine. The Grand Overseer closed the file with finality. "But you hide behind protocols and let others clean up your mess." He steepled his fingers again, a gesture that always made Renshu uneasy. "The consortium does not tolerate weakness," the Grand Overseer declared coldly. Renshu swallowed hard, desperation creeping into his voice. "I will rectify this. Just give me another chance." "A broken bar number." The word hung heavy in the air. The Grand Overseer's gaze was unyielding and pitiless. "You are relieved of command, effective immediately." Renshu's breath hitched in disbelief. "Well, broken bar?" "Operative Raven will take over Neo-Luminara operations," the Grand Overseer stated matter-of-factly. At the mention of Raven, Renshu stiffened involuntarily, The Viper herself, a woman renowned for never failing her missions, one who had once reduced an entire district to ashes just to eliminate a single target. The Grand Overseer's lips curled into a grimace that was anything but a smile. "She arrives in 48 hours, he stated coldly. "You will brief her, and then you will return to headquarters at Broken Bar for reassessment." The way he delivered the last word made it painfully clear that reassessment was just a polite way of saying something far more ominous. Renshu bowed his head, his voice hollow as he replied, "Understood." The Grand Overseer held his gaze for what felt like an eternity before adding, "One last thing." Renshu looked up, meeting eyes as frigid as ice. "If you even think about disobeying this order," he warned, "remember we know where your daughter is." With that chilling reminder, the transmission abruptly cut off, leaving Renshu standing alone in the suffocating darkness of his office. For what seemed like ages, he remained frozen in place. Finally, with trembling hands that were usually so steady, he reached for the decanter of wine on his desk. He poured himself a glass and downed it in one fiery gulp. Outside, the city sparkled under the night sky. Unaware and uncaring of the turmoil within him, he had come to Neoluminara as a conqueror. But now he felt like just another man awaiting execution. He just stood there in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a dazed look in his eyes, his hands tightly holding the wineglass. His eyes full of fury and indignation. The Eastern Consortium's private landing pad glimmered under the neon lights of Neoluminara, a stark contrast to the relentless downpour drenching everything in sight. As the sleek craft descended with an air of predatory elegance, its matte black surface absorbed the surrounding glow like a shadow come to life. Chairman Renshu stood resolutely beneath his umbrella, his posture rigid despite the storm brewing within him. Behind him, fellow consortium officers, Scarlet, General Go, and a dozen others, formed a silent line of anticipation. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken tension as the gangway extended with a hiss. And then she appeared. Operative Raven emerged from the craft like a specter materializing from darkness. Her lithe frame moved with lethal precision. Each step was deliberate and calculated. Clad in a form-fitting tactical suit that seemed to consume light itself, she was adorned only by shimmering gold circuitry tracing along her body like veins of electricity. Her dark hair was tightly braided and cascaded down her back, weighted at the end by what could just as easily be an ornament or a weapon. But it was her eyes that truly captivated, the left deep brown and warm, while the right gleamed cybernetic gold, pulsing faintly as it scanned the gathered officers. "Renshu," she said smoothly, her voice as sharp as polished steel. "Operative Raven," he replied with a slight bow. "Welcome to Neo." "Spare me," she interrupted briskly, striding past him with boots clicking against the slick pavement. The Situation Room. Now, inside the war room, holographic displays flickered to life as Raven took command at the head of the table. She didn't sit instead, she claimed her space like royalty surveying her kingdom. "Status report," she commanded firmly. Renshu cleared his throat before speaking up. "Our operation was compromised. The accelerant failed. Our operatives were captured, and we initiated the Crimson Protocol to contain any fallout." Raven's golden eye narrowed dangerously. "Who is responsible?" "That's unclear," Scarlet interjected cautiously. "Evidence suggests multiple possible actors." "Unacceptable." Raven's voice sliced through any lingering uncertainty in the room. "You allowed someone to humiliate the consortium without knowing you did it?" General Go shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "The trail is complex. Several parties have motives." "Stop making excuses." Raven's gaze swept across them all like an eagle assessing its prey. "The Crimson Protocol is rescinded immediately. We're not retreating, we're regrouping, with purpose." Raven activated another holographic display showcasing Neoluminara's intricate power structure. "Priority 1, identify our adversary." With a swift motion, her fingers danced across the interface, bringing up a series of dossiers that flickered to life. "Arthur Osborne doesn't have the capability," she noted, her voice steady. "The Iron Serpents have the motive. And even Damien's own people might be playing a deeper game." Scarlet leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. "Our intelligence suggests." "Your intelligence failed," Raven interjected sharply, cutting through the tension in the room. "We're starting fresh." Scarlet, You'll lead this investigation. I want every digital breadcrumb analyzed and every financial trail followed. Turning to General Ko, Raven continued with determination, mobilize our remaining assets, quietly. If this was an outside player, they're bound to make another move. As she outlined her strategy, Raven's holographic gold eye pulsed with intensity. Economic pressure points. Freeze all suspicious transactions in and out of Neo-Luminara. Identify any unusual market movements preceding the attack. Digital forensics. Trace the leak of the accelerant formula. Hunt for signs of AI interference within their systems. Political leverage. Reactivate sleeper agents in City Hall. Identify who benefited most from Veen's survival. Operational security. Conduct a full audit of all personnel. Implement new encryption protocols for all communications. As the meeting wrapped up, Raven turned to Renshu with a hint of gravity in her tone. You'll stay on as my advisor. Your knowledge of this city is invaluable. The weight of unspoken words lingered between them like an electric charge. Renshu bowed his head respectfully. Of course, operative. With a wave of her hand, Raven dismissed everyone else from the room before activating a private terminal once they were alone. Whoever did this, she murmured thoughtfully, they're skilled, but remember, everyone leaves traces. Her golden eye gleamed as she pulled up a classified file titled, Operation, Ghost Hunt. Objective, identify and neutralize threat. Protocol, Phantom Strike. Osborne family mansion. Inside the study, Arthur was engrossed in a book that was as thick as his forearm, surrounded by a towering stack of towering books. The atmosphere was quiet until suddenly, Evelyn's blue visage flickered to life on the giant screen. Today, its usual calm hues were laced with streaks of crimson urgency. Sir, she has arrived, Evelyn announced. Arthur didn't bother to look up from his reading. Who? Operative Raven. One of the Eastern Consortium's trop assassins. Arthur paused, fingers hovering over the page he had been about to turn. He closed the book and slowly raised his head. Tell me everything. The screen shifted dramatically, flooding with streams of data. I have compiled a full dossier. Would you prefer a summary or an in-depth psychological profile? Leaning back in his chair, Arthur replied coolly, start with who she is. Then tell me why I should care. Operative Raven. Birth name, Emily Hawthorne. Place of origin, the Jade Dominion. Current status, the Eastern Consortium's predator. Evelyn's voice took on a narrative rhythm as it began. Born in the slums of Jade Dominion, Sector 9, a district so impoverished that even gangs steered clear of it. Her parents were indentured laborers at Viridian Tech factories and perished in what was labeled an accidental reactor meltdown when she was just 8 years old. An image appeared on screen. A gaunt child with hollow eyes stood amidst the ruins of a collapsed hab block. The consortium discovered her 2 weeks later, Evelyn continued. She survived by scavenging rats and pilfering from corpses. They tested her cognitive abilities and found her scores in the 99.9th percentile for processing speed and pain tolerance. Arthur's expression darkened as he absorbed this information. They recruited a child? They forged a weapon. Evelyn corrected him sharply. By 12, she could dismantle a plasma rifle blindfolded. By 15, she eliminated her first target, a rival syndicate leader, by slitting his throat during his daughter's wedding. New footage played. Security camera snippets showed shadows moving through crowds, flashes of steel glinting briefly before bodies fell unnoticed. At 17, Evelyn continued without hesitation. She had her cybernetic eye installed after gouging out her own damaged one during an interrogation, refusing anesthesia. Arthur exhaled sharply through clenched teeth. Charming. The screen transitioned to display an alarming list of operations. Operation Silent Tide. Infiltrated the Azure Syndicate. Poisoned their entire leadership during a Unity banquet. Casualties, 37. Time elapsed, 4 minutes, 22 seconds. Operation Blood Monsoon. Single-handedly dismantled the Crimson Brotherhood. Method: turned each member against one another using fabricated evidence. Result: 89% mutual annihilation rate. Operation Phantom Gaze. Assassinated Chancellor Gideon of the Celestial Accord. Entered through his panic room's air vents and left a single jade serpent figurine on his corpse. Her calling card. Arthur studied the list, a frown creasing his brow. So we're dealing with someone who treats mass murder like an art form. More concerning, Evelyn continued, is her current mission parameters. New data unfolded. Objective: identify and neutralize threats to consortium interests in Neo-Luminara. Methodology: Phantom Protocol, complete erasure of target without a trace. Secondary directive: assess Wrencher failure and remediate if necessary. Arthur's fingers drummed against his glass as he absorbed the information. She's here to clean house. And we're on the menu. Evelyn's blue face pulsed with urgency. Her standard tactics follow 7 phases: observation, 1-month surveillance cycle, infiltration, physical, cyber penetration of target networks, isolation, systematic removal of target's allies, resources, demoralization, psychological warfare via staged accidents, interrogation, if intel is needed. Her methods are creative. Termination, always looks like natural causes. Erase, all digital, physical traces vanish. Arthur smirked, a glint of admiration in his eyes despite the gravity of the situation. She's thorough. You find this amusing? Evelyn asked, confusion evident in its tone. I find it predictable. Arthur stood and walked toward the window, where the dim glow of Neo-Luminara's skyline painted his face in streaks of blue and gold as he stared at the dossier projected on the giant screen before him. Christopher Campbell. The name alone tightened Arthur's jaw. Anger flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fist. Evelyn's blue visage materialized beside the file, offering updates on their enemy's movements. Raven's preliminary surveillance cycle has begun, it reported smoothly. Standard duration, 1 month. Current penetration, 7% of our outer networks. That fast? Arthur raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering across his features. He exhaled slowly, turning back to Christopher's smug face displayed on screen. Good, that gives us time. Evelyn pulsed again. Sir, clarify objective. Arthur leaned forward, voice low and deliberate as he spoke through gritted teeth. I want Raven to kill Christopher Campbell. A beat of silence hung heavy in the study room. In the hushed confines of the study room, a palpable tension hung in the air. Suddenly, Evelyn's blue face flickered to life, its pulse quickening as it prompted, Sir, please elaborate. Arthur's fingers drummed thoughtfully on the desk, his expression hardening. Christopher Campbell, he began, his voice icy and deliberate. A member of the illustrious Campbell family, 5th among the aristocratic families of the Orlean Federation. He was responsible for orchestrating the accident that took my parents from me. For months now, he's been hunting for the Blue Pearl. The Osborne family was drowning in debt and couldn't confront him. Even now, we find ourselves powerless against his formidable background. His hands clenched into fists at this painful reminder. But now, a slow, dangerous smile crept across his lips. Now I can make him pay without lifting a finger. Evelyn processed this information rapidly, data streams dancing across its interface. You plan to manipulate Raven into eliminating him. Exactly. Arthur leaned back in his chair with a sense of satisfaction. She's the perfect weapon, skilled, untraceable, and most importantly a broken bar deniable. The Campbells will never suspect my involvement. Inwardly, Arthur acknowledged how this aligned with Evelyn's secondary mission, a chilling thought that sent shivers down his spine. Evelyn expanded its display to project a tactical overlay of Neo-Luminara before them. To redirect Raven's focus onto Christopher Campbell, it outlined methodically, we need to fabricate evidence implicating him as the mastermind behind the consortium's recent failures. Arthur nodded sharply. Make it convincing, leave no traces behind. Evelyn's data streams accelerated with purpose. Understood. Proposed fabrication parameters include, financial trails, will create a digital paper trail showing Christopher funneling funds to rogue operatives who sabotaged consortium operations. Communications edited transcripts depicting Christopher mocking Xiuying's methods and questioning her competence. Forensic links, plant traces of Campbell's security personnel at the scene of the failed assassination attempt. Arthur's eyes gleamed coldly with approval. Good. That's really good. Do it. Affirmative. Evelyn replied promptly. Arthur exhaled deeply and rolled his shoulders back as he turned toward the window. But we can't make it too easy for her. She's too sharp for that. If our evidence is too obvious, she'll smell a trap. Evelyn's blue face flickered again as it acknowledged his concern. Understood. I will layer our deception and bury critical clues beneath plausible but irrelevant data. She will have to work for it. Arthur smirked knowingly. Let her feel like she's uncovering the truth herself. Precisely, Evelyn confirmed. Over the next 3 weeks, Evelyn crafted an intricate web of deception that would leave even the most seasoned operatives questioning their reality. In the first week, Raven stumbled upon what appeared to be leaked financial logs, documents revealing Campbell Dynamics funneling money to a shell company connected to the captured operatives. The second week brought a juicy tidbit, intercepted communications where Christopher dismissed Raven as nothing more than the consortium's attack dog. And then came the third week, when buried security footage emerged, showing Christopher's personal guard lurking near the site of a crucial accelerant handoff. But it was in those final days of surveillance that Evelyn truly outdid itself. Evelyn slipped a single, heavily encrypted file into Raven's path, an archived order from the Orlean Federation's Industrial Oversight Committee. When Raven decrypted it, she froze. Her golden cyber eye pulsed ominously once before her fingers tightened around the edge of her desk with such force that it cracked under pressure. Meanwhile, Arthur observed everything unfold through Evelyn's surveillance feeds. Raven didn't explode in rage. She didn't even scream. Instead, she calmly walked over to her armory and selected one weapon, a monofilament garrote, its handle engraved with an elegant jade serpent. With chilling precision, she sent a single message to Renshu: target acquired. Stand by. Evelyn zoomed in on her face. There was no hint of emotion, just cold, surgical focus. She's bypassing all standard verification protocols, Evelyn noted with urgency. Direct action is imminent. Arthur leaned back in his chair, swirling his whiskey thoughtfully. How long will it take? He asked. 72 hours, Evelyn replied immediately. Good. Arthur smirked with a nod. 3 days later, February 5, 2026. Christopher Campbell's office was nothing short of a monument to generational wealth. With floor-to-ceiling windows framing the bustling Neo-Luminara's Diamond District, it was a view that could make anyone feel invincible. But his desk, a hefty slab of black marble imported from the Venusian colonies, was strewn with half-empty liquor glasses, a testament to his inner turmoil. Slumped in his leather chair, Christopher drummed his fingers nervously against the armrest. The call was coming, and honestly, he wasn't ready for it. Without warning, the hello screen flickered to life, illuminating the Campbell family crest, a golden lion crushing a silver rose beneath its paw. He quickly straightened his silk tie before accepting the call. Finally decided to answer. Little brother? Kingston Campbell's face appeared on screen, perfectly composed yet radiating mild disdain. At 28, he carried himself like royalty, sharp cheekbones and icy blue eyes that made him look more like a corporate assassin than a businessman. Christopher forced a smile. I was just going over the Osborne acquisition files. Kingston's lip curled in amusement. Still stuck on that? Father's losing patience. A vein pulsed in Christopher's temple as frustration bubbled within him. It's not as simple as a broken bar. Of course it is, Kingston interrupted smoothly. The Osbornes are bankrupt. Their patriarch is dead. That land should have been ours months ago. Christopher tightened his grip on his whiskey glass, feeling the burn of indignation rise within him. Arthur Osborne isn't some pushover executive you can intimidate with lawsuits and threats. The man has teeth. Kingston laughed, a sharp sound devoid of humor. He's just a gutter rat who got lucky. If you hadn't bungled the zoning permits a broken bar. That wasn't my fault, Christopher snapped, voice cracking under pressure. The City Council and Urban Development Bureau broken bar. A broken bar are full of people who respect power, Kingston cut in coldly. Which you clearly haven't demonstrated. Fuming, Christopher took an angry gulp of wine. Its burn did little to soothe his pride. You don't understand what it's like dealing with Arthur directly, he shot back fiercely. "The man is like a ghost. Every time we try to pressure him or find ways around him, he's always 3 steps ahead." The last team sent after him came back with third-degree burns. Kingston examined his impeccably manicured nails with disinterest. "How dramatic." "Maybe if you spent less time at Golden Lotus clubs and more time actually working a broken bar." "Go to hell." A heavy silence fell over the office. Kingston's gaze turned glacial as he leaned closer into the screen. "Careful, Christopher. You're not irreplaceable." That threat hung between them like thick fog. Christopher's mind raced with a whirlwind of memories. He could still feel the weight of his father's disappointed glare from last year's family meeting, a moment that replayed in his head like a haunting echo. The mocking glances from family members stung, whispers at gatherings that cut deeper than any knife. Kingston would have closed the deal by now. Even the household staff treated him like he was second best, a shadow to his brother's brilliance. He set his glass down with deliberate calm, though inside, turmoil brewed. "Give me 2 more weeks," he insisted, desperation creeping into his voice. Kingston sighed heavily. "1, and if you fail a broken bar, I won't." Christopher shot back defiantly. The hologram flickered out, leaving him alone with his thoughts. He stared at his reflection in the window, the slightly too soft jawline that made him look younger than Kingston and the golden hair that never seemed to stay perfectly styled like his brother's. Frustration boiled over as he slammed his fist into the desk. "God damn it!" he shouted, sending a crystal decanter crashing against the wall. It shattered spectacularly, scattering diamond-like shards across the marble floor, a fitting metaphor for his crumbling resolve. He'd show them all. Arthur Osborne would regret ever crossing a Campbell. As Christopher stormed toward his private elevator, he didn't notice the security feed glitching for exactly 1.2 seconds. The shadow that moved independently of the city lights outside. The faint scent of jasmine that didn't belong in his office. Unbeknownst to him, Raven watched from her hidden perch in the ventilation shaft, her golden eye tracking every move he made. As the sun dipped below the distant horizon, surrendering the sky to a silvery moon surrounded by twinkling stars, Christopher stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows of his penthouse office. The city below was bathed in a soft, white glow, but inside, tension crackled like static in the air. A glass of whiskey clutched tightly in his hand, he watched as a storm brewed both outside and within. He had spent hours poring over acquisition files, numbers blurring together like a chaotic puzzle, but one truth remained painfully clear: Arthur Osborne had outmaneuvered him at every turn. Zoning permits slipped away. Legal injunctions dodged with ease. Even the construction crews seemed to have vanished from his grasp. Suddenly, his phone buzzed insistently on the desk. A message from Julian. Status update. Father is asking. Christopher's grip tightened around his glass as frustration bubbled within him. He typed back sharply, "Tell Father I have it handled." But deep down, he knew that wasn't entirely true. Yet tomorrow would be different. Tomorrow he would take matters into his own hands. Those who useless people he have always returned empty-handed, or worse, some don't even return at all. He poured himself another drink, the amber liquid glinted like liquid gold, and downed it in one burning swallow, savoring the warmth spreading through him. Arthur Osborne, a nobody who had somehow clawed his way up far enough to spit in the face of the illustrious Campbell dynasty. With a sudden slam, he set down his glass, its echo reverberating through the otherwise empty office. No more games tomorrow marked a turning point. Just then, the lights flickered ominously overhead. "What now?" Christopher muttered under his breath, as confusion washed over him. His state-of-the-art office shouldn't be experiencing power outages. In an instant, emergency lighting cast dim red shadows across the walls, making them appear alive with jagged shapes that danced menacingly. His heart raced as adrenaline surged through him. "Security." He barked into his phone while dialing furiously. "Report." Static met his ears before a voice sliced through it, smooth and chilling as polished steel. "They can't hear you." Christopher whirled around to find her, a figure emerging from the shadows clad in a sleek black combat suit with a golden cyber eye glowing faintly in the dark. Raven. His breath caught. Everyone in high society knew her name, the ghost of the Eastern Consortium. Instinctively, He reached for the pistol hidden in his desk drawer. "Don't," she warned softly but firmly. There was no need for raised voices here. Christopher froze under her gaze and forced himself to speak steadily despite rising panic. "What do you want?" "I have no dealings with your Eastern Consortium." Raven stepped forward, her movements as fluid as water. The emergency lights flickered overhead, casting an eerie glow on the monofilament wire coiled around her fingers. Christopher's throat tightened, a mix of fear and confusion swirling within him. "Then why?" he croaked, his voice barely above a whisper. Raven tilted her head slightly, her cyber eye whirring to life as it focused on him. "Why what? Don't you realize what you've done?" "What did I do?" Christopher's eyes widened with bewilderment. "Go ask the King of Hell," she shot back, venom lacing her words. In that fleeting moment, Christopher had time for one last thought. Kingston was right. "I should have been better." Then, with a swift motion, the wire snapped taut, an unforgiving end to his fate. Just like that, the Campbell family lost its weakest terror. Raven stepped over his lifeless body, her expression inscrutable. She plucked a half-empty glass of wine from the desk and held it up for a moment, contemplating its contents before placing it back down next to several documents scattered across the surface. With that final act completed, she vanished from the office. The last sound echoing in her ears was Christopher's phone buzzing insistently, a call from Kingston demanding an update. Arthur sat at his obsidian desk, fingers steepled, gazing out at the silvery moon hanging high in the night sky. "Congratulations to the host side mission 3 have been completed." "Congratulations to the host, you have received Bloodline Vengeance Halo." The debt paid Halo. The Black Vault, untraceable liquid assets. Arthur was in a daze for a moment when he heard the system notifications, a surreal pause after a year of relentless tension. Finally, the man who had haunted him, Christopher Campbell, was dead. "Sir, it is done." "Christopher Campbell is dead." Suddenly, Evelyn flickered to life on the screen. Snapping out of his reverie, Arthur raised his head and nodded with an air of calm satisfaction. "Show me the footage." Evelyn projected the security feed in crisp, high-definition clarity. There was Christopher Campbell, young, arrogant, and now very much deceased, slumped in his lavish office chair. His throat had been slit so cleanly that it resembled a razor-thin necklace of crimson. The monofilament wire still glinted ominously in the dim emergency lighting, held tightly by a shadowy figure whose golden cyber eye gleamed like a predator's in the dark. Arthur leaned forward in his chair, exhaling slowly as he took it all in. "Beautiful," he murmured, pouring himself a glass of Solarian whiskey, the same vintage his father had treasured. He raised it toward the storm-lashed sky beyond the windows. "To you, father, mother. Though you may not be my biological parents, but technically I'm still your son. Rest well wherever you are." With that toast, he downed the amber liquid in one swift motion. The burn in his throat was nothing compared to the fire igniting within him. Evelyn's blue face pulsed with information. Raven left no forensic traces. The scene is staged to look like a botched corporate assassination. A smirk tugged at Arthur's lips. "But we're going to ensure that the Campbells know exactly who did this." "Can you clarify, sir?" Evelyn queried. "Send the footage to Kingston Campbell," Arthur instructed confidently. "Encrypted and untraceable, but unmistakable." He swirled his whiskey thoughtfully before adding with a mischievous grin, "And let's time it for maximum impact, right during one of their board meetings." Evelyn's blue flickered as it processed this request, calculating optimal delivery parameters. "Done." Kingston Campbell will be holding an emergency acquisition summit in 3 days. Arthur's grin widened. Everything was falling into place perfectly. Evelyn then projected the draft transmission, encrypted file delivery. Recipient, Kingston Campbell, personal channel. Contents, security footage. Christopher Campbell. Termination. Note, the Eastern Consortium sends its regards. He examined it closely but shook his head dismissively. "Too obvious. We need to be subtler than that." With deft fingers tapping on the desk, he edited the message himself. From a concerned friend. Subject, your brother's last moments. The Viper always strikes twice. AEC. Evelyn analyzed the revision. Psychological impact increased by 38%. The vague signature will force them to investigate, ensuring they uncover the truth themselves. "Exactly," Arthur replied, finishing his drink with a deliberate calmness. "Let them connect the dots. It'll hurt more that way." As Evelyn dispatched the file into the digital ether, Arthur turned toward the window. The moon bathed Neoluminara in its silvery glow, casting an ethereal light over a city steeped in mystery and intrigue. He quickly came back to his senses and looked at the system rewards he have received after completing Side Mission 3-. Side Mission 3 Frown Neutralize Christopher Campbell. Status: completed. Rewards: 1. The Black Vault, untraceable liquid assets. Amount: 500 trillion Unicrods, liquid, non-inflatable currency. Source: a pre-system offshore network built by a now-dead trillionaire, erased from all records. System note: even the Pantheon World Bank say I see this wealth as statistical noise. Reward: 2. Debt paid Halo, host truthlessness stat permanently increases, but you loses 5% empathy. Reward: 3. Bloodline Vengeance Halo, permanent buff. Effect: all Osborn family members gain plus 25% resistance to assassination attempt. Damn. Arthur was surprised when he read the description of the 3 rewards. The first reward is 500 trillion Unicrods liquid assets. That's truly terrifying. That means he have 500 trillion Unicrods in cash lying there, and not in assets or properties but in cash. Arthur was quite satisfied with this reward. This reward will really help him a lot. He looked at the second. Well, this reward is quite bizarre to Arthur. This reward is quite personal, targeting Arthur. The debt paid Halo increases ruthlessness stats but he loses 5% empathy. Is ruthless a star? Arthur was confused. He didn't expect ruthlessness is a stat. As for losing 5% empathy, he didn't take that to heart. In fact, he will really like this kind of reward. The third reward is the one that really satisfied Arthur greatly. The Bloodline Vengeance Halo give all the Osborn family members plus 25 resistance to assassination. This really put Arthur's heart to rest. After all, this means that the danger level or any assassination type danger targeted at any Osborn family member have decreased. As the Osborn family continued to progress and grow, so as its enemies, and not many of the Osborn family enemies will fight in a fair manner. In this world of the strong preying on the weak, this Halo is really a divine ability. Arthur was quite satisfied with the 3 rewards given by the system. He let out a huge sigh and then turned back and sat down on the chair and looked at Evelyn. "Evelyn," Arthur began, his gaze fixed on the AI's shimmering blue visage. "We need to discuss Raven's future employment prospects." Evelyn's face pulsed slightly, a sign of its processing. "Sir, I assume you're not referring to standard corporate recruitment?" A smirk played on Arthur's lips. "I'm thinking bigger. How about we shift her from Consortium Blade to Consortium Executioner?" Evelyn's blue hue flickered as it absorbed the weight of the proposal. "You're suggesting we turn their most lethal operative against them?" Arthur's lips curled up into a wicked grin. "Not just turn," Arthur emphasized, his eyes locked onto Raven's image displayed on the screen. "I want to make her their worst nightmare. But we have to be surgical about it." Evelyn projected data between them, outlining 3 key pressure points in Raven's psychological profile: the Jade Dominion Sector 7 reactor meltdown that claimed her parents' lives, her forced recruitment and conditioning, her younger sister's ongoing protective custody. Arthur pointed decisively at the third point. "This is our fulcrum, the Consortium's grip on her hinges on her sister. If we can break that hold, while making it look like their decision, we can leverage it." "A 3-phase psychological operation then?" Evelyn's voice took on a tactical tone. "Phase 1. Seed doubt about her sister's well-being?" "Exactly," Arthur replied as he moved to his desk and activated a blank holodisplay with a flourish. "We start small, a corrupted medical file accidentally sent to her secure terminal. Nothing overtly alarming, just enough to plant a seed of doubt." Evelyn expanded the schematic further, suggesting, "I can fabricate neural degradation markers in her sister's medical records, subtle signs at first, mood swings and memory lapses that escalate into more concerning symptoms." Arthur nodded thoughtfully. "And we'll intercept real communications from her sister, altering the tone so they feel off. like someone else is dictating them. Simple text analysis will reveal linguistic patterns, Evelyn noted before pausing for effect. Should we imply that the sister knows something dangerous? Arthur's smile turned razor-sharp as he leaned forward eagerly. Perfect. A half-deleted sentence hinting at what they did to the other children in the facility will let Raven's imagination do all the heavy lifting. The screen flickered again as Evelyn added another layer of complexity. We could introduce security logs showing Renshaw accessing her sister's files at odd hours, followed by a termination order with an obscured signature. Make her work for it, Arthur agreed enthusiastically. The evidence should require decryption. She needs to feel like she's uncovering this herself. They both fell silent, the weight of their plan settling heavily in the air. The rich aroma of whiskey wafted between them, smoky and complex, much like the intricate scheme they were devising. Phase 2 is going to require us to cut her off from consortium support systems. Evelyn finally broke the silence, his voice steady. I can create simulated security breaches at her safe houses using stolen access codes from the consortium. Arthur swirled his drink thoughtfully. And we'll have the Iron Serpents along with a few enemies from the Eastern Consortium spreading whispers in the underground. Rumors that Raven has fallen out of favor, that she's being set up to take the fall for recent failures. Evelyn nodded, his expression serious. The psychological pressure will escalate when her usual extraction team is mysteriously unavailable during a critical moment. He projected a timeline on a nearby screen, a staged ambush where consortium forces should have backed her up. But don't, Arthur interjected, finishing Evelyn's thought. Leave her to fight alone. That's when we move to phase 3. The hologram flickered and shifted, revealing a blueprint of a black site medical facility. The Salvation Gambit, Evelyn confirmed with an air of excitement. She uncovers records of an Osborne-funded black site, one equipped to treat her sister's condition. Arthur leaned forward, intrigued. But here's where it gets clever. When she breaks in to steal that information, she discovers two shocking things. First, that her sister has been moved to another facility. Second, that the only escape route forces her through a consortium security checkpoint. Forcing her hand, Evelyn synthesized with satisfaction. She'll have no choice but to battle through consortium forces to escape, solidifying her status as a rogue agent. The pieces hung in the air between them, a delicate web of manipulation and misdirection waiting to ensnare its target. Outside, a neon advertisement flickered rhythmically, casting Arthur's face in alternating shades of crimson and cobalt. How long do you think this will take? Arthur finally asked, with optimal execution. 6 months to establish our pattern without raising any alarms, Evelyn replied confidently. Arthur downed the last of his whiskey. The ice cubes clinked together like a countdown ticking away their time. Then let's get started. 3 days later, Orlean Prime, Campbell family private boardroom. The Campbell family's private boardroom was more than just a meeting space. It was a testament to the unyielding grip of generational power. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the breathtaking skyline of Orlean Prime, the Federation's first capital, where ancient stone spires from old Pantera architecture stood proudly alongside sleek, shimmering orbital towers that seemed to pierce the clouds. The centerpiece of the room, a table carved from a single slab of black marble veined with gold, reflected the faces of 12 individuals who wielded immense influence within the Campbell dynasty. At the head of this powerful assembly sat Kingston Campbell. With ice-blue eyes that scanned the latest financial reports projected above him, he exuded an air of effortless superiority that only someone who has never heard no could possess. At just 28 years old, his platinum blonde hair swept back in an immaculate wave and his tailored suit, a fortune in itself, spoke volumes about his status. We're finalizing the Nebula Financial Consortium acquisition by week's end, he announced, his voice slicing through the murmurs like a knife. Any objections? A momentary silence fell over the room as everyone exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Just then, his phone vibrated with urgency, a priority alert, encrypted and unmistakably important. Kingston frowned. Only 3 people had access to this channel, his father, the family's head of security, and Christopher. He tapped on the notification. Suddenly, A holographic screen flickered to life above the table, hijacked by an incoming transmission. Gasps echoed through the room as grainy security footage began to play. Christopher's office during a power outage, a shadowy figure emerging from darkness, and then, the chilling flash of monofilament wire slicing open his brother's throat. The video concluded with a stark message: "The Viper always strikes twice." Silence enveloped them like a heavy fog. Even breathing became audible in its intensity. Then chaos erupted. Kingston remained motionless, didn't blink or breathe, as fury coursed through him like wildfire. His fingers curled into fists so tight that his knuckles turned white, while shouts filled the room around him. Christopher was dead. His little brother, once arrogant and reckless but still family, was gone. And someone had dared to send him this footage like it was some twisted trophy. "Kingston." His uncle's voice finally broke through his haze. "What on earth is happening?" In one swift motion, Kingston stood up abruptly. His chair screeched against marble as he declared coldly, "Meeting adjourned." He stormed out before anyone could protest. The Campbell family's private skycopter sliced through the storm-lashed skies of Orlean Prime, its engines howling like a banshee. Inside the plush cabin, Kingston stared blankly at the sprawling city below, his mind racing yet empty. His phone buzzed incessantly, calls from the board, security alerts, and frantic messages from his father. But he ignored them all. There was only one thing on his mind. As their estate came into view, a monstrous blend of old Earth elegance and modern fortress, with gilded rooftops gleaming defiantly in the rain, Kingston felt a surge of urgency. The moment the skycopter touched down on the private landing pad, he was already moving before the engines had fully powered down. Servants scrambled out of his path as he stormed through the vaulted hallways, their eyes wide with fear. They had never witnessed Julian Campbell, always composed and unflappable, like this. He found Alistair Campbell in the family's private war room, surrounded by holographic displays mapping out the Federation's political landscape. At 60 years old, Alistair remained a formidable presence. His silver-streaked hair and sharp features mirrored Kingston's own. One look at his son's face told him everything he needed to know. Christopher. Kingston wasted no time on pleasantries. He pulled up footage on the central display that made Alistair go silent as he watched their youngest son meet his tragic fate. When it ended, Alistair turned to gaze out the window, his voice dangerously calm. "Eastern Consortium." Kingston's jaw tightened. "They sent it to me during the board meeting, as if it were some kind of taunt." Alistair slammed his fist onto the table with such force that it cracked the marble beneath it. "This is a declaration of war." Kingston's mind raced. Christopher might have been reckless at times, but he was still family, and no one dared touch a Campbell without facing dire consequences. "We hit back hard." His voice was ice cold. "I want every consortium asset in the Federation frozen by morning. Every backdoor deal exposed." "Every—" "Not yet," Alistair interrupted sharply. "The consortium doesn't act without reason." "What did Christopher do?" Julian hesitated for a moment before answering grimly. "He was handling that piece of land owned by the Osborne family." "The Osborne family?" Alistair narrowed his eyes at Kingston in confusion, as if trying to piece together a puzzle gone awry. "They're just a small-time family in Neo-Luminara making some noise lately." "Oh." With that Alistair didn't ask any questions. The Campbell estate's war room is a sanctuary of cold calculation. Holographic map of the Orlean Federation, glowing ominously in the dim light. Real-time data feeds flicker across the display, tracking political maneuvers, corporate takeovers, and the subtle shifts in influence among the great families. The air carries the rich scent of aged whiskey and polished mahogany, mingling with a faint tang of ozone from active holography, a sensory reminder that this is no place for the faint-hearted. At 62, Alistair Campbell stands before the central display like a seasoned general surveying his troops. His broad silhouette casts an imposing shadow over projected map. With silver-streaked hair neatly trimmed and a custom-tailored suit concealing subdermal armor beneath his skin, he exudes authority and experience. Behind him paces Kingston, Alistair's younger counterpart, whose usually impeccable composure is starting to fray at the edges. "Explain it to me again," Alistair commands, his voice deceptively calm yet laced with tension. From the beginning, Kingston halts mid-pace, ice blue eyes flashing with urgency. Christopher was dealing land in Neoluminara, the prime territory within what the government calls the Northern Expansion Plan. That land belongs to the Osborne family I mentioned. Alistair remains focused on the display. And then this. Kingston gestures sharply, pulling up an encrypted message that reveals haunting footage. Christopher's last moments captured on screen, monofilament wire glinting menacingly as his golden cyber eye flickers in darkness. The Viper always strikes twice. Aek. Alistair's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly at this ominous reminder. The Eastern Consortium doesn't make idle threats. What did your brother do? Kingston exhales sharply, raking a hand through his platinum blonde hair in frustration. That's just it. He didn't do anything worth this kind of retaliation. The Osborne land is trivial compared to our core holdings. There's no reason for them to care or send Raven. Finally turning to face Kingston with piercing intensity, Alistair counters, "You're missing something." "I've reviewed everything." Kingston snaps back defensively. Christopher's logs are broken bar his financials are broken bar his. Not his. Alistair interrupts softly but firmly. "There's what's happening in Neoluminara that we've overlooked." Kingston leaned back, a frown etching deeper lines on his forehead as he activated a secondary display. "Nothing too serious," he said, his tone dismissive. "Just the usual corporate squabble." Alistair raised a hand, cutting him off. "Hold on. What about the Consortium's movements?" Kingston scrolled through reports, his brow knitting together in concentration. "It's mostly quieter broken bar buta broken bar." He paused, eyes narrowing at a buried news alert. "There was an incident last month, a failed assassination attempt on Neoluminara's mayor. Our operatives were caught on camera." Alistair's gaze sharpened like a blade. "And, honestly, it was just a botched job," Kingston replied with a flick of his wrist, dismissing the report as if it were nothing more than an annoying fly buzzing around his head. "Their operatives got caught, some safe houses went up in flames, standard fallout." But Alistair's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "Are you sure about that?" Kingston hesitated for a moment longer than he should have. Stepping closer to the hologram, Alistair traced the timeline with deliberate fingers. "The mayor survived the attempt. Their operatives are exposed now." And just weeks later, Christopher, who conveniently happened to be in Neoluminara, is executed by their top assassin. His gaze locked onto Kingston's with fierce intensity. "This isn't just coincidence." Kingston's mind raced as realization dawned upon him. "You think Christopher was involved in that assassination attempt?" "I suspect," Alistair replied slowly, choosing his words carefully, "that your brother had a knack for playing games far beyond his understanding." A chill crept down Kingston's spine. Christopher had always been reckless. But this, if he did meddle in Consortium affairs, a broken bar. Kingston began. "Then this wasn't merely an execution," Alistair finished grimly. "It was a message." Fists clenched tightly at his sides, Kingston growled, "We can't let this slide." "No," Alistair agreed firmly but cautiously. "However, we mustn't act blindly either." He turned back to the star map displayed before them. His voice became icy and resolute. "First things first. We need to uncover what Christopher truly did while in Neoluminara. Every meeting he attended, every transaction made, every shady deal struck." Kingston nodded sharply. Determination surged through him like electricity coursing through wires and said, "I'll have our intelligence team dissect everything from last month." "Second," Alistair continued, "we send our own message." The hologram flickered to life, zooming in on 10 military-style bases, the Consortium's strategic strongholds and trading hubs nestled within the Federation. Kingston couldn't help but smirk, his lips curling into a cold smile. "Subtle?" Alistair's grin was razor-thin, a predator sizing up its prey, enough to remind them who they're dealing with. As Kingston turned to leave, a thought struck him like lightning. "Father, if the Consortium is sending a message via broken bar, why not claim the kill publicly? Why keep it a secret from me?" Alistair's expression darkened as he fell into an icy silence. In the Eastern Consortium's private comms chamber, shadows danced across the walls, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Raven stood at the center of this dimly lit room, her golden cyber eye casting an eerie glow against the steel surfaces. The air hummed softly with the low-frequency vibrations of quantum encryption as the secure line connected. Suddenly, a holographic screen sprang to life, revealing the Grand Overseer, a man whose features seemed chiseled from aged ivory. His silver-streaked hair was pulled back in a traditional knot, and his dark eyes glinted with sharp intelligence that could flay flesh from bone. "Raven," he said, his voice gravelly yet smooth, like silk wrapped around stone. She bowed slightly, maintaining flawless posture. "Grand Overseer." "Your report." "No niceties here, just business." Raven straightened her back and spoke coolly and precisely. "Christopher Campbell is dead. The execution was clean, no traces left behind." The Grand Overseer steepled his fingers thoughtfully. "And the evidence?" "Conclusive." She projected a holographic dossier filled with financial trails, intercepted communications, and meticulously fabricated forensic markers, all crafted by Evelyn. "Christopher orchestrated the sabotage of our Neoluminara operation. He funded rogue operatives and planted false intel that led to our operatives' capture." A beat of silence hung in the air before he asked sharply, "You're certain?" Raven's cyber eye pulsed as she scrutinized his micro-expressions, the tightening around his eyes and a barely perceptible twitch of his left ring finger screamed doubt. "The evidence is irrefutable," she replied evenly. "Campbell's financials show payments to shell companies used by those operatives. His private security was spotted near the handoff site." She pulled up one last file for emphasis. He had motive. The Grand Overseer studied her data intently. "The Blue Pearl in the Northern Expansion Plan. Desperate times call for desperate measures," the Grand Overseer mused, leaning back in his chair as his gaze drifted into the distance. Campbell was hell-bent on securing what he wanted. When the Osborne family flatly refused to sell, he resorted to sending assassins, nearly taking out Arthur Osborne in the process. With the mayor blocking his path for help, Campbell saw an opportunity: eliminate the mayor, throw the city into chaos, and swoop in like a vulture. Raven remained silent, letting him piece together the puzzle himself. "The Campbells have already retaliated," the Grand Overseer continued softly. "In just 48 hours, 10 of our bases across the Orlean Federation were struck, military hubs, trade centers, even our black site labs. All gone." Raven felt her spine stiffen. "They moved quickly." "Too quickly," he replied sharply. "It's almost as if they were prepared. As if they knew we were responsible for Christopher's death." A tense silence hung between them. Raven kept her voice steady. "You think this is a setup?" "I don't suspect us." He tapped a command on his console, pulling up damage reports. "These strikes were surgical. They hit exactly where it hurt most." "That indicates prior intelligence." "Or," Raven countered thoughtfully, "they might have moles within our ranks." The Grand Overseer's smile was thin and calculating. "An interesting theory." As Raven cycled through possibilities in her mind, she realized this could be a test of loyalty or perhaps an indication that he already knew more than he let on. "The Campbells are arrogant," she said carefully. "But they're not stupid. If they hit us this hard, they must believe we killed Christopher first." "And did we?" His question sliced through the air like a knife. Raven didn't flinch. "You gave the order." A heavy silence fell over them before the Grand Overseer exhaled slowly. "So I did." The hologram flickered to life, displaying a detailed map of the Federation. "This changes nothing," he declared firmly. "The Campbells have declared war, and we will respond." Raven inclined her head respectfully. "What are your orders?" "Return to headquarters immediately," he instructed with icy resolve. "Debrief our intelligence team personally. I want every scrap of data on Campbell's operations and their off-the-books dealings." "And Neoluminara?" she asked cautiously. "Leave it for now." His eyes turned cold as steel. With that final command hanging in the air like an unspoken threat, the transmission cut off abruptly, leaving Raven alone in darkness once more. Neoluminara's skyline sparkled like a treasure trove against the floor-to-ceiling windows of Arthur's study, the city's heartbeat echoing in a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. The rich aroma of aged whiskey mingled with the scent of polished leather as Arthur leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, contemplating the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Evelyn's familiar azure visage flickered to life on the giant screen before him, its usual serene blue now streaked with tactical gold, a sign that things were heating up. "The game progresses as projected," Evelyn announced coolly. Arthur couldn't help but smirk. "Tell me everything." The screen expanded dramatically, revealing a detailed map of the Orlean Federation. Crimson markers pulsed ominously over 10 strategic locations. "The Campbells have launched counterstrikes against Eastern Consortium assets, trade hubs, black site laboratories, and 3 deep cover intelligence cells, all obliterated within 48 hours. Arthur whistled lowly in admiration. "They didn't hesitate." "No," Evelyn replied. "Julian Campbell mobilized the family's private fleet with alarming efficiency. Their intelligence network appears far more extensive than we anticipated." Arthur scrutinized the destruction patterns displayed on the screen. "Surgical strikes." "They had these targets pre-scouted." "Affirmative," Evelyn confirmed. "This suggests either prior contingency planning, or someone tipped them off," Arthur finished, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. "It seems it was us who sent videos of Christopher being killed by Raven, so technically, we tipped them off." Evelyn's blue face pulsed as it spoke. Cough. Arthur cleared his throat lightly and waved a hand dismissively. "You can continue." The screen shifted again, displaying secure consortium communique copyright S intercepted by Evelyn's quantum taps. "The Grand Overseer has recalled Raven to headquarters. Their internal networks are scrambling to assess damage and relocate remaining assets." Arthur swirled his whiskey thoughtfully. "No moves against the Campbells yet?" "None observed," Evelyn reported. "But internal chatter indicates preparations for a long-term campaign. The consortium does not forgive such insults." A slow smile crept across Arthur's face as he savored this turn of events. "Beautiful." Evelyn's blue visage flickered momentarily before presenting Raven's final mission report. "Of greater interest is what Raven uncovered during her investigation. Christopher Campbell had been maneuvering to eliminate Mayor Armitage independently, believing that destabilizing Neoluminara would force the Osborne estate into foreclosure." Arthur's glass froze midway to his lips in disbelief. "Wait, are you saying Christopher wanted Vin dead before the consortium's botched attempt?" "Correct," Evelyn affirmed smoothly. "His plans were crude, a hired mercenary team rather than consortium-grade operatives, but the intent was identical." Arthur set down his drink, laughter bubbling in his chest. "That's perfect." "So when Raven dug into Christopher's files, she uncovered genuine evidence of his plot against Veen, cleverly hidden beneath our fabricated ties to the consortium's failure." The coincidence was simply too glaring to ignore. Arthur stood up, pacing toward the window. The sprawling city before him resembled a chessboard, each piece moving exactly as he had orchestrated. "Let me make sure I've got this straight. 1. Christopher actually wanted Vin dead for his own reasons. 2. The consortium really tried to eliminate Vin around the same time. And finally, we just connected the dots for Raven." Evelyn's blue visage pulsed with satisfaction. "Precisely. The most elegant deceptions are built upon truths. Now both the Campbells and consortium believe Christopher interfered in their operations because, in a way, he did." Arthur exhaled slowly, watching his breath fog up the glass. "And nobody will ever look twice at the Osborne family." "Unlikely," Evelyn replied smoothly. "You remain beneath their notice. For now." Arthur turned back to the holograms flickering in front of him. "What's the fallout?" "Projections suggest Campbell Consortium War, escalating strikes between the two, duration 6-18 months. Neoluminara. Both factions will temporarily withdraw assets to focus on core conflict. Raven remains loyal to consortium but now harbors doubts about their intelligence apparatus." Arthur's fingers tapped rhythmically against the window as he processed this information. "Keep monitoring Raven. That seed of doubt could be useful later." "Already tracking her movements," Evelyn confirmed. "Though I must caution you, the Campbells may eventually trace that fabricated evidence back to its source." A grin spread across Arthur's face. "By then, we'll be ready." "Oh, by the way, how is Jax doing with that assignment I gave him?" "Sir, He has already started executing it. Evelyn replied enthusiastically. Good. Arthur nodded with a satisfied smile. Outside, the city lights twinkled like stars, each one a piece on his board, waiting patiently for its next move. Aegis District downtown. The neon sign of the Rusty Nail buzzed erratically, casting a flickering crimson glow over the cracked asphalt of the parking lot. This bar was a relic from another time. Its peeling paint and barred windows whispered tales of forgotten nights, while the perpetual stench of spilled liquor and cigarette smoke clung stubbornly to its walls. Suddenly, a sleek black Veyron M7 glided to a stop outside, its matte finish absorbing the dim light like a shadow come to life. The engine cut off with a quiet purr as the door swung open effortlessly. And then he stepped out. Jack Crane, tall and broad-shouldered, his face looked like it had been sculpted from granite, sharp angles, cold eyes, and a scar that traced an unsettling path from his temple to the corner of his mouth. Dressed in a tailored charcoal suit with no tie and the top button undone, he walked toward the entrance with deliberate confidence. Each click of his shoes against the pavement echoed through the night air. Inside, the Rusty Nail was half empty. A few hardened regulars nursed their drinks, their eyes darting toward Jack's before quickly averting them, like moths drawn to flame yet wary of getting burned. The bartender, a grizzled man adorned with a spider-web tattoo crawling up his neck, paused mid-wipe of a glass, tightening his grip ever so slightly. But Jax didn't sit at the bar. He strode straight to the back, past worn pool tables and a dartboard boasting 3 knives still embedded in it. He stopped before a guarded door where 2 enforcers, thick-necked brutes who looked like they could bench press cars, blocked his path. Private, one grunted. Without flinching, Jax replied coldly, "Tell Malik that Jax Crane is here to discuss his future." A beat of silence hung in the air before one enforcer muttered into his earpiece. With an audible click, the door swung open. Inside was starkly different from the dive bar outside. Plush leather couches lined one wall, polished oak furniture gleamed under soft lighting, expensive whiskey sat in crystal decanters on display. Behind an imposing desk sat Malik Voss, the self-proclaimed king of the underground. Or at least he used to be. Now Malik appeared as if he hadn't slept in weeks. His once pristine suit was wrinkled and disheveled while dark circles under his eyes told stories of sleepless nights spent poring over maps of territories slipping through his fingers. He didn't stand when Jax entered. "Crane," Malik rasped, voice roughened by fatigue. "I didn't realize Crimson Blood would send its attack dogs to slum it in my bar." Jax flashed a sly smile, just a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his lips. "I'm not here for the Crimson Blood," he declared, his tone cool and confident. "They're dead to me." Malik drummed his fingers against the desk, curiosity piqued. "Then why exactly are you here?" With a deliberate motion, Jax reached into his jacket. The enforcers tensed, hands inching toward their weapons, but all he produced was a sleek silver case. He snapped it open, revealing a solitary data chip that glimmered under the dim light. "Your organization is bleeding out, Malik," he said matter-of-factly. "The silver strings have taken your docks. The red circle has gutted your protection rackets. And the black hand. They're circling your last few blocks like vultures eyeing their next meal." Malik's jaw tightened in annoyance. "I don't need a recap of my problems." "No," Victor chimed in smoothly. "What you need is a solution." He placed the chip on the desk with purpose. "My boss is offering one." Malik didn't even glance at it. "Who's your boss?" Jack tilted his head slightly, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. "Someone who doesn't tolerate loose ends, someone who can turn your little predicament into an opportunity." Malik's gaze darted between the chip and Victor's unwavering expression. "What's the catch?" "Loyalty," Victor replied softly but firmly, as if each syllable carried weighty significance. "You keep your title, your men, even your pride, but from now on, you answer to him." Malik let out a harsh laugh that echoed through the room like thunderclaps in an empty sky. "So what? I trade one leash for another?" Jax's smile turned razor sharp. It didn't quite reach his eyes this time. "No, Malik, you trade a noose for a shield." Silence hung thick in the air as tension crackled like static electricity. Finally, Malik reached for the chip. As he activated it, A hologram flickered to life above the desk, showcasing 3 crucial elements: a list of names, every rival gang leader gnawing away at Malik's territory, detailed schematics, security layouts and patrol routes highlighting weak points, and at the bottom, a single word: choose. Malik's breath caught in his throat as realization dawned on him. This is a gift, Jax interjected smoothly before leaning forward slightly to emphasize his point. A show of good faith, he added with conviction. My employer doesn't demand blind loyalty, he earns it. Malik hesitated over the hologram's enticing display and asked cautiously, and if I say no? Malik's fingers hovered over the hologram, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. And what if I say no? Jax straightened up, adjusting his cuffs with a confident smirk. Then I walk out the door, and you can try surviving the next month on your own. He paused for effect, letting the weight of his words sink in. But we both know how that story ends. The atmosphere thickened, tension crackling like static electricity. Malik's enforcers shifted uneasily, casting glances at each other as if sensing the impending storm. With a long, slow exhale, Malik finally tapped the hologram. Tell your boss a broken bar he's got himself a deal. Jax's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. I thought he might. As he turned to leave, Malik called after him. One last question. Jax glanced back over his shoulder, curiosity piqued. Why me? Malik asked, genuine intrigue lacing his voice. Jax's response was straightforward and cutting. Because you're smart enough to know when to kneel. With that final word hanging in the air like an unspoken challenge, Jax stepped through the door, which clicked shut behind him with finality. Outside, the neon lights of the Rusty Nail buzzed like a dying insect under a darkening sky. Jax slid into his Veyron. The engine roared to life beneath him like a beast awakening from slumber. Somewhere in this sprawling cityscape, chaos was brewing. A war was about to ignite, and Malik had just made his choice. The sleek black Veyron M7 glided to a halt outside an unassuming warehouse on the outskirts of the industrial district, with a convoy of dark cars trailing closely behind. Jax Crane stepped out, his polished Oxfords clicking against the cracked concrete as he adjusted his cufflinks with a casual confidence. Malik followed closely, flanked by his enforcers who hung back, their wariness palpable in the chilly night air. You brought me to a damn storage unit? Malik growled, his breath puffing out like smoke in the cold. Jax didn't respond. Instead, he pressed his palm against a rusted metal door. A hidden biometric scanner flickered to life and flashed green. With a hydraulic hiss, the door slid open. Malik's sneer faltered as he stepped inside. The warehouse stretched like a football field before them, bathed in stark white LED lights. Rows upon rows of gleaming weapon racks stood at attention. Far from the crude street weapons Malik's men typically wielded, this was military-grade hardware. XM42 pulsed rifles, Jax said, running a gloved hand along one of the racks. Titanium core rounds that can pierce armored vehicles. These 12 crates, enough firepower to outfit 200 men. He strode further down the aisle, showcasing more lethal tech. Stalker series drones equipped with thermal tagging and neural disrupt grenades, perfect for leaving your enemies twitching without any permanent damage. He paused for effect. Great for sending messages. Malik's throat tightened as he gazed at a pallet of exosuits, their carbon fiber frames shimmering under the fluorescent lights. One of his enforcers reached out tentatively to touch one. I wouldn't do that, Jax warned without turning around. The biometric locks will break your fingers. Finally finding his voice, Malik stammered, this is Tier 1 Special Forces shit. How the fuck did you even get all this? With a flick of his wrist, Jax took out a sleek black mobile phone and fiddled with it for a moment and threw it at Malik. 10 billion unicreds, Jax announced coolly. Untraceable funds, enough to buy off every cop in the 4th precinct and make your enemies think twice before crossing you. Malik's eyes widened as they reflected those glowing zeros. His hand holding the phone trembled slightly. His hands trembled, not from fear but from an insatiable hunger. It was like seeing light at the end of a long tunnel after being backed into a corner. The terms are straightforward, Jax continued smoothly. You keep your territory and operations intact, you maintain your pride. He turned slightly so that his scar caught the light just right. But from tonight onward, every bullet you fire and every move you make comes with my blessing. Malik swallowed hard and asked cautiously, "And if I say no?" Jax flashed a smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Like I said before, once I close this door, you're left to battle the silver strings with nothing but pea shooters and prayers." "How long do you think you'll hold out?" "A month, a week?" The warehouse buzzed with unspoken possibilities. The weapons glimmered like stars in the dim light, and the account balance pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat waiting for action. Malik reached out, not for a gun or the cash, but he extended his hand instead. Jax met him with a firm shake, sealing their fate in that brief moment. "Final, indelible." "Welcome to the new era," Victor declared, his voice echoing off the walls like a promise of change. Outside, the first drops of rain began to fall, a gentle reminder that even in chaos, life continues to flow. The night air was thick with the earthy scent of rain-soaked pavement and the faint hum of distant traffic as Jax stepped out of the warehouse. He paused, watching Malik's convoy vanish into the darkness, its taillights like fading stars in a vast, shadowy sky. There was no rush for him. Every movement was intentional, the slow roll of his shoulders, the rhythmic click of his polished shoes against the asphalt, and the deliberate way his gloved hand slipped into his coat pocket to retrieve a sleek, encrypted phone. With a single press of a button, he connected the call. No pleasantries exchanged, just an expectant silence from a man who knew exactly why he was being summoned. "Boss, it's done," Jax said in a low voice that barely rose above the distant wail of a police siren. A moment passed before a smooth voice on the other end replied, and Jax couldn't help but smirk. "And Malik took the deal without even haggling." A soft chuckle drifted through the line, more breath than sound. Desperation makes even kings pragmatic. Sliding into the driver's seat of his Veyron, Jax felt the leather sigh beneath him as he turned on the engine, a quiet beast ready to roar to life. "He'll start moving on the silver strings within a week." The data lit a fire under him. "Good." There was a sound of liquid against glass, perhaps whiskey, and his men, for now, loyal. Jax shrugged slightly as he glanced at himself in the rearview mirror, cold eyes and scars telling stories of battles fought and won. But loyalty is like currency in their world, it devalues quickly. Another pause lingered between them like smoke in still air. Jax could almost picture his boss leaning back in that high-backed chair, fingers steepled as he weighed every piece on this dangerous chessboard. "You think he'll hold up his end?" Adjusting his grip on the wheel, Jax replied coolly, "Does it matter? If he does, we own the underground. If not, a broken bar." He shrugged again with nonchalance. "We still win." A hum came through, a sign of understanding from across miles. "And if he tries to play both sides?" Jax's smile turned sharp as steel. "Then he'll learn why they call me the Reckoning." Silence enveloped them for just a heartbeat before his boss spoke again, softer this time. "You enjoy this too much." As he maneuvered onto rain-slick streets that glimmered under neon lights, Jax responded casually, "Nope, just good at it." As he drove, the city blurred into a kaleidoscope of alleyways and neon lights, punctuated by the occasional flash of headlights slicing through the murky gloom. The voice on the other end of the line let out a weary sigh, nearly drowned out by the rhythmic whisper of tires gliding over wet pavement. "Keep me posted." "And hey, Jax?" "Yeah?" Jax replied, tension creeping into his voice. "Don't get all sentimental." With that, the line went dead. Jax tossed his phone onto the passenger seat, his grip tightening on the wheel as adrenaline surged through him. Somewhere in this sprawling cityscape, Malik was already mobilizing his crew. Time was ticking away fast. The neon glow of the red sector pulsed like an open wound against the night sky, casting an eerie light over the chaos below. Malik Voss stood atop a crumbling apartment complex, his coat flapping in the wind like a flag of defiance. The streets of Silver Strings territory buzzed with oblivious foot soldiers, completely unaware that their empire was on the verge of collapse. His earpiece crackled to life. "All teams in position." Drago, his lieutenant, murmured. Malik exhaled slowly, watching his breath curl into the frigid air. Just 3 weeks ago, he had felt like a cornered animal, his empire crumbling around him. But now he had teeth, and he was ready to bite back. He tapped his move. The first explosion shattered the Silver String's main arms depot. A fireball erupted into the sky, turning night into day for one brilliant second. Chaos erupted. Silver String's enforcers poured into the streets, shouting in confusion as they were cut down by precise bursts of XM42 pulse fire from above. The rounds tore through their body armor like it was made of paper, leaving them crumpled and lifeless in the gutters. Malik watched with a cold detachment as his newly equipped forces moved with terrifying efficiency. Drones buzzed overhead, tagging fleeing targets with thermal markers, while neural disrupt grenades detonated in alleys, dropping entire squads without a single drop of blood spilled, just twitching bodies left behind as their nervous systems overloaded. And then there were the exosuits. 3 of Malik's best men strode down the main thoroughfare like gods of war, their carbon fiber frames absorbing bullets as if they were nothing more than raindrops. One ripped a door off a Silver String's safe house with bare hands, pure power on display. A smile curled Malik's lips. This was what dominance felt like. An hour later, they dragged Anatoly, the Silver String's leader, from his hideout. The man who once sneered at Malik's faltering grip now knelt in the street before him, bloodied and bewildered. Malik crouched low to meet Anatoly's gaze. "You took my docs," he said casually. "My girls, my power, my fucking pride." Anatoly spat defiantly at his feet. "You think this changes anything? You're still a dog, just with a new leash." Malik stood tall and brushed imaginary dirt from his coat. "Wrong." He nodded to Drago. In an instant, a neural disrupt round struck Anatoly between the shoulder blades. His body convulsed violently as his scream choked into a gurgle, his nervous system short-circuiting right before Malik's eyes. Malik turned to the gathered crowd of Silver String's survivors, those who had the sense to surrender. "Spread the word," he declared, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "The old rules are dead." With that, he strode away, leaving Anatoly twitching in the street behind him. But somewhere in the city, a silent observer watched through binoculars. Jack Scrane lowered his device and murmured, "It's done." The voice on the other end was smooth and amused as it responded with a single word, "Good." In the gutters of their own territory, bodies of the Red Serpents lay piled high, their signature crimson bandanas now drenched in blood. The leaders of the Black Hand were found hanging from neon signs outside their own nightclubs, tongues severed, a grim reminder of Malik's message. The Jade Tigers' headquarters, reduced to smoldering rubble, their once feared enforcers now mere charred skeletons among the wreckage. 5 gangs, 5 nights. Now, the underworld held its breath. In dimly lit back rooms of speakeasies and plush private booths of upscale brothels, remaining gang bosses convened, not to plot revenge but merely to survive. "This isn't Malik," growled Dante Moretti, aging don of the Lupa Syndicate. His gnarled fingers tightened around his whiskey glass as if it were a lifeline. "That bastard couldn't have pulled this off alone." A hollow screen flickered to life at the center of their table, replaying footage from the Silver Strings massacre. Malik's exosuited soldiers moving through gunfire like it was nothing more than rain neural disrupt grenades sending enemies into violent seizures on the ground. "Who the hell is backing him?" whispered Lena, queen of the Golden Lotus Triad, her usually unshakable composure beginning to crack under pressure. No one had an answer. On street corners where deals were struck and loyalties traded like currency, low-level enforcers exchanged nervous whispers. "I heard Malik's got military tech now," muttered a Lupo-foot soldier to his contact among what remained of the Tigers. "Bullshit," came the shaky reply as he lit a cigarette with trembling hands. "No way some mid-tier boss gets access to that kind of hardware." Then why were bodies piling up? Even within 4th Precinct HQ, where bribes flowed like water, the atmosphere was thick with tension. "We ignoring this?" Detective Rourke muttered to his partner while tossing a file full of crime scene photos onto their desk. Charred ruins, twitching bodies, a broken bar, streets painted red. His partner Detective Vasquez didn't even look up from his paperwork. "We don't get paid enough to die." The message was clear: stay out of Malik's way. In the shadows of a fractured city, where alliances shift like sand, there exists a breed of operators who thrive in the murky gray: fixers, smugglers, and those who know the game better than anyone else. "This ain't a power grab," whispered the tailor, an information broker with his fingers dipped into every underworld pie. "This is a fucking message." But to whom? He kept that detail close to his chest. His next client, a man clad in a charcoal suit, slipped him untraceable unicreds as payment. Meanwhile, Malik lounged in what used to be Anatoly's office, his boots resting on the dead man's desk. The air was thick with the acrid scent of cigars and dried blood. Drago, his lieutenant clad in an exosuit that hummed softly with each movement, stepped inside. "The others are talking," he said cautiously. "Some are ready to bend the knee. Others a broken bar." Malik chuckled darkly. "Let them try." With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a sleek encrypted phone, the very one Jax had entrusted to him, and typed out a single word, "Done." Within moments came the reply, "Good." No praise or warnings, just cold acknowledgement. Malik tossed aside the phone and poured himself a drink, savoring the moment as chaos unfolded outside. Flames licked at buildings while sirens wailed in protest. And high above it all, in a dimly lit study room filled with shadows and intrigue, a man sipped Valerian Noir and watched as the dominoes began to fall. The Obsidian Room, Aegis District. As you step into the private lounge known as the Obsidian Room, the air envelops you like a velvet cloak, rich with the aromas of aged wine, fragrant cigars, and a whisper of expensive cologne. This is no ordinary venue, it's the Gilded Mirage, an elite establishment where the titans of the Aegis District's underworld converge to discuss business, and sometimes settle scores, over glasses of liquor that cost more than most people earn in a year. Tonight, the room buzzes with the true power players of the district. Not your run-of-the-mill street thugs or mid-tier enforcers, but the big dogs. These are individuals who don't just play the game, they own it. At the head of this gathering sits Damien Crow, known far and wide as the Iron Baron. A formidable figure in his mid-50s with broad shoulders and slicked-back silver hair, he bears a jagged scar that snakes from his left eyebrow to his cheek, a grim reminder of a failed assassination attempt. His empire thrives on weapons smuggling and private militias, bolstered by the old money Crow family's political connections in the Senate. To Damien's left is Celine Gold, aptly nicknamed the Silk Queen. In her late 40s and always impeccably dressed in a tailored white pantsuit, she exudes elegance with her porcelain skin and raven black hair styled in an elegant chignon. Her operations revolve around prostitution, blackmail, and high-end human trafficking, all backed by her shadowy Loki consortium. On Damien's right sits Roland Lawrence, infamously dubbed the Phantom Banker. In his early 60s with round spectacles perched on his nose and a perpetual smirk playing on his lips, he navigates money laundering and corporate espionage while representing Mercer Group, a so-called legitimate finance empire known for making dirty money vanish without a trace. Across from Damien is Kane Vex, the enigmatic figure referred to as the Cleaner. Proficient in assassinations and body disposal, Kane keeps his background shrouded in mystery. Rumor has it he has connections within medical examiners' offices. Lean and cold-eyed at nearly 40 years old, he wears black gloves at all times, a signature look that adds to his chilling presence. Finally, beside Celine is Lucien Moon, the ever-smooth the fixer. With expertise in information brokering and political manipulation through his Drake media empire, because controlling news means controlling narratives, Lucien sports a salt and pepper beard paired with turtlenecks that scream sophistication. The atmosphere crackles with low conversation, laughter echoing off plush walls amid clinking glasses, at first glance resembling a reunion among old friends. Celine exhaled a thin stream of smoke, her dark eyes sweeping across the room. These little reunions are a rare delight, she mused. It's not often we get to enjoy each other's company without someone plotting a backstab. Damien chuckled, swirling his whiskey like a seasoned connoisseur. Oh, I'm betting at least 2 people in this room have already thought about it tonight. Kane didn't crack a smile but replied coolly, 3. A beat of silence hung in the air before Roland burst into laughter, slapping his knee. God, I missed you psychopaths. Lucien smirked as he sipped his martini. Speaking of stabbing, Has anyone else caught wind of that upstart in the red sector? What's his name? A broken Malik? Damien scoffed dismissively. That gutter rat? Please. He's just a street thug who stumbled upon some luck. Celine arched an impeccably sculpted brow. 5 gangs in 5 nights isn't luck, Damien. Roland waved a hand nonchalantly. Gangs? Come on. Those Silver Strings idiots were barely above common thieves. And the serpents? They were already on their last legs. Kane swirled his absinthe thoughtfully. He's wielding military-grade hardware, exosuits and neural disruptors. That's not your average street-level firepower. Lucien leaned forward, intrigued by the conversation's shift. So who's backing him? Damien shrugged with indifference. Does it really matter? If he dares step into our territories, we'll squash him like a bug. Celine smirked playfully. Spoken like someone who's never had to deal with a rabid dog before. Roland chuckled again, shaking his head. Oh, I don't know, it's kind of cute. Like watching a little fish try to swim with sharks. Kane set down his glass with a soft click that echoed through the tense atmosphere. That little fish just turned the red sector into a graveyard. A pause settled over them as the mood shifted ever so slightly. Then Lucien grinned mischievously. Well then, maybe we should invite him to our next dinner party. Laughter erupted once more, but this time it was sharper and edged with something darker. Lucien then glanced at everyone in the room and chuckled softly. His cane tapped a soft rhythm against the Versan rug. The question isn't the weapons, it's who gave them to him. Another pause. Longer this time. Damien set his glass down with deliberate force. If some upstart thinks he can play in our league, we remind him what happens to strays. His scar twisted into something resembling a smile. Violently, Celine examined her nails. Already tried that, darling. My people haven't reported back. The fire crackled in the hearth. Somewhere in the building, a clock chimed midnight. Kane rose smoothly, adjusting his cuffs. If you'll excuse me, I have a surgery scheduled. As the door closed behind him, the remaining occupants exchanged glances that spoke volumes in the language of the truly dangerous. Roland broke the silence first. Shall we place bets on how long until this Malik problem resolves itself? Lucien smiled, swirling his drink. I give him 48 hours. Damien's laughter boomed through the room. I'll take that action. 20 says the body's never found. That same night, Kane's limousine glided through the rain-slicked streets. The partition firmly up, he tapped a secure frequency into his cleanup crew to my location. Full containment protocol, a beat, and sent the twins to handle this Malik situation. The voice on the other end hesitated. Sir, the last team we sent. Are you questioning me? Kane's voice dropped to a whisper colder than the grave. No, sir. Good. The twins don't fail. As the car turned a corner, Kane allowed himself a rare moment of unease. Whoever was backing Malik had resources, real resources, and in their world, that meant either a rival syndicate or something far more dangerous.